infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened, and if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened, and if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on.
Get this feeling would forgive me, but I must confess, this feeling don't want to say right now. Try to describe this silhouette, living in my mind, did you
On your feet right next to me, come on.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on your mind. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me instead. Oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better You should've kept up on your end. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend, you better lay we can set the world on fire, fire.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good evening, good day, good night, wherever you are in the world right now. It's time for VCT China playoffs upper bracket final between XLG and EDG, brought to you by Project Horizon and your two casters of the day, myself, Crafty, and my co-caster, Rieger. How are you doing?
I looked at the cams, I looked at the heads up, and I feel like I'm in a prison in comparison to your fancy streamer room. But otherwise, I'm feeling pretty good. I think the two games we have today, or the game we have today, is pretty low stakes, all things considered. This is just for the grand final slot. Whoever goes to grand finals potentially gets better seeding going into this, but both these teams are qualified for Masters London, so not the end of the world if any team loses here. So it's gonna be an interesting one. I think the game with the most ramifications is definitely gonna be the next one. I think it's AG versus
DRG.
DRG, yeah, that's gonna be like the one with the most stakes. But this is gonna be, I think, a fire starter to actually kick off our day. XLG on track to be undefeated the entirety of stage one. So yeah, lots of bragging rights on the rise here.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams have faced each other already in the group stage, and XLG took the win there in quite some fashion. But EDG, of course, they do want revenge, as we just saw the roster of XLG. This is their opposition: Chichu, Kong, Jenny, Nobody, and Smoggy, trying to take them down. And as you said, to break their undefeated streak. They'd be the first team to ever go undefeated in a VCT China stage, like excluding kickoffs, of course, because you have to go undefeated if you want to be the first team in that. But I mean, it's still, as you said, it's somewhat low stakes. But when we heard the teams talk about how they want to, I don't know, like revitalize China at an international stage, I am pretty confident that both these teams will give it their best today. And one of these players who is absolutely hyped up and about to hit 3,000 kills in his career is this man right here, Kanka.
Yeah, he's currently at, what, 2,937? So he's on track for, if it's a long series, he's on track for 3K at the end of the series. But if it's a short series, any kind of 2-0 fashion, maybe he might not make it. But he has plenty of games. I don't imagine a world where he doesn't get... I don't think there's a world in which he doesn't get 3,000 kills by the end of stage one. I think going into Masters London, 1,000% he's going to have 3K kills. But the real question is he going to get it by the end of today? That's going to be the exciting thing to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, it also depends on how quick these games go, right? If it's a quick 2-0, he might just end up with, I don't know, like 20 kills over the course of the two games. And then we'll be like, okay, that'll need another BO5 series going the distance. But yeah, we can be somewhat certain that he's going to hit it in there. We see some other players that are runner-ups to the 3,000 club. I mean, Meteor and Aspa is already in there, but Buzz and Althea also trying to make the leap, and they most certainly will. I mean, Althea already on a good track to make it maybe after London.
I think just we're in playoffs as well. This is actually a crazy narrative going into here. Like KangKang's going to be the first CN player ever, I think, to get 3K kills. So there's a lot going on here in terms of legacy and legend about EDG as a whole, KangKang as a player, etc. But we can wax lyrical about KangKang for a while. We maybe should, but I think what I want to allude to firstly is like, what's your idea on the vetoes? What's your idea on the bans and stuff? Because coming into this map, we're in a situation where CN has been struggling with bind, and bind has been removed from map pool, in a sense, is coming into it. So how do you think that's going to affect the way these two teams play?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. I mean, so far we haven't seen any teams play Ascent on the Chinese stage. I don't even know if it ever was like floated until a decider, or whether it got banned in the second rotation every time around. But I mean, we do like see teams just still hesitating to pick this map up. I mean, it usually doesn't get banned first rotation. I would be surprised if it was a ban in this first rotation, because usually these two teams just ban both Fracture and Pearl. So I kind of expect these two maps to drop out. But it could potentially, in my opinion, be an angle for a team like EDG to pick this map up in the first rotation to sort of catch XLG off guard, because so far I think the map pool is a bit in favor of XLG, and we do head into the skirmish as well, and looks like the knife fight was won already by Happyway.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I think it did get floated once. I stand to be corrected. I think it got floated a singular map. Ascent got floated a singular map. It was JDG versus DRG. Ascent was the decider for that game. So it's the only team that I think is banning it. The only team that I expect to ban it is EDG, actually, because the last time they played it, they had Simon, right? And Simon was like a very heavy KO pulled player. But I don't think they have as many KO player or have a KO player in the roster right now to the level or the impact of Simon, right? So it's gonna be interesting. I think we're in like a weird adjustment period and seeding period in terms of metas and identities, where we're basically coming over the back of a year of just straight Yoru double duelist, and now we're actually transitioning into firstly a map pool that leans towards double controller, double initiator. But we get the map beta, we're gonna get split to open it, and then we're gonna get Breeze. EDG's Breeze is what, best in league, 87% win rate on that map, and then Haven's gonna be the decider.
That is a very interesting map video, and I am excited to see, because EDG did opt to ban Lotus, and that is interesting because they beat XLG on Lotus in their previous matchup, but XLG have actually stepped up their Lotus game. They fixed their Lotus with that triple Sentinel comp that we've seen from them 2 times so far in the playoffs. And EDG, they opted out. They said, nope, we're not going to ban Pearl anymore. I do think your Lotus is too good. We did not come up with a fix or like with an adaptation, so let's just ban it. And instead of Lotus, we do get Pearl now from not Pearl, a split from XLG, a map that they previously won on versus EDG as well. I did expect the Breeze, because I think EDG is probably currently the strongest Chinese team on Breeze. But we have seen some struggles from XLG, so it'll be interesting to see whether they found a hot fix for Breeze as well, just like they did with Lotus.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be the big one, because me and you spoke about this yesterday. We yapped about it a bit yesterday about how Lotus is gonna be like a big defining factor. Do XLG get their signature Lotus, right? And is EDG going to ban it? And also, are they going to be trading bans summarily? So I think this is one of the side effects of having a really new meta, where you kind of need to ban. You need to make sure that you're not on discomfort. XLG has just been banning Fracture. I don't think they played a single game of Fracture because they're not confident enough in it. So it's gonna be an interesting series, but I have to do it. I have to press you for a prediction here. I did a prediction on Thursday against AG, and I said 2-0 to Tyloo, and they lost in 2-1 fashion. So what about this series? Hopefully my luck turns around. What are you thinking?
Honestly, prior to this map, Veto, thought this could very well be a 2-0 for XLG. Now that I've seen the map, Veto, I think this could even become a 2-0 for EDG. But I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a close series. I think this might be the first series I cast where we go to a map 3. I have not casted a single 3-mapper thus far, but I think this is gonna be a 2-1 for let's say XLG. I still go with XLG. What do you think?
I think I need to pull up stats to see what EDG's Lotus is like, because I haven't seen, or Split rather. Like, are they winning on splits? Is this something that's?
Yeah, they're positive. They won it twice this year, this stage so far, and lost once versus XLG.
To XLG, yeah, exactly. So maybe. Our Veto is Split followed by Breeze followed by, what's the decider again?
Haven. Yeah.
So Split is an XLG historical map. XLG coming into this with an advantage. EDG has lost on Haven as well. So basically, the only map that EDG could potentially, or at least historically, has beaten XLG on is Breeze. So 2-1 seems very likely, you know. It's like historic. They have to buck tradition quite dramatically if they want to be beating this XLG side. Like, they have to sort of fix their split issues and make sure they solidify their Breeze, because I think inconsistency and expectation has been a huge narrative, especially in CN. Teams being really rather inconsistent on the maps that they should be doing well, and then you get what I mean. So it's going to be.
So, but wait, does that mean did you make a prediction yet, or did you just like?
No, I'm waxing lyrical to buy myself time. Yeah, I'm trying to buy myself time. So
you're not gonna. Yeah.
I hope that both of these teams have fun. That's going to be my prediction. Oh, look, they made an X. Oh, look at that. Look at it's the XLG star.
That was an insane performance already. I mean, they had the walkout with the masks last time around. I mean, they are getting creative, but I mean, Beijing erupts as these two teams are entering the arena, heading towards the stage. Yes, they are both qualified for London already, but you cannot help but think this has to be an absolute banger, because these are undoubtedly the two strongest teams in the region right now.
Yeah, top 1, 2, and 3 respectively, potentially. Like, the people in the next game are 3 and 4 potentially. So, the old giants, the old kings versus the new kings currently is going to be a pretty interesting narrative going into this. I'm very curious what EDG is going to do in the walkout.
I mean, so far in this year, EDG are still looking for a win versus XLG, right? They faced them twice so far, once in the group stage and once in kickoff, and they lost both those matches. Can they finally beat them today? I mean, they could get a second chance in the grand final if they make it to the lower bracket, but Kangkong's already hyped up. This is so cool already. I love the energy from the two teams here coming into this game. I mean, you want to be the first seed of your region after stage 1. You want to get that direct ticket into playoffs in London, and winning today already puts you in a great position.
Yeah, you kind of want to be guaranteeing as long a run as physically possible for yourself, just by starting off hot. So, I think there's room for upset here. We spoke about the previous game, Thursday, or the last game on Thursday before the break, or Tuesday before the break. AG was not favored versus Tyloo at all. Tyloo had been basically smacking AG for the last 12 months, and then AG comes and actually makes an upset here. So EDG potentially room to make an upset in a more comfortable map pool, I would argue. Just in a bit of an uncomfortable Veto. So it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, we're heading into the player huddles, and that means the Asian select is gonna be up soon. I am actually interested and excited to see whether we do see an adaptation, because I could see maybe EDG changing up their composition. They were still running that former comp that everybody was running with the double duelist, the Neon Waylay. Last time around they faced XLG. They have adapted their comp on Split following the nerfs and changes to the meta. Is EDG willing to do that as well, or are they gonna stick with their comfort picks? What do you think?
I think when you get into playoffs, you don't really have much time for innovation, if I'm being honest. So, we'll have to see. I think double duel is still very viable. I think double initiators become more and more relevant as, well, obviously we're in the future in terms of patches, so we understand that like stuff like Neon is being, problematic things like Neon is being rectified and adjusted, and initiators and sentinels are coming into a bit more relevance coming in June. So I think there's room to be experimenting, right? We're in that, like I said, middle child weird space in terms of metas, and I think this is one that favors EDG a lot more because they think struggled a lot when Yoru was a meta because they couldn't adapt on the Yoru fast enough. But now that Yoru's gone, they can adapt. They can be leaning back on, you get to see those Kang jet picks. You get to see like a lot of his team playing into a lot more comfort versus being forced into a meta that dictated it. So,
yeah, you're absolutely right. And of course, I'm eating my words already because I just mixed up the two. Of course, I was talking about XLG maybe needing to adapt that team comp because they did not so far on Split. But yes, it was the jet that they picked up for EDG for Concon with Smoggy switching onto the race. So they stuck with the double duelist, but just swapped out the duelists entirely and put Gianni back on his flax roll so that Concon and Gianni could wreak havoc on Raze and Jet, and it worked out well so far versus DRG in the upper quarterfinals. But will it work as well versus the undefeated team so far, XLG, who are just, I mean, they're looking stronger and stronger with every series. It seems like being one of the first team that went 13-0 in their last series versus JDG. I don't think that's going to happen today, but let's look at the comms. It does seem like we do not see any changes from either side. XLG, but they do switch it up a bit. Do they? Yeah, they put the race in. Okay, the Waylay is out. Waylay is out finally for them. They stick with No Man on the Neon, but Raga is getting the race.
Yeah, the adjustment was the Waylay, I think. XLG used to be playing the Waylay. They were very heavy Waylay pulled, and so was EDG. So for them to be moving to double dive in either side, it's just the only difference is dive in the form of Jet Rays versus Neon Rays is going to be the big head-to-head. But we spoke about head-to-heads. We haven't really touched too much about it. But any head-to-heads you're excited for? Any like clashing of the titans that you think demand at least mention?
I mean, to be fair, we kind of course we have to talk about Kong Kong, right? And him facing off Raga on this occasion. I mean, two incredible duelist players. I'm gonna be excited to see how both teams are gonna be able to sort of unleash their respective duelists, give them the room they need to take over a game. But you also have to talk about players like Happyway at the moment, who's the backbone of XLG right now. He's having an incredible stage 1 performance so far, outshining a player like Chicho on the other side for EDG. But he did have a great series versus AG, so maybe that is something to look out for. The two Sentinels and the two Duelists coming in here. Certainly 10 incredible players on the server right now. And it is also a little switch up, I just realized, because it puts No Man back on the Neon again. He was previously on the Waylay, and that means it's his second Neon game ever here at XLG. The first one didn't go so well. Let's see whether he can pick up the pace here as we head into game 1.
And they're going to be walking into that A stack as well. Oh, there's the early jump spot. Zoma's going to get spotted immediately here, and it's an A pop.
Yeah, with that execute still happening, they might get surprised here by Raga, who's still hiding on site, gets 2 kills immediately. Noman from elbow as well. Successful. Spots the second player in heaven. Chichu good for a trade, but will it be enough as Genie slowly sneaks onto site, is able to get into that smoke. Is that a surprise here? Where's Raga? But he's just too clean. Holding that smalls. Chichu is known already. There's nowhere to go. No util left here. I don't think that's a 1v3 they can make possible here. As he spots out the last one, Lysor can just drop down, but he has the crossfire from Happyway now, and it's a clean pistol from XLG.
Yeah, and it just falls apart on the back of them actually coming out to side. Kang being so isolated from his team. I don't know. He dove onto side and just basically gave Raga that free kill. Obviously, the trade came slightly late, and they just flat out onto it. I think XLG was fortunate enough to have 3 people on this side of the map, so they were comfortable in just brawling. But EDG coming off to a bit of a slow start. Happyway actually contributing straight down the middle, and his opposing role partner Shichu is going to be something that I think we should be keeping an eye out for. How are these Vipers going to find impact?
Yeah, I mean, especially on defense's Viper can be super annoying here. They're both using the orbs in mid now. EDG can use it to advance towards screens, towards vents rather. Sort of prepping that A split. You have the lurk and tag still there from Chichu, but he will be spotted by a good Trailblazer.
All the way in vents. I think they're stuck for whatever reason. I think the Viper wall obscuring a lot of lines of sight here. XLG not fully convinced. Rog is going to spot a shoulder, but with no util, nobody's presence is pretty pedestrian. But it's going to be an A-pop, it looks like. They've scaled all the way to heaven.
We're seeing Leo on the other side, of course. Well, gives them the impression that this might actually be hit. So it's a bit of a surprise element they have here, but the weaponry just too strong for the side of XLG. Happyway should spot Chichu, but he does not look down. Leo is good for a 3K, though. Saving at least 3 guns here for the side of XLG for this upcoming bonus.
Yeah, Leo, one of the rookies as well, his rookie season here on XLG. Finding a lot of value, he struggled a bit in the early phases of the split to find as much initiator impact as possible, relying heavily on his guns. So for him to be staying this relevant, especially in such a big game, is bodes really well. We spoke about how CN is a very developmental focused region. I think we have the most rookies adopted this season than any other season. So Lobby's Leo, keep an eye on this kid.
And it'll be an interesting duel, of course, between the two IGLs as well. But ouch indeed. Kung showing what he's made of in this buy round for EDG, getting a clean opening versus Lysor. And no flex smokes for XLG now.
And it's always with the Kang getting these kills with how close he is to that 3K mark. Every single kill is sort of the beginning of the highlight reel, you know? You can literally compile a straight line from every single kill he gets this. Oh, just a bit of a mating ritual when the 2 Sky Dogs meet. The one asserts dominance and the other one leaves. But yeah, Kang getting each of these kills is going to be like a big thing. It's just straight highlight moments where you can even hear in the audience. Every single time he gets a kill, it's always...
Yeah, they're counting down already. I mean, how many kills does he have? 2? Okay, so it's like 61 remaining. I mean,
yeah, we're in 2,939 now.
Yeah. So. We might get there. I mean, it'd be quite the highlight reel if he makes 63 kills in 3 games. But I mean, if anyone could do it in China, it'd be him, and he gets another one. Leo down, B-side under attack now, and Happyway. Bit of trouble here, but he does win the duel. Where's Chichu? The flick is so good. Drops down out of the smoke, though. It's a bit too much to ask. Jenny is there for the immediate kill. Great TP there onto Rafters. Make it harder
no man with the flank
for XLG to really get in there. There is a good flank. Oh, the judge will be lethal in this occasion, but only a piss on the hands of Rarga. It's not going to do much. It is the first round for the side of EDG.
Yeah, but it's very expensive. They lost 3 rifles to convert that versus, what, a Marshal, a Judge, and a Ghost. So, pretty detrimental. I don't think it's the end of the world per se. EDG does tend to start off a bit slow and ramp up towards the end. So, in good stead, this kill by Happyway is impeccable. I think Chichu, in every other world, he should be getting that kill. But Happyway looks like he's turned on very early.
Yeah, I mean, he is in such a good form at the moment for XLG. Be it on attack or in defense, he always finds these openings. His aim is so clean, and we saw it there in full display once again. Operator in play already for Rarga now. And XLG, and he's fishing for a kill towards Rams. Misses the first shot, though. Uses the blast pick to maybe buy some time, but Chichu is just waiting for him to run into his crosshair. Clean first kill.
That opens up the entire site as well. Yeah, it's only Nomad, but he's going to get reinforced very quickly. Yeah.
我先去了。
He does have to buy time. He only has the judge. That's the perfect weapon to like, play around these close quarters. Beautiful shot from Kongkong once again. Happy Way is good for one, but Kongkong absolutely destroying XLG's side right now. Happy Way does get the better of him though. But Smoggy's judge is in a perfect position to stop his push here, and it's just Leo in a 1v3. I'd even think about just saving this gun, but he does go for the duel, loses it, and that's the equalizer. EDG back on track.
Yeah, EDG sort of has to fight their way into that, but that's on the back of Raga missing, what, multiple opportunities to find value with that operator. Posts up mid, doesn't find anything. He was full stunned as well. I don't know what stunned him, but yeah, he was full stunned and Chichu finds that. But Raga's struggling to find value. He posted up mid at the operator to try and cancel it, but gets smoked off and then tries to post up A main, but he's very late, so... The time is going to be called. It's a bit of an early flag pull, I think, no? To be calling a timeout at round 4.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it gets to show that Boya is not happy with how these two buy runs for EDG went. I mean, one of them was a bonus, and it didn't even look that bad, but he must have spotted something that worrying him early on here on this defense for XLG. And I feel like it has to do with how they defended Heaven so far, because they got that space fairly easy a couple of times now in these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, that's a big one as well, especially with how Heaven it just splits. Like splits is one of those maps where you just anchor B sites and hold for time, and then Heaven you basically play fast retake or fast hold into Heaven and like very, very fast flood. So I think they're struggling a bit on that aspect because they're losing all of Heaven, and then the site players are being isolated from absolutely every single aspect. So let's see if they make the adjustments. I think what I want to see more is more balanced stacks, so like 2-1-2, but I'm not against this. Heavy A main fight to try and dissuade any trespasses because you're on that eco.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, whatever they said in that time, but probably will be in full display in the following round. But this is a first kill once again for EDG. Just Eco using that wall to get a sneaky angle here for Kongkong. He's just waiting for Leo, daring him to peek, and the Outlaw. Absolutely the weapon you need in that situation. Trying to fight versus Chichina, but the weaponry is not good enough. The paranoia misses. It's a free second one for Chichu as well. And only Happy Way left alive.
Yeah, only has a sheriff as well, but I want to address what Chichu is doing. That's like very good movement actually. To actually find that first kill, stay as mobile as possible to track the neon. When you're comfortable, take the shot and then dodging the paranoia and finding value there. But yeah, Happy Way is in a really precarious spot, but he works his way out of it. One kill at a time, but Jenny's gonna find him, close up this round.
I mean, it was a bit dangerous. It was another 1v1 that he would have gotten there versus Jenny. If he gets that shot as well, all of a sudden he has a Vandal in his hand. And we know what Happy Way does with those. But clean rounds from EDG thus far. Mentioned it, Chichu just able to absorb a lot of pressure there as well. But this round right now is where it's at, where they need to finally convert again, and where we probably can see whatever they talked about in that timeout.
Yeah, it's gonna be the penultimate round because if they lose this one, their eco breaks once again. Kangkang now on the operator. Oh, he didn't shoot. He right clicked instead. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that could have been a kill versus Snowman. And again, he might have just gotten out of the way with that neon sprint. Using the nade early now to that corner. Is it judge in the hand of Noman? Yeah, I don't know if they probably did not spot it. They really want to face it. I mean, they kind of do expect something like that to be there, and Chichu wins the duel. He doesn't even flinch, and the showstopper on site is beautiful. Takes down Leo as well. Raga has to actually escape into screens. Is one good kill for Happy Way, but immediately traded. EDG are clinical right now.
Yeah, they've just completely blown open this A side, and they continue to punch holes as Chichu drops Raga and Lysol. On his own, once again, he's going to go for a flank, see if he can do a bit of damage control, but this round's all but done. Oh, no, I'm not going to say that, because stranger things have happened, but he is running out of time, though.
Yeah, I don't think... I mean, even going for a fight here is probably not worth it. In a row, putting XLG on the back foot once again.
And I think the thing to note is that Can dropped the operator, opted to pick up a rifle instead, knowing that he's going to be on the eco the next one. So he can just drop the Vandal to someone and then buy an Outlaw here. Doesn't need to opt into another full rifle buy. This kill here from Chichu is massive, right? You sort of index that judge is going to find any kind of value there in this close range fight, but doesn't find anything, just loses his head for free as Chichu gets 3 to close up the round.
Yeah, this A side seems to once again be a problem for them. So what do? They decide to just go for an eco 4-stack on B, but they're gonna run into the entire team of EDG as they push out the flash. It's good. It's a great overdrive and a good stun from Nomad. TP behind them already though. Jenny picks up to what? What was that? The drive-by from Nomad onto Jenny as well. It's a 4K and a 1v1 for Happyway. But Viper's Pit invested. Oh, this is so tough. This is so tough. Viper's Pit like opens up into multiple angles. He might actually have to drop it again, but he's looking for a CP. He has the perfect timing versus Happyway. Another round, a clutch for Chichu. But what an eco from XLG.
Yeah, that's a big eco for XLG, and I think the one thing that I want to address is right, we were very hot on XLG, right? Historically speaking, we're talking about how they've been putting in a lot better performances, a lot more favorable performances. But at least the last playoffs, at least the last, what I'd say 50 rounds, or the last 2 series has been very favored towards the team that has been historically down. So with that being said, the YouTube poll for in Project Horizon / YouTube is banks that people from XLG. XLG is going to walk away with this in more rounds, but EDG making a case to punish people for Gamba.
Yeah, I mean, so far it doesn't look like it. EDG in full control this first half so far. XLG with another buy round. Operator once again in the hands of Raga. We do have the Seekers and Showstopper potentially. Viper's Pit was not invested early on. Seekers now to spot out 3 players in mid. No reactive ultimate from Happyway now. Just gonna hold this angle once again. But he will be faced by 3 players of EDG if they dare to peek into him. Usually you don't see him miss these shots. But Kong picks up another one on his way to 3K. Moving into B Heaven immediately. Will be met by both Lysor and Nomad. But can they really do much here? Nomad goes for the fight. Has the support from Lysor, but they lose their individual duels. B side fallen once again. And this might be another save for XLG.
Yeah, punished once again is going to be XLG side. They're struggling so much on this defense, but if you're looking at Silver Linings and Silver Clouds, it is an attacker-sided comp. And the double dive doesn't really excel when it comes to defending because they lack the util to actually play for space contest. But XLG forced on another save. Is this another timeout angle? EDG is like pulling away, and it just gets worse, no?
Yeah, I mean, you would have to think that Boya is not happy at all. I mean, we have talked about how their A side looked a bit problematic. Now they've lost twice versus this B main push and a B split through mid. Usually Happyway looks a lot more secure in these situations. Jenny, okay, this go down. They can at least save the operator. That's the only positive that they can take away from this round.
Is the operator enough? I don't know if the operator is enough because you remember the previous round. I harken back to, was it 3 rounds ago when he had the operator the last time? Because of the default that EDG is doing, they're doing the top mid smoke and then contesting either through B mid into the mail or they're just straight up going through A. So the only difference here, a bit of an adjustment, is that Raga is posted up on this A side angle very, very early. But Viper was going to come through and actually, I think, cut him off of this fight entirely.
And it's an immediate showstopper. As a response to the aim shot, did not kill Kong. The shot goes wide as well. The dodge with the updraft. Kong's just dancing around XLG, and Smoggy puts him down. Janny with a great response. Raga doesn't even know what is going on. Used all his util, still doesn't pick up a kill. And this round already seems like there's nowhere to go for XLG. Really, do they want to go into this meat round? Is a great trailblazer, but the smoke fades. You do have to look for these close corners to fight with the judge. But it's a good kill from Lysor on the picked up operator. A flank from Happyway. Oh my god, he might have the perfect timing. Gets one only, but another kill through the smoke from Lysor. Makes this a 2v2. They want to go aggressive. Great paranoia. Lysor fishing for another kill. Has another smoke in hand. With the spike already on its way to B.
Yeah, but the Viper's going to be late. It's once again the mirror duel. We saw this before, Viper v Viper. Now it's Sky v Sky.
Leo has the perfect timing, but misses the shot. No way. The flash is good. Still gets the kill. He bought enough time, I believe. I don't think Chichu can really go for this anymore. The round goes to XLG. Finally, the fake TP will not matter. But what a chaotic round to pick up for them.
Impeccable recovery from XLG though, no? They sent the showstopper and whiffs, doesn't find Kang because he's in the air doing tricks, and they actually managed through, I think, 2 spam kills on the back of a dropped operator to find like control of that A main area.
Oh.
So
what is that dodge? It's insane. The dash to the left to dodge the ult, and then the updraft to dodge the operator shot. That's just insane mechanics from Kong once again. But it doesn't help. Lights are doing so much work together with Leo to recover that round. There's enough money still left. Yeah, they are still gonna try to heavily push onto this A side this time around. They're well prepared for it, though. The flash is too good. Raga doesn't see anything. So gets that 1 kill. Leo in there to help him out. And Happyway still lurking around that elbow with the judge to pick up the last one. XLG finally holding on to that A side.
They're actually managing to finally batten out the hatches. The lead isn't as big as it once was. I think they've come into their own a bit more in terms of fighting for that A main choke and A main in general, and I think that's finding dividends. They're not losing that guy in heaven anymore. So XLG definitely made an adjustment. A couple of rounds too late, but still on the precipice of a 6-6 half.
Yeah, I mean, that is actually somewhat surprising given how these couple rounds before that turned out. EDG, of course, could still use a timeout as well if they wanted to pick out another round on this attacking half, but might just save that for the second half. Once again, heavy advancement there in B main, a great position for No Man. You don't really want to run into if you're EDG.
And EDG's been a bit rattled here, making a big adjustment, playing a very slow default opposed to the more directional and more intentional hits they've been doing. So the clock is running down. They've been on the cusp of, running out of time a couple of times. So I think this is one that might actually occur where they might be pressured a bit more by time. But oh, the dog misses. The dog doesn't know that Chi-Chi's there.
That's crazy. And with that, and now they use the Seek as an A. Make this a sort of A fake. But no one's buying it just yet, as Raga is just anchoring onto A. It's still the B stack. Great call from Leo to just stay here, but Kong still wins the duel. Dodges Happyway once again. And it's another one
It's a TP.
for A, and with that, the exit completely open. Great rotation. The plant is good, but Happyway does pick up Kong.
And what is it? 4v2? It's once again very dire, but nobody's 1 HP here. Gonna be playing Vents, very passive, very safe to contest the A Heaven retake. Happyway and Lysol have a mountain of effort that's required here if they want to make this competitive.
Yeah, no real util at their disposal either. No smoke ready, no paranoia, no snake bite to clear any of these angles. And Spike's ticking away already. I don't think they do have the time even to really stop this advance. And Jenny and nobody won't even give him a chance. It is another one. The halftime lead secured for EDG.
And the YouTube bets are currently in shambles, right? Everyone expected XLG rather to be leading by halftime, but I think as we get into like the last round of this halftime break, we spoke about how this is a very attacker-sided thing, a very attacker-sided map, and double duel is a lot better on the flip side. I think it's going to be interesting to see has XLG sort of downloaded the blueprint for what EDG is going to do when their defensive time comes.
Yeah, I mean, XLG have an incredible win rate on split, on attack. So 5 rounds might just be more than enough for them to run away with this map in second half. But I mean, they'd love to at least put them best possible position here. Lysor a bit late on the smoke. The paranoia is good though. The snakebite as well to support him. 2 players on site. They're already Smoggy and Conker, but they go down in the crossfire. And Lysor through the smoke sees the last one. An incredible hold on the B side to make this a 5-7 half.
Yeah, a bit of a really late recovery from XLG, but a recovery nonetheless, as the EDG side took off running in the beginning, but we speak about going into the next half, right? We speak about our heroes, we speak about our head-to-head. I think people that have been outstanding, at least this first map, have been Happyway. I think Happyway has been standing to attention, and Drog has been struggling on the inverse side of things. On EDG's side, it's the similar situation, right? The Sentinels and Chichu standing on business, making things as competitive as possible, and Kankang struggling to, or Kankang being a bit more relevant than Rog, and I think just that head-to-head, the Sentinels and the Duelist head-to-heads are the reason why EDG is so far ahead. Or not so far ahead, but in the lead currently.
Yeah, honestly, if this whole first half feels like a lot more EDG favored than the actual result would give way, right? Because it's only a 7-5 lead, but it felt like EDG played so much better throughout most of these rounds. But in the end, 2 rounds might not be enough to really secure this map pick from XLG. As I said, I think it's an 80% win rate for XLG on attack. That would be enough to run away with that in the second half. But of course, EDG will still have a chance to respond to that. So far, it does seem like they have definitely sort of fixed some of their problems that they previously had versus XLG on split in their matchup in the group stage.
I think the big thing if we're mirroring to the group stage encounter, when the last time these teams played, the inverse happened, where XLG had a stronger defense side. When they were playing their Waylay Raze comp, they were 8-4 at defense, right? So inversely, now they're on the back foot currently, and having to do a lot more heavy lifting if they're trying to get across. But they have the best pistol win rate in the league, so let's see if they can deadlift this a bit, try to close this gap a bit more, and mount a comeback. But the flash is going to come through and blind out Happyway. Our hero is going to be eviscerated by nobody, as the B main pop is on the offing as a response from that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good reaction from XLG to just swarm the B side, as they know that it's only going to be Chichu here, but he, most importantly, just makes way, waits for the rest of his team to rotate, so they do have this numbers advantage in the retake. Can XLG hold these close corners and use them to find an early kill here? The flash onto side Leo. Let's have a flash of his own. It's a good one, and Noman is good for 2. The pop out of B main. It's 2 more kills, but Kong is unstoppable at the moment. It's just Lysor versus the world, but he gets the first one, and Kankang's already low. The fadeaway into the smoke, and the controller of XLG secures another clutch for XLG.
Yeah, two big clutches, right? The one round in the A main fight, and now the pistol to start it. Ensures that XLG's very pristine pistol win rate stays intact, as EDG mounted a lot more resistance this time around opposed to their first pistol, but unfortunately don't get the better of it, as Lysor, like you said, with the fadeaway, sees a leg and finds that right click.
It's just, yeah, it was like a pixel of that lag there that he spotted, but he reacts perfectly. In such an important round. I mean, also given the fact that they won the previous pistol and the follow-up as well, that just puts into perspective how tough this first half was for them, with only picking up 3 additional rounds after that. But that once again putting them in a good position to equalize this versus this eco.
And if we harken back to the first half, by second rifle, the score was 4-4. So XLG definitely guaranteed one more round if the trend holds true, and EDG potentially looking to make this 7-9 if trends hold. But XLG playing a bit slower of a default. I think a bit more structured in the way they're developing their early rounds here. Playing for a very A main heavy hold anti-eco and playing for late B pop. But the side of EDG is aware of it. Look at the rotates.
Yeah, that's what we've seen from XLG quite a bit in these last couple of weeks, where they always like try to spot the side that's weakest for their opponent. And there is one answered kill. Oh, Happy Way is not checked, but Leo still gets the kill. Impossible. The classic is not good for a kill. There are 3 guns secured. Should be still quite a comfortable bonus round for XLG.
Oh no, not nobody, bro. Anybody but nobody. Oh, it's unfortunate. If he could have at least grabbed a bulldog from Happy Way if he plays cards right. I think he gets traded regardless.
Yeah.
It is a pretty it is like a sinking ship situation there, but XLG, they get their second round on the board, but it's first rifle for the EDG side. I think they converted the last rifle they played. Yeah, they converted. So round 3 on the previous one, EDG mounted their first bit of resistance. So is EDG going to make an adjustment here? They have a very split A side. Oh, and the judge is here. The Smog didn't find value with this judge.
Oh, he has to go like forward because the stun was beautiful from No Man. And with that, he just runs into multiple crosshairs. Being built that early. And also a lot of damage on towards Kong opens up this bonus round for XLG quite a bit. They do go for another push and pull there. Rotating over towards B, but that's a great position from Nobody. If they ever start running here, he can give away so much information.
Yeah, and I think it's on the back of understanding that they're playing this very, very slow default. I think his spider sense are tingling. He knows something is happening. He knows the timing just makes sense.
But they're not making any sound. That's so smart from XLG as well, to expect someone to be close by that could call this rotation. However, with all that time that has passed, the rotation is already happening. And Nobody almost had the timing, but they were still checking for him. Chicho also with this body sense, he picks up another kill, and all of a sudden everyone is ready on this B side for the push of XLG. Lysor in a 1v2. They might just pop into the smoke. No, they do give him the time to plan. Can he get out with the TP? He does. Gets another angle. Chichu on rafters. Should be ready for this kill, though. He does pick it up. 3K for him. It was a close one, but in the end, the EDG pick up the pieces.
Yeah, one more. So rifle round, right? I love stats. Stats are so good when they're correlators. EDG losing the first round, their anti-eco and their pistol, but finding the first rifle, leading towards potentially winning their second rifle. But this is I think in a similar fashion as well. This mirrors the first half where XLG dropped 3 guns just to lose it, and then EDG just took off running from there. So in terms of strength of buy, almost full shields on across everybody except for Raga. Raga's relegated to light shields, but there are 2 judges, so maybe that's going to be a bit of a problem here for XLG. They're duelists in very shotgun vulnerable state here.
I mean, so far they made a good effort in trying to spot these judges early on. There's one on towards Rams last round that they took out immediately. This time around, Jenny isn't that close quarter spot there in B main. The second judge being up in B heaven. So A side, maybe a bit more easier to clear there for the side of XLG.
XLG playing a very, very belabored round. All of their rounds on this attack side have been very, very structured, no contact into the early bot, but then they speed up towards the middle as Kanke's going to find another one. Adds their tally close to 3k. Lysol's going to trade him out immediately.
And they do have the heal as well. Bring him up to full health. Nobody with the judge under rafters. The on this B side is super dangerous.
No.
Oh no! But Smoggy is found out, and with that the rotation over towards B is available for them. Good adaptation from Chicha though. Immediately holds that angle towards heaven. Can Happyway win this duel? They want to go for the double swing. Not really. As Leo is just walking past with the spike. Couple shots traded there. But also Chicha back to 100.
It's a 4v3. XLG in a favorable position. Yeah. Happyway does need to find this kill if this retake's going to be made a lot more difficult for EDG. But he's just going to be patiently waiting in a ramp. He knows that EDG has to play into this, and EDG is just going to disengage from this entirely as XLG ties up the scoreboard once again.
Interesting choice here from EDG, but they do give this one over, deciding to rather have another go at this. They do have the knives for Kangkang available as well, so there's definitely going to be another buy for them. But with that, XLG equalized the scoreline, breaking the trend of this first half that you were talking about.
Yeah, and I think it's also done in a very decisive fashion, right? It's on the back of, admittedly, a very, how do you say, eclectic miss. A very uncharacteristic miss. Kankan finds his first one in mid, and he has, I think it's Ginny? Yeah, he had all 3 people lined up. He even shot first and crouched first and just couldn't find any kind of damage into that. But XLG playing these very slow rounds, and I think they're punishing EDG summarily for it because EDG is trying to be very proactive and reactive, but XLG is just taking their time and ticking off the boxes as they go through and clear space.
Yes. Such a great look from XLG, actually. To see them like running circles around EDG, always trying to bait them out somewhere. Always aware of a potential flank, of a potential backstep as well. Really good job there from Leo and coaching staff so far.
Are they talking through this? I guess they know that the slow play is happening, so they kind of want to be clearing off that 40-second timer.
Yeah, with that dog use, they immediately flood the site. They will be met by 4 players from EDG, though. Raga gets rid of nobody, though. The overdrive is pulled. Kangkang with the knives can stop it. Has to escape, though. Will survive these paint shells. Only 25 HP. No way for him to regain any life, but his knives are deadly. Once again, it's another great kill, and Smoggy from heaven
Smoggy
picks up the double. The 2 duelists for EDG do it all.
We were watching Kang that entire time. Meanwhile, Smoggy's just doing work. He's just doing work in heaven, finding 3 of those kills onto that front side on transitory spaces. XLG, I don't even think it's fallen apart when it came to that post plant. I think EDG just stole that from them. Yeah, this right click finding the planter, swapping to the judge, finding that kill, and swinging through on the high-low is Smoggy and Kang finding that kill, finding that 3v2 win.
Yeah, this one was hurt for XLG. It should have been theirs. And now
Eco's fragile as well.
Yeah. The operator picked up as well now from Kangkang as he was saving that money with the knives in the last round. Will include another element that they have to watch out for. They're gonna scout out mid once again. Oh, the timing! Oh, versus Happyway. Showstopper pulled immediately. Will it go towards Happyway, though? Yes, it does. Clean kill picked up there. Gianni's good for 2. The spam picks up both of them. Smoggy falls. It's still a 2v3, but once again, a disadvantage early on for XLG.
Kang's all around B. He's going to be a bit late, but Lysor does have the ulti. Can actually make something done. If the third person shows, then he can just TP onto the other side because they do have heaven control, but it looks like they're going to index to an Apex here.
Yeah, but Gianni's just too clean, and the timing on the push out of the smoke from Chichu is well executed. It is another one, double digits now for EDG. You were already talking about how their economy is quite fragile. This should be an eco. And I kind of do expect the second and last timeout from XLG to come into fruition now. And there it is. Voya not looking happy, to say the least.
I think what's really cool about what EDG is doing is we spoke about how XLG wants to play a very slow and belabored game, right? But EDG wants to be proactive. So in a situation like that previous round, if I'm using it as an experiment or thought experiment, they have 2 people on A. They have Smoggy and they have Jenny, right? After that kill, after the A main kill, after nobody drops or the sky drops in A main, they instantly raise ulti into A main to refight for that space, assuming it's more than one person. And then as a result of that, then they all just look towards heaven to crunch anybody that's coming out from the mid split. So EDG finding ways to be very proactive and actually playing the map to their advantage, and XLG struggling a bit, but it's also getting quite predictable, right? But I'll walk you through one of the next rounds, but the big thing to look for is how they're using their double duelists, especially for explosive early round hits, and why they're playing really, really slow, right? So that's a very cute drawing. I got distracted. Oh, ooh, shiny. But anyway, so when we get into map, you'll actually see what XLG is doing is they're setting up in like very, very wide. They have multiple side, one group on the other side, and then one group on the left side, one group on the right side. This is the first time that they made an adjustment, right? Normally they put both duelists on separate sides of the map, but this is the first time they're going straight for an A split. They're sending in our Neon first to try and contest through into this heaven space, and then Ray's just going to be following up with the case.
And it is an eco only Happyway with the Hero Vandal does have the Viper Spin, so if they actually get the site, they might be able to use that one. Raga able to trade, but the kill's already picked up for EDG. Chichu with the classic, good for another one. The 3K secured. It's just Lysor. And the spike in heaven, he does have the From the Shadows available. Does get the operator as well, but not really the weapon to get a 1v3. Especially with the position the spike is in right now.
I think he wanted the ulti as well. But then he picked up an operator and realized it wasn't really... There's no real play with picking up the ulti and then spike with the operator.
Yeah. I mean, he has to clear so many angles. He's using the TP now, but that was spotted, I believe. It's called by the flash. No way to go, really. Wait, he does get the spike. That could have been a close one, but Smoggy all of a sudden shows up with the judge in hand right in front of him. And the operator shot goes wide. It is the 11th round for EDG, but that was the eco. This one is where it matters now for XLG.
But running out of opportunities to make mistakes here is XLG. They're currently, back against the wall? 2 more opportunities for XLG to... or 2 more mistakes, basically, from EDG before XLG is relevant once again. Running out of timeouts entirely, but... Yeah, look, they're doing it again. Both the duelists are completely separated. This is the first time where they're going to try and link up through mid based off of their previous success.
There is a lot of space given away from EDG in mid. They can use. Vent's already secured for XLG. They do have the double setup here, though, on ramps. It's just Happyway. Lurkin still has not been spotted. Very passively, Spike will go towards it, but once again, it's a triple A heaven defense that they're running into.
Oh, and they're clearing up B main at the exact same time. They know it's A. Oh, you're gonna see Chi-Chi turn around pretty soon because I think they're fairly certain that it's an A hit.
Yeah, there it is. Movement. All that. There comes the showstopper from Rarga, but sight is clear, so no real value gained from that. As Heaven is still under control, it will all come down to No Man. Can he find this duel? Can he find this pick versus Chichu? Oh, Chichu gives away his position. No Man still not in this fight at all. A spike is planted, but he's spotted now and has to actually take the long way around through Suez. I don't know. They will just still check it. It's a great Viper split in towards screens to sort of keep Janny out. But the rest of his team already looking for this retake. No ultimates really available for them. And it's a great position once again from Raga. Picks up two. The Viper spit deadly as well. Happyway does not give away any space. It's a full house between Raga and the Viper. And a great round from XLG.
Yeah, and I think they sort of escalate the amount of force and pressure needed. Obviously, you're running out of rounds to be holding onto that Viper spit, so just throwing it in there makes all the difference. Is they contest all of CT. The flood doesn't come as far as they would like to from EDG, as XLG closes this round in convincing fashion, and No Man is there to watch the kill ceremony at the end. But once again, I think they're leaning towards this really strong mid default that they have going on from XLG.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it works. I mean, they put the operator in here now, sort of stop it. And I mean, if anyone is going for a peek out of a smoke like that, then it's Kong Kong. But this time around, he does not do so. Has no support whatsoever to really make that work. But he just waits for the smoke to fade, and he even gets out his Whippy ready there with the shorty. Oh my god, no one's gonna face him. He does get out. 2 kills picked up, 1 in A main as well as they try to hit the B side. Janny on that off angle. Ready for No Man though. As the rest of the team just falls to his side. EDG with the flawless to go for map point.
Why would he? That's a head scratcher. Why would he? Okay, so I get the idea. So they smoke off top mid. They get all of male control, right? They're going for the B pop, but then the smoke drops, and then Leo swings into vents to clear out the left side of vents. When in reality, he could just hold it from heaven. So a bit of a head scratcher as EDG on match point. XLG struggling to find as much value on their map pick of all things.
Yeah, also, Eco broken once again. 2 pistols there. Janny dodges the stun. Not gonna need to fight anytime soon. Picks up 2 more clean shots. It's just Leo versus the world. EDG all but securing this round. 13-9. The map pick of XLG goes over to EDG as they start with an absolute banger of split. And I am honest with you, I did not expect this to go their way.
We did speak about the potentiality of a 2-1 scoreline. I don't know how it's going to manifest, but if that's the way it's going to manifest, that makes sense, right? XLG struggling to find as much defensive value as they did in their previous head-to-head back in group stages, and are getting punished summarily because of it. And EDG is one of those teams that has been under the lights for quite a while. They've done the deep runs, they have the experience, they've been sort of cultivated by the Flames. So for them to be bucking this trend potentially, this year-long drought of wins against XLG is looking promising on the back of their split, and they're going to go on to their 87% win rate breeze next.
Yeah, that is certainly scary for XLG. This could very well be a quick one for EDG to secure their spot in the grand final, but in a dominating fashion. Great adaptation from them on split compared to the last time they were facing XLG in group stage. And I mean, one that we saw or are seeing right here, Chichu, he had an incredible map, certainly standing out versus his counterpart Happyway, who we were talking about how how well he's playing in this stage so far. But in this Viper duel, Chichu got the better of him multiple times. But let's listen in on how it. Oh, it's not no team comms time yet. I got baited by I got baited by our producer, guys. Okay, let's listen in.
为什么王思俊你不做3号位啊？
因为那是郭晓东做的呀。这个我们都做了好久了。我想挨着你。又放出去了。
说实话，
真的假的？
我打不了，
肯定要放的。你说这种话，绝对要放出去。
我做不到了，
你做不到了。我是御前侍卫。
锦衣卫。
击掌！
走！
对，冰头牛，
来直架！
我架来要保的啊
！2楼是我的，整个2楼都是我的。中路一个 A 点空了，中路一个，B 通一个。
2楼包，你来下包，哦，你有大。
这个不知道。冲！我白到他了。OK。
玩下 T 法，你架 T 法吗？这张，我就架 CT。
你架他过不来是吧？对，过不来。刚刚我放了。
行政生成。
他刚在哪儿啊
？B 2楼。
1、2楼。
对。
架。
好。
哎呀，我看了眼地图。
nice。
Chichu's going to be our man of the match. I think we did speak about this. We alluded to it slightly. Obviously, it was slightly overshadowed by the fact that our duelist, our prime duelist, the linchpin of CN as a whole is currently on 3k or on the epitome of 3k kills. But they head-to-head on the Sentinel front. Chichu versus Happyway, and Chichu comes out on top.
Yeah, and he found so many great openings also. In these 1v1 duels. I mean, he got the better end versus Happyway a couple times, and that is, I mean, I don't know if that's something to be worried about already, because Happyway still, I think, was top fragger for the side of XLG, and it speaks volumes when you have to say that was probably a bad game from Happyway, and he's still top fragging for his team. But Chichu with an amazing performance on the Viper, always finding these timings, great lurks on attack, and an impeccable defense as well. So yeah, definitely a deserved MVP here. But Gianni as well, I mean, already on the 20 kills as well. Concom working towards the 3k, you said it. I mean, both both duelists had their moments as well, but Gianni also with some incredible moments there on the Omen, especially on defense.
And I think it speaks a lot about how close this game was, or at least how it was a game of just shutting down the attacking team, shutting down the double duel, that the ace for XLG was also their Sentinel. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's a bit of a mismatch here in terms of like legacy, in the sense that Chichu is someone who, similar to like Nats from Team Liquid, is writing the Viper playbook, you know? I think Chichu has been playing Viper for so long, so him being on the top, especially in like a big game moment, is a hell of an achievement. And it's going to be, EDG's going to need all of these edges, right? From legacy, from confidence, from just general momentum. They're going to need absolutely everything if they're looking to buck the trend. But Jenny, the new kid on the block, coming in, off of that double duel context, is finding a lot of value on that Omen. And I think if you took off the nameplates and you just looked at it, he's doing his job. He's putting in the work.
Yeah, I mean, Jenny with an incredible stage so far as well. I mean, his development into such a great flex player for EDG, brings so much value. Also opens up more flexibility for a player like Kong to be put on whatever duelist he wants to play. So it's a great start for EDG. I'm excited. I'm a bit worried for XLG now, to be honest. I was hyped up for a 3-mapper here, but Breeze, a map that EDG has played so well thus far in 2026, I am scared for XLG. But can they fight back? Can they find the bit of a break here into EDG's map pick? We will find out after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Take some water and we'll be right back.
Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Welcome back, everyone, to map 2 of EDG versus XLG in the upper finals. Both master slots all but secured, and we're basically playing for seeding at this point. Is EDG taking XLG's map pick on split, and it gets worse for XLG. They're going into an 87% win rate breeze on EDG's side. If you guys weren't watching the main broadcast, there was a dance troupe from XLG. The mascot was casting spells to try and get XLG back into this game, but how do you feel about it? The prediction was 2-1 in favor of XLG in the beginning, and now the 1 for EDG has started. So do you feel like an XLG comeback is on the horizon here?
I mean,
Project Horizon, some might say.
Bang.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. That's
yeah.
my time.
Yeah, 1 point for you. But now I'm honestly scared, because I did say that there was a potential for a 2-0 for EDG given this map veto if they are able to fix their split and take down XLG, and they just did that. Because I was worried for XLG on Breeze, and I did like prior to during my prep for this series, I was like, okay, EDG have to pick Breeze here. I think their first pick has to pick Breeze to even have a chance in this series. But now that they won XLG's map pick, this is wide open for them. I mean, if they secure Breeze, and they showed an insanely strong Breeze thus far, rocking the harbor. So I do expect that to come up again. Yes, it is Smoggy. on the harbor with the Viper on Chichu. So no changes in the composition for EDG. Why would they? And it's also, it does look like, yes, there is a change actually. They did swap the duelists, dropping the Neon and picking up, dropping the Jet rather, and picking up the Neon for Raga.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shift in terms of identity. Playing this is pretty standard if it's not sort of predated. The double initiator with the Neon is a more recent adaptation of the double initiator plus the Jet on XLG side, and the Harbor is a new addition. This is post rework Harbor. There's arguments about whether he's in a stronger or weaker state than where he was before, but in EDG's hands, 87% win rate says that Harbor is arguably the most better way to be playing this, at least in CN. So it's gonna be a game and a half, I think. How do they bypass that double? How do they bypass that second smoke with the double initiator is going to be one question that can be asked. And then secondly, how are they going to be navigating this new mid transitory period, right? With the fact that A main has been reduced to one lane and mid has been adjusted entirely to connect into A main directly. How are XLG going to navigate that? But that's speculation for when we get onto server. I think there are a bit of red flags and alarm bells to be or signaled if you're an XLG fan, because they've played it twice. They've played Breeze twice. This is not. They have had some exploration into it. Playing against Trace Esports and Titan Esports, and they lost against Trace and they won against Titan. But the game where they won against Titan is when they were playing the Jet variation of this comp. So they are going back on old habits. They are literally going back to old habits, and they were playing a chamber in the previous iteration. So. Have they done enough, padding and concreting and patchwork to fix their Breeze?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if I like this Neon pickup at all. I do prefer the Jet over the Neon on Breeze, but I mean, I trust Raga with any agent that he's using to wreak havoc in the enemy lines. And it does look like they are prepping for an A split here. Using that smoke, but the wall comes out immediately. Raga on site already, though. Already found his duel. Versus Kong Kong. The stun goes wide. They do need to check this corner, and Raga picks up the second one. Great start for the duelist of XLG.
Smoggy is alone backside, but going to be quickly reinforced. That high side is going to be dropping immediately. Happy way on mid, but he's only going to find relevance later on first contact here.
Still wait for the Veto to recharge there. Oh, Chichu is already super low as well. He does pick up the kill though. Is immediately traded. Nobody is there, but Smoggy finds a good shot, but the crossfire is too good from XLG. In the end, the numbers advantage that they pick up early enough to secure the round.
That's a very pacey hit from XLG. I think things to look at in terms of a micro sense is that Omen smoke that they're throwing towards the connector, going towards CT, that sees straight through CT from B lane. They're throwing that smoke to allow Raga to just get all that space. And you saw the previous round, Smoggy was trying to put the wall up to dissuade them from even getting to front sight, but because of that smoke, he had the timing all wrong and Raga bypassed entirely. So their mid hit looks like it's pretty strong if they play it through there, just because on the back of that single smoke.
Great early showing from XLG's attack as they, for a default here, expecting some aggression from EDG, but no one shows up for them as they are gambling on the 4-stack on A.
And XLG back to their very signature style of playing very, very slow into this. I don't know if that's the way you want to be going about this approach, due to the simple fact that you're expecting a very proactive look from EDG's defense, but the only thing that they needed to fix was just stopping you from getting to side in the first place. So I don't think they're going to be super proactive. Oh, they're not going to be here at all as well. It's pretty... Yeah, it's pretty cut and dry. It's in the stars at this point.
Yeah, I mean it was a gamble. It was a good read from XLG as well. Waiting long enough and spotting nothing with the owl drone there from nobody. Giving them a free B side, and this should just be executes on the spike, maybe going for a couple exit frags if XLG is handed to them. But especially with that lurk still in effect from Happyway, I don't think we're going to see any action in these next couple seconds.
Yeah, Spike's gonna get 5 kills to the tally. Inching closer to that 3,000 that Kang wants. Kang's gonna drop. Speak of the devil is Rogger's gonna find the marshal kill. They're gonna go hunting. Yeah, Leo's gonna try and optimize and get some kills here, but I think he's gonna get right.
Yeah, he's just trying to get a couple more old orbs in as Lysor is wrapping around. He does go down in the end. Ooh, Leo gets 2 more though. Okay, working towards that Hunter's Fury. 3 orbs needed, if I saw that correctly.
Yeah. To
get an early Hunter's Fury. Definitely gain some value there for the side of XLG.
It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be if you want to optimize it right with the server, with 3 off of ulti, right? That means on our bonus round, the play should be just farm as much ultis, or at least all plants killed. That's like the perfect win cons, and you have an ulti on round 5 or on round 4 basically. So, but they're going to rifles. Kang's on the Guardian, invested a bit more. Wasn't managing his money as well as he wanted to, and has to sacrifice a buy here. But he's playing B, so it makes sense.
Yeah, and I mean, you can probably hand Kang any gun, and he's gonna make it work somehow. Also, playing from that elevated position, so it's a sneaky angle. It's holding towards tunnel at the moment. But once again, it's a very slow approach. You mentioned it for XLG. They dodged the drone in mid and seem to be prepping for this A hit after the smoke fades.
Happy with the Vandal. Trying to aggro a fight onto this B side. I think the big thing is timing, right? He wants to basically get a kill off of this Dart's landing.
Yeah, the Dart is there. It's a great flash as well. The Storm Surge used to sort of stop XLGs at once. It's a great reveal. Rarga has nowhere to go, but Happyway picks up the kill versus Kang on B side. With that, it's wide open. 27 seconds left. It should be enough for a rotation. Can Chichu catch them off guard? There's a smoke in mid, so I don't think so. How much damage, how much time rather, can Happyway buy for his team there? It's gonna be close. Is there any util in the pockets of EDG to stop this plan? It doesn't look like it, no. And even Chichu almost going down there. There's a flank, but a great coverage from Smoggy. Picks up the kill versus Lysor. Nobody there for the trade versus Happyway. Makes us a 3v2 still for EDG as Leo's wrapping around mid. Does he get a timing versus Smoggy? This could be so close. Doesn't check him yet. He is looking for it, but he doesn't get the kill. 2v2. Hunter's Fury now. Ready for Leo. Install some more time. It's great movement from Chichu to find No Man. And with that, I don't think Leo has the time. A huge snake bite from Chichu to stop him from peeking. And the spike diffuse kill secured for Chichu.
That is insane. I don't know if you saw what happened. There was a Harbor Cove on the spike. So that means that before Smoggy died there, he threw the cove onto Spike and it just sat there the entire time. Like that's insane. Yeah. Like that's why the scan from the B main thing didn't actually catch because of that cove. So really well played. I think this is the sort of quality you expect from a almost 90% win rate on a certain map. After drilling it, that's the sort of micro plays that you want to be going for. But XLG, I think playing slow is gonna cause a bit of problems, especially as these rounds develop. Smoggy with the judge playing very danger close. They're aware of it, spamming through. But Chekhov's gun. What's the high low on Smoggy getting a kill here?
I mean, the dart was past him. They were spotted by the knife previously, but Chichu not finding that kill. Give up the position. Happyway going for another duel versus Kang. Two incredible players, but Kang now has the support of Chichu, and Happyway is on his own. This should be a kill. They get a great flash even, but he manages to get out. Nonetheless, the snake bite will be good, though, and the spam from Kong is enough. The advance into A main could be their demise, though, as nobody's already waiting for them. The crossfire from EDG, too good. Lysor is able to pick up that spike and get out. But Kong holding strong in mid, still 3K for him. And the equalizer for EDG.
That's a crazy piece of like interaction from the EDG defense, right? The flash through double doors to flash the person off the angle, the Viper with the reclear. You have the A main hold with the judge playing close and the rifle behind. It's honestly textbook from this EDG side. I think that was an eco as well. Or was that a rifle buy?
It was a rifle
buy. It must have been a rifle buy. So then what history repeats itself. The cycle of death is cyclical. 2-2 half. XLG wins pistol. EDG wins the double, and then also is on third rifle or ecos when the XLG flag is being pulled here. But why do you think the flag's being pulled? I guess you sort of got outplayed in every single layer of the game that round, so it does kind of make sense.
Yeah. I mean, that mid protocol basically that they used off of that contact of Chichu was and Kong was absolutely excellent. I mean, they took out Happy Way in such a convincing fashion, and then we're also ready for the A main fight. So a lot of things to consider now for XLG. And yes, it is a very early timeout. I mean, 4 rounds on split, 4 rounds on Breeze. It didn't really work out for them on split. They took quite a while till they finally adapted to that first half. Can they do it quicker off of this timeout? I mean, it is an eco once again for XLG.
And Kang with the outlaw posting up mid. He's going to be a bit late, I think, in terms of getting value into the main area. That scan just shuts down nobody, but he doesn't know how many people. He knows at least 2, maybe 3 now with the orb being tapped.
The Reckoning, though, invested immediately. Where does this go? Stops it right as they cross it, and the dart is destroyed. And Kong from double doors already there for the first kill. They all fall to the crossfire. Spike is dropped in A main. Still, Happy Way does pick up another one. But Chichu there for an immediate trade, and that round is over before they even step foot on this A side.
Yeah, that reckoning was actually quite impeccable, right? The reckoning shut down that hit entirely on the back of. So the drone oftentimes with Leon indicates like a hit, right? Off of that first scan or close being cleared. The minute that drone gets a level of critical or execute space, then the pop just happens. But that reckoning, off of timing of that drone going out, Neon tries to speed up, gets reckoning pushed all the way back, and the entire team displaces. So very well done from Smoggy. This harbor mastery is definitely showing this map.
It's what you would expect from a player like Smoggy on EDG. He's one of the best controllers in the league. This harbor pick has been working out very well for them. Another slow start for XLG in this next buy round as they put a lot more attention towards this mid control though this time around.
In the typical XLG, very, very slow round at the isolated duelist. Raga looking for some kind of hero play into mid, forced to double back and reaggress. Oh, Smoggy's going to take contact soon. Eyes on Smoggy, yeah.
There's a fake from the shadows, though, for XLG. So, a couple players now facing their backs. Expecting a bit of a flank there from Lysor, but none of it will be had. Once again, they go for this split on A, using the Omen smoke at orange to get access onto side. It will be a 5v5 retake. There is a Hunter's Fury to delay the spike plant, and nobody gets a good tag on the Raga, but he manages to just step away. Clean kill, though, from Jenny onto Lysor. But that somewhere smokes are down. Spike still has not been planted. Will be planted now, but can they actually get into a good post-plant position? The timing on Leo is good, and Happy Way picking up another kill, but Kong on the knives just has to wait. for his teammate to defuse. No way that Leo is gonna stop this. Spike defused, and EDG extending the lead here. Looking dominant as always.
And I think the big thing to note is this is the second round this entire half, with these, especially on this Breeze map where Leo's been forced to do above and beyond. I recall back to when Leo's B-elbow popping the Hunter's Fury and his anchor dies, and now Leo has to swing through the Viper wall to try and find value. So XLG's a bit of a disconnect here. Both initiators trying to make something happen as a result of how scuppered some of their hits are.
This Viper ball actually has been very crucial for them in these retakes. Ooh, the Viper's Pit invested early here for EDG. Chichu picks up a quick kill, and Kunken just running and gunning through the pit. XLG just catching stray bullets left and right, and Happy Wade has nowhere to go. A flawless round for EDG. 5-2 lead. Their defense once again looking impenetrable.
Yeah, Longer gets full vulnerable as he comes through that, and Viper's Pit and Decay. There's no world for him. Yeah, the A-main fight, just we speak about how their hits are just being scuppered and capitulating before they can even develop. This is a similar scoreline though. I wouldn't single the flares too soon, as 5-2 was also the first half scoreline before XLG mounted their comeback.
It's another eco now for XLG. A worrisome trend here for XLG, in a great shock dart. Doing some damage onto Leo. They did pick up that orb. Didn't quite catch. But went through. Maybe it was Happy Way that they did give the Viper's Pit to, but Kong Kong is already clearing a lot of space and calls some of these rotations. So they do hit the B side. Varga gets through. Tanks some damage for it though. Are they gonna use that Viper's Pit now? Maybe get it done, but the kills come through for EDG once again before the spike is even planted. They want to fight for this back side, but EDG is just holding the crossfire. Another flawless. They're not giving up any space versus XLG.
That is really, really well done. Oh, that is really well done. They have the Viper player playing wall. They have the KO player playing like the top of the ladder. And then the flash comes through to force the fight into ladder. Meanwhile, the Viper is swinging out of the smoke to find front sight, right? That's just the end of that round. The beginning of that round walks with Kang walking down mid at the same time as nobody's clearing through A main. So XLG's or EDG's being super proactive about how they're re-clearing this map.
Yeah, honestly, it's such a great showing from them. XLG is still looking for answers. Another great flash. It's Smoggy who goes for the peak. That's a proactive harbor play if I've ever seen one. You'd expect Kong in a position like that, but the slide from Rog is good. Jenny there for the trade, though. They always have each other's backs. But Lysor wins this duel. The Hunter's Fury does not find any value. And Lysor with the 3K makes this a 2v1. Do they want to go for this A-side hit still? Yeah, they also find some damage onto Chicho. 11 HP. The spike is planted. Does he find a timing here through the smoke? No, it fades just as he wants to get in there. Finally, XLG pick up another one, but once again, does it come too late in this first half?
I'm not too concerned about it in terms of how to explain this. How do I say this politely? CN has been a reason that one of the major problems has been like, how do you convert leads? How do you like clean up the matches as much as possible, right? And how do you avoid like actually throwing and punting the ball back to them? So I'm not that concerned yet because there's like a level of acceptable mistakes or risks. But EDG's been playing good defense so far, so not a reason to be suddenly writing them off here, I think.
I don't know if you actually had seen the operator before or Conco.
It's a new look, yeah.
Yeah. It is a new element for them right now. Sitting in nests as XLG are slowly advancing. But what? Bit of a blunder there from Kong to not expect someone to push through in mid already. Operator is down. And all of a sudden, the B side will be the hit, but the crossfire once again is too good. Chichu needs to switch to the classic, but once again, there is his teammate Gianni in the wings to clean up.
There's no way. Okay, well, okay. Well, I think I'm flabbergasted. It's on the back of like a really good site hold. I don't think they've been a successful B post. I think they've got onto site once out of the 4 attempts they've attempted. And one of them ended in a post plant situation where it's a 1v2 with the code. And then 3 of them have just been shut down from Gianni and Chichu alone. Yeah, holding that smoke is insane.
I mean, yeah, he's just tucked into that side corner where he's not affected by the flash and can just buy so much time. But this time around, Kong does find the first kill. The Reckoning use to stop the advance, and double doors, and Kong is fishing for another one there through the smoke with the operator. Numbers advantage again for EDG as XLG are trying to rotate over to this B side. Can they get past Gianni though? There's been such an incredible player in this series so far. Gets the kill. Smoggy there as well. A good flash. Spots out Leo, who has the spike. Might be able to get onto site, but Gianni, the double swing from tunnel, and look at them. The confidence these players are showing right now on the server is scary for every XLG fan.
Yeah, and we alluded to it in the beginning. I don't want to necessarily curse or anything, but all gamers versus their counterpart yesterday or on Tuesday, they were at a disadvantage for 12 months straight, and they come through to win the series, right? EDG is at a disadvantage or deficit in terms of wins versus XLG, and they're currently 8-3 on map point potentially. So,
oh, from the shadows, spotted and cancelled immediately. It looks like A is certainly the side that they had more success on in terms of spike plans at least, and they do find 2 kills. The spam from Smoggy did find some damage. No Man down to 1 HP, but no kill for the side of EDG, and Viper's Pit on top now even to secure this round.
Now, there's no ultis to retribute or to access retribution on EDG side either, so it's all guns and obfuscated cyclones.
The Storm Surge already used, and Raga does try to go for the dash. It's brought down though by Gianni, but through the smokes they find 2 more kills. Gianni is already known, and Leo puts him down. It is another round for XLG, a 8-4 half for the side of EDG. Still looking very comfortable on Breeze.
And now we get to the, I think, the more difficult side of things, which is the attack side. Oh, is it more difficult? I think kind of. You are playing into very mirrored matchups in terms of the Viper plus controller acting as the Sentinel with the similar initiators, Silver KO. The only difference is actually the duelists, effectively. So now the real question is, we oftentimes speak of like double duel or mirror comps and how they have equal strengths and weaknesses, but I think Chichu and Gianni were playing on an exceptional level. I don't think a B main hold should be as strong as or effective as it was. And now we have to ask, like, is XLG capable of such a strong stalwart B side to allow Raga to be playing as flexible, mobile as Kang was playing that previous half?
It is certainly a tough task ahead of them.
Yeah.
For XLG. I mean, I don't even know. Why can't we have a team just be consistent for once over here in China? XLG looking like they're gonna drop the ball right at the finish line. They could have gone for an undefeated run. They could still make grand finals if they lose here, of course, through the lower bracket. But they looked like such a dominant team in these last couple of weeks. To see them fall to EDG like that just gets to... I mean, on one hand, it speaks for how inconsistent some of these teams still might be, but on the other hand, it also speaks for how you can never count out a team like EDG to fight back.
I think EDG is, I think in every sense of the word, a playoffs team.
Yeah.
Like they do enough during group stage to get by, and then they come playoffs, they come alive and activate. So yeah, you can't discount them at all. Is Chichu once again leading the scoreboard, leading the pack? Kang and Jenny not too far behind him.
I mean, those were the three players that were like leading the charge on Split as well. So it just gets to show how strong of a series they're having right now. And once again, Jenny finds the opening kill. Happy though, able to survive the backside as long as possible.
Whoa,
and his shots are
goodness.
too clean. The 3K for him puts a lot of damage onto Kong as well. Numbers advantage. With a great smoke. And to B main to stop Rarga. To sort of get in the way of that spike plant. They're fighting. Where's that spawn now? As Rarga's already dashing onto side though. Leo has spotted Smoggy, and with Rarga already in his flank, there's no chance for him to win this 1v3. Another pistol, one for XLG, but what good has it done for them so far in this series?
I think that's on the back of Happy Way once again acting as yeah, these are insane. Yeah, just 2 bullets and 2 heads. Happy Way acting oftentimes is the buffer, I think. Just buying XLG enough time to actually activate into this. So. And I think to look forward to, we focused on the defense on the one side and the proficiency of Chichu and Jenny. Like, focus on Happy Way here, I think. If Happy Way can activate for long enough to get Raga and WS Leo going, then Lysol and No Man. Oh, No Man has 0 kills.
Yeah.
I just looked. He's 0 and 12.
No man, more like no kills. Am I right?
No kills? Am I right?
Yeah, he's having a tough one. I mean, he is the flash initiator for his team, so most of the time he'll just gonna be picking up assists anyway. But a 0-12-6 scoreline compared to what Jenny is putting out on the KO on the other side with 12-7 and 9. Yeah. Not the best performance thus far.
And it doesn't help that Raga got immediately deleted in mid, so that mobile aspect in the Neon, that fast rotates, is no longer an aspect, yeah? Is Kang just going to clear out absolutely everything? Look for a martial kill. Doesn't find it, but he has presence. Let's see if the dive works.
And I mean, he is absolutely lethal on this martial. Could go for a no-scope here. Almost picks up another one. Leo able to put him down, but the site is taken. Leo finds the crucial second kill, equalizing the numbers. No guns secured for EDG. It's just pistols. As these walls will fade, it should be a retake in action for XLG. Jenny already down to a couple HP and no chance there with the better guns. The 4K even. Once again, Leo working towards an early Hunter's Fury. And XLG are back on track, it seems like.
Yeah, history repeats itself once again as XLG double pistol on Split and double pistol on Breeze. They're very good. There's a very good team in the early phases of each of these rounds. I think that's one of the big boons that you can look towards them for. Finding consistent value, being very, very fundamentally and map state sound in terms of those early phases. They struggle after that. The minute those rifles get involved into the picture, they're finding it very difficult. So if they're looking to potentially do an upset here, we want to be actually looking towards how they handle this rifle. But hey, look, no one's on the board. Yeah, no one's on the board.
No man's
more like
on the
one
board.
kill.
Yeah. No man has ever had no kills in a game of Valorant. So yeah, he's back. At least. But I mean he certainly needs a couple more, or at least his team does, to come back into the series. As we do head into the bonus round for XLG. It is fairly well equipped though. Only one pistol, but 2 rifles and an outlaw. 3 rifles rather and an outlaw. Are nothing to sneeze at for EDG. They gotta be careful, and they do not like this. They are spotting the A stack and decide to rotate over.
As EDG is playing very uncharacteristically slow. Right? I guess they're also pretty scared, especially after the first couple of rounds. You don't want to be making the wrong decision or being too hasty, but you are kind of running out of time here. This is really good. They have the double controller in B main. They want to be taking early contact and potentially pivoting over, but WS Leo potentially going to play spoiler here. Nobody's 0 HP or 1 HP here.
Leo, though, is spotted. Happy way for a kill, but Chichu under pressure now. It's a great relay bolt here, but Smoggy once again covers his teammate. The spike will be planted. Lystor only good for one more, but 3 survive for EDG. Once again, no bonus secured for XLG. Was to be expected, but it will come down to this follow-up round now. Can EDG secure it again, or will XLG be able to fight back?
Yeah, I think in terms of if we're looking at the stats and we're looking at the mirror and similarities between the previous game, second half was 3-1 in terms of XLG, right? So XLG won the double, lost the third, and then won the fourth. So XLG potentially looking ready to play spoiler here. Everyone's raring or armed to bear, except for Lysor, who doesn't have any TP. So everything's going to be on their feet here. As early A main fight doesn't find any purchase or any kills.
Have another one way though that Raga can hold. EDG are patient. They will just sit this out. Wait for XLG to invest some more util. Second smoke comes in now. Raga just holding that with 1 minute and 5 seconds still on the clock. They can use this drone to clear the space.
Raga's jump spotting here. I think he wants to finally look at how compressed their default is. Chichu's holding all the way towards mid. They have no intent of going B at all. They just want to brute force onto A. I think gambling that WS Leo is going to be top nest again is ganking prods, finds a spot and dashes into a smoke, and the A pop. On their rise, Chichu activated as well.
And only now the harbor wall activated, splitting up the map and further therefore. XLG, no space, really gained. Chichu has been spotted. This once again a great flash, and this time it's Raga to pick up the kill. Early advantage here for XLG in this retake, and Raga with another great shot versus Kong Kong. They're clearing out these corners so well. What a retake from XLG, leaving no space for EDG to go to and to fight for. It's a flawless. And XLG needed that so badly.
Yeah, and XLG, like we mentioned, always really, really potent on that route. That second half, fourth round is very, very good for them. I think EDG's okay. This might have forced them onto an eco, onto ult round. So, but are there any ults to speak of? I don't think so. No, Raga has ulti. Raga has overdrive, so that's potentially another retake win on the books if they can play through. But EDG, I've had enough. Had their fill of A. They're going to explore B, where I think they found a lot of value. They're not finding as much value on that A side of the map. And with pistols, I'm expecting a very fast round here. No.
Yeah, but the Blade Storm, Hong Kong at least gives them some firepower. Hong Kong is just going to advance. What?
He finds Happy Way.
Just found out, but the great flash from No Man, able to trade. Oh, Kong Kong, with that, their firepower is basically gone. Raga also quick on the flank as well. They're already in B window. Nowhere to land really right now, and the sneaky push through the wall from Smoggy is good for 1 kill, but he's punished immediately, and they put the rest of them down. 3 players surviving. XLG versus this eco. Make no mistakes.
I do want to. What is Happy Way looking at?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he was like. I think he was like positioned for an anti-flash.
He was playing anti. Yeah, he was. You heard the noise walking up, and he thought that there's a flash coming up that wall. I think. I don't know. That's such a bad position to be playing. No, you should just play down on the other side of the box. But it is what it is. It's in the past. That's an eco. Survived. The XLG. They're 1 round away from catching up. As Happy Way. Oh no, Happy Way.
What? Rogers getting out. Oh, but he's tagged. Can actually get out alive. Versus the Hunter's Fury. The Reckoning invested as well. Will split up the side. Raid, high tide. To give them some more space. And Chichu already finding that one kill in mid. And Lysor on the flank misses it. Does finally bring him down, but is it too late? It's a 1v3. You already know about his position. A great shock dart. Chip away some of this halve, and the TP will certainly not be enough after that paranoia. Another shock dart, 31 HP. Probably just gonna save the gun and hand the round over to EDG.
It's so there was a glimpse, there was a flash in the pan there, by the way, when Lysol threw that paranoia. I do think he could have actually TP'd behind the pyramid and actually found 2 kills and made it a 1v1, but a bit of hesitation resulted in him not having that hero moment. But the fact that he needed the hero moments, I think, more problematic than anything else, because his team just sort of fell over when it came to that A side. They did try to fight, but EDG's guns were just that much better in that moment. And EDG padding their lead once again, 3 rounds away from a guaranteed spot at a top slot, top seed, and going into Master London.
All right, looking like the better team now. XLG, they still have a couple more rounds, but this one already seems like a key round for them. They should lose this. They're gonna bring EDG just that much closer to that so important map and series point. Ultimates though that they could use. Happy Way has the Viper's Pit, did not use it preemptively. Rarga's overdrive also good for a potential eco if they should lose this after this.
Yeah, but it is becoming sort of dire straits here. Nobody guaranteed that ulti as well. Is Chichu's going to be a different look from Chichu? He starts a lot wider here. Starts in that B main and then compresses into mid, opposed to starting in mid. But he's going to get pinched. Oh, Happy Way and Chichu are brawling on that on top now.
Great shots though from Leo and Rarga, but Jenny picks up both of them. And Chichu's lurk is at least good for another kill. It's a 2v2. From the shadows, was it cancelled by Lyser himself, or did he just TP over? I did not quite catch that, but he groups up with Happy Way nonetheless. A Viper's Pit could be used potentially for the diffuse. The knife catches both. Lyser just clearing that smoke. He's already down to 53 HP. It's a great position to be in for Smoggy. Jenny, another good flash, but the TP to cross the pyramids could surprise them if they don't get that kill onto Happy Way. They do though. The snake bite did come through, but it doesn't really help. Lyser is just nowhere to go. The spike is ticking already way too fast. Lyser will pick up a kill, but he would go down to the spike anyway. Jenny with the 3K. EDG keep advancing, and XLGs are struggling to find an answer to this attack.
But they found an answer to the A side hold, right? They're actually finding 2 kills off of Rip to find it. Oh, that's what had happened to Chichu. He just got overloaded when it came to that mid fight. So there's the second time out. I don't remember. I failed and I've forgotten to remember when the previous timeout or second timeout from XLG was, but it was around about this time. It was around about when XLG started pulling away and they were running out of opportunities.
I think it was the same scoreline even.
Yeah, I mean, these the coaches are very consistent with these. I think, if anything, if I were to define a golden thing that is costing XLG, is just how they're handling this A main fight, right? They're very trading of turns, if that makes sense. Like they'll be making a lot of noise into A main, and then they made too much noise into A main, and EDG just waits for all the util to transpire and then fights into that space. So, being a bit more dynamic about it, not being so flat-footed, especially on the site holds, and is where they got the closest. Remember, I harken back to remember when Rarga was running at A, but then got reckoninged, and he got pushed back when they were attacking. I think that's what needs to happen in terms of how they're actually playing this A-side hold. But they do make an adjustment. They're putting Lysol here solo. Oh yeah, Lysol with No Man to try to receive this A hit.
And XLG find an answer, pulls out of their hats. Come back into this game. Once again, another key round for them. Sir, economy look too well. Will have shields invested now. The overdrive for Arga will certainly be used in a potential retake. How does Kung survive that spam? Finally, it goes down. Not fully a miracle. That the A hit is stopped in its tracks, and EDG pulling off again.
Yeah, they're gonna lose Kang off rip there as well. That's it. I don't know if they can actually navigate this. They're gonna have to try to go through mid reclay here. They're gonna pop that, and also I think if Raga doesn't find at least one here, it's a bit of dire straits.
Oh, Raga pulls the ultimate even and still goes down. Smoggy leading the charge here. This double push, but no man. Great shots. Only good for one. Will not be rezzed here from his null command. Nobody spots. Last remaining player. Both are super low already, but a clean headshot takes him out. It is map and serious point for EDG. XLG once again bested in one of these rounds where they do find an early pick, but are unable to convert on it.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Do you know what is really, really cool that just happened now? Do you know the KO gives you vision, right? So what EDG does is, because they know KO is giving vision, they can't kill the KO. They jump, nobody jumps in front of the KO to give false info to Happyway that he's about to swing from the middle of pyramids, and then Smoggy just swings from back sight. So EDG activating on a whole nother level this entire map.
They are looking like prime EDG again, ready to take another stage victory over here in China. Kills traded, double doors as they go for another A split, despite the Viper split being activated in A main. They're gonna work towards it. No Man goes down versus the snakebite. The spam from nobody. It's only Happyway now in this Viper split. Needs heroics from the Sentinel on the side of XLG as EDG are just slowly advancing onto this A side, waiting for Happyway to make the first move.
They completely bypassed. Oh, Happyway is in such precarious situation. He's waiting for Lysol. That's the idea. Oh, the judge is going to activate, yeah. Is it going to activate? It's going to.
Oh,
yeah, okay,
yes.
There you go.
Yeah, he spots him out. Then he goes down with that. They do get another rifle in the hand of Happyway. I'm just very invested early there from nobody. To fire into A main, and that's a great timing for Chichu. Even using the Reckoning, Smoggy's pushing through his own Reckoning, getting near side, but he has the smoke. Happyway almost with the heroics, but Chichu, his counterpart, takes him down. EDG are relentless today, and they run away with a 2-0 victory in dominant fashion, locking in their spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, and it's on a... Hey, this is one of the rare glimpses where you get to see what a arguably 90% average map looks like. Everything from micro execution to macro understanding to just mechanical prowess. EDG showed off in spades, and XLG unfortunately on the wrong side of Edward and his gaming team. But it's not over for them. XLG aren't done. XLG have already guaranteed their master slots. They have a couple of things that they need to adjust, they need to fix, and they have time to fix them and still make it potentially a rematch, you know? They always say, like, especially in the head-to-head, the rematch goes to the loser in the first one, so maybe XLG in the finals beats EDG. I don't know.
Yeah, honestly, EDG kind of abusing the map pool quite a bit here versus XLG with that Lotus ban and then picking up the breeze, just getting to show that there is a lot more work to do for XLG if they want to be the Chinese first seed again. For now, EDG are breaking them apart, stopping their undefeated run. No team undefeated anymore in this stage 1, but EDG looking like they could once again make a run for that first spot.
And also on top of that, breaking the sort of drought of wins against XLG, right?
Yeah.
Not only did they ruin XLG's narrative point going into it about being unbeaten throughout all VCTCN competitions, but also like actually getting a win off of XLG today in this game in a very convincing fashion, in 2-0 fashion. So a lot of positives. I think you take a snapshot of EDG on day 1 of stage 1 and EDG in playoffs now is there is night and day. But we have an interview sending over to BDOS here.
我们也是邀请到了99选手来接受本次的赛后采访，恭喜进入到决赛，先分享一下感受怎么样？
感觉良好吧，因为我们好像
How do you feel right now?
但今天打的真的非常的精彩哦，包括
He says that it feels really great. It's been so long since we've been to finals.
新的阵容之后，你觉得在哪些部分打得会更加舒服呢？
Yeah, how do you think the comp change on map one helped you guys?
对我的阵容没关系，首先微类没了，我玩得很高兴。
And he says that has nothing to do with our comp. It's that they stopped playing away. He's like I'm very happy about that.
你觉得过往可能跟 XLG 的交手经验有帮助你们今天更好的阅读到他们吗？
Yeah, did your past matches of XLG help you win today?
交手我们很多都是输给自己很着急吧，就是比分落后过后。但今天我们
And he says that the last few times that we lost to XLG, we were really rushed, and I guess we kind of solved that today.
那其实就像你刚刚说的，可能幻棱的登场率没有那么高了，在版本调整之后，那今天2张地图其实哨位英雄都没有登场，你会怎样看待在这个版本哨位的功能性呢？
So, like, what do you think about the value of Sentinels in this meta? Because we didn't see any Sentinels from either team
其
today.
实像微风岛屿这张地图，海神其实 CN 其他的队伍选择的几率会比较小一些，但是像你们，包括像美洲赛区的队伍，都蛮喜欢用海神。
So they asked about the harbor pick on Breeze.
在这张地图的优势有哪些？
Yeah, what are the advantages of double wall smokes on Breeze?
有个那个墙吧。 它可以很好的弥补我可能墙没在那个点的时候的一个主点压力吧。
对，它也能更好的分。
And he says that he says that Harbor's wall can like kind of fill in the gaps that Vibrant's wall leaves.
决赛有什么样的期待？
期待就是3-0拿下。
And any expectation for the grand final?
恭喜 EDG 今天真的赢得非常的漂亮，也祝贺你们能够在决赛有更好的发挥。
And he says that he wishes for a 3-0.
拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。
And that's it for the interview. Time for a selfie and a prize draw for the audience.
We stand BDOS in this chat. We always stand BDOS in this chat. Thank you for the interview and a lot of insights from arguably the I think I can make an assumption, either the ace or the match MVP in Chichu. A couple of questions about the Sentinels and importance in this meta, and I think there's arguments about like, is Viper a Sentinel or is Viper not a Sentinel? I think Chichu is a Viper player more than he is a Sentinel player. So it becomes a bit complicated, especially when you're asking from his perspective on it.
I mean, I guess Viper often fulfills that role as that sort of multi-layered Sentinel have on your team, right? Because she's not really a great controller, except for like a couple of maps where you maybe bind. You cannot rely on her being sole controller, right? So, yeah, it's still an interesting, observation on the current meta. I mean, we have seen the triple Sentinel pump from XLG on Lotus, so they put some value in those Sentinels, most certainly, but. Yeah, I guess EDG once again have shown that they not only do still have a good read on the current meta, but also like have a very good read on these maps and are willing to adapt and find these wins versus a team that they previously lost against, especially on Split. It just gets to show how quickly they were able to fix their mistakes, at least that they had shown in the past.
Yeah, and I think especially with how, especially I think we're being very critical for, like, it's very easy to be critical against XLG for losing in 2-0 fashion, but it's also like they were unbeaten except for the people who made grand finals. You know,
Yeah.
the team that made grand finals is the only team that has beat them so far. You know, so you can, that stat line is still pretty impressive. You obviously you'd have to put an asterisk and be like, barring EDG, they haven't lost a single game. You know, so it's still very impressive stat line, especially if they beat the winner of the next game, which is All Gamers versus DRG. So
yeah, and those are the two teams that are still fighting for that last spot at Masters London. So it's certainly an interesting one. And XLG, I mean, they came in as somewhat even would say the favorites in this matchup. They came in as being the favorites to get that first seed for Masters London, but now they even got to fight for their chance to get into the grand finals versus one of these teams in the lower bracket. EDG looking as dominant as ever, just when they needed to be. And this very important match versus XLG, but let's hear what the players had to say during this map breeze.
封烟了，我打不到。
B 没事儿，B 没事儿，还要帮你吗？不用了。
中路的 wiper， 中路的 wiper。
我埋到 B 了，我埋到 B 了。我一直帮你嘛。我找 A 吧，先。打不到，我这有烟。我 B
我能给他刀。
不用给，没见人。B 打不了 B。再等5秒钟，我开飞机。看。刷过来了，快跑！等我刷，我 K 我跑啊！就一个刷。
双门
刷想自己玩了，我们把中路打了，哎，
这个看我有中路闪，
别他是假动作，肯定会
给闪，我给你来，
闪光，1、2爆！
我的支架张刀，烟有了没？右边吗？右边，把抓了吧！烟你，我给多，他打闪，
我给到了。
中二是玩假的，小心，还是 A， 漂亮，包掉 A 大，还有一个，中二是 B 的，中二是 B 的，我换子弹，把 A 大顶了就行，给雷，
不点 A 大，包掉。
理解。
哎，说法好像在中路。
把这说，把我们抓了。剩1名敌人。A 的 A 门里面。来。玩单子是吧？他们说是玩单子，不是跟我说的。还玩的像以前的 EDG 的罗巴里。
And it is Chichu once again back-to-back MVPs for the Viper player. And I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due, right? He had a dominant series, an incredible series, and very deserved. You already called him out. You heard him in the interview. What a great time to step up your game when you're facing a player like Happyway on the other side.
Yeah, I think I don't know if you've ever heard Pansy said, like, a big game play at a big game moment, and I think Chichu consistently, as CN gets more and more mature, he's been here since the beginning of CN franchising. Chichu's always been a big game player, right? There was obviously the weird patch, we don't talk about the year of 25 for EDG, but when he was moved off IGL and he's allowed to just be enabled in his own unique ways, he comes up big in moments you don't expect him to come up big. And if you want a microcosm of his entire career as a whole and the amount of impact he can, just look at his B-side defense with Jenny, you know, someone who's coming in as, like, not as experienced as him, and he makes both of them look really, really good, just from good coordination, good gunfighting, and good team play.
Yeah, so many 1v1 duels that he won against players like Happyway, like Rarga. So incredible performance from Chichu, but once again, also, like, the rest of his team was always there. It always felt like they were so, as you said, they were so coordinated, so well covered on all of these sides, both on Split and on Breeze, always having their teammates back, be able to trade up using these numbers advantages. I'm gonna be excited to see what the stats are gonna look like for the teams, because once again, I feel like EDG always found the advantage early on. It is a 12-9 first kills difference. It just gets to show that, yeah, when they get this lead early on, when they get the advantage, they put it to good use. And XLG were sort of lackluster in that regard.
Yeah, I think it's XLG has sparks of brilliance. XLG has moments of inspiration that make us believe they're like one of the better teams in CN. And I think they are one of the better teams in CN. But when you go up against a team that is as storied as EDG or has as much draw time as EDG or even more so has as much confidence, you know, EDG gets to wear the banner and the jersey of EDG. So going into it, you come into it very, very confident, and they, I think, just kept taking it away from XLG. They had a really good start. I think XLG arguably has some of the more consistent starts. I think they have the highest pistol win rates in the entire league. But pistols can't win you the entire game. Those are just 2 out of 24 rounds potentially. But in a very decisive fashion, EDG 2-0 versus XLG. Very decisive split, and then even more decisive freeze.
Yeah, I mean, like 8 of these, 17 rounds that they picked up in this entire series came off of those pistol wins. It just gets to show how, I mean, on one hand, how good XLG's early games were, like during the pistols, but on the other hand, it also gets to show how strong EDG were able to recover from that every single time, and winning these buy rounds are the most important rounds to win. And EDG once again looking like they're set to lead China once again, coming into an international event. I mean, they are not through yet. I mean, they're through to London, of course, but have not secured the first seed yet. But do you expect DRG, AG, or a team like XLG to come back into a grand final like that and take down EDG?
EDG is so storied, no? I think EDG has missed maybe 1 year of playoffs, but kickoff they started. I think they won kickoff. Did they qualify for champs last year? I think there was, like, last year was the big thing because they missed one. They missed one event out of the entire year. So it's gonna be maybe DRG's a shell of their former self. AG's trying to find themselves. XLG potentially. Potentially. I think there's room for an upset. Unfortunately, we didn't. I wanted to harken back on, because I love stats. I begin on stats. I'm gonna end on stats. Kang only got 35 kills, so that puts him at 2,960 something. Like,
it was a 37, right?
Yeah.
63.
So he's like one more BO3 away. So unfortunately, we don't get to cast Kang's 3,000th kill, but the casters on Sunday will potentially do that because EDG guaranteed a grand final.
Yeah. I mean, if he doesn't pick it up on Sunday, something went terribly wrong for the side of EDG, I believe, because it's a best of 5, right, in the grand final.
Yeah.
So there's more than enough time to get like the 30-something kills in a match like that. But that's been it from us, Rigger. I'm absolutely blessed to have you had on my side once again. It's been a pleasure to cast with you, and we do have, of course, the most important match of the day coming up now, because there is one more spot in at Masters London for one of these Chinese teams. It's going to be either AG or DRG. Who's it going to be? We'll find out. Those will be Snow and Veggie casting for you. So don't go anywhere. It's just going to be a short break. Then we'll be right back with the lower bracket semis.
Secrets not to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready. I know, no, just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves of blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel the force of blood in. If you start shit, you be hard lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened, and if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened, and if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. Exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
If you catch my drift.
Welcome back to Project Horizon this afternoon. It's the lower round 3, but it's a huge moment in stage 1 as we look to send a third team to London. The plane tickets are booked and set to go. The only factor is who will be sitting in those seats. Well, your pilots for today's journey is myself, Veggie, and my co-pilot, Snow.
I didn't realize that I gained this qualification somewhere around the way. Like you know what? I'll accept being a pilot just for today, and just because my beautiful co-pilot here, I would imagine you more as a hostess, Veggie, because you have a beautiful smile and a beautiful face.
Okay, I'll take that every day of the week, you know. But I'm excited for today, man. It's AG, my favourite team, going up against DRG, who we got to see last time, and I just don't want to feel pain at the end of it, Snow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to AG causing me pain. I don't know if you know, a couple splits ago, I was the original AG fan. Back when they were like 0-5 every split, really struggling. Recently, a bit of an upsurge, so I've been a little bit better in terms of my mental health, but today could be the day for heartbreakers. I think both of us are maybe hoping for AG, but potentially expecting DRG.
Yeah, I think that is fully down to it, right? AG, ever since that Masters run before, haven't quite looked like themselves, maybe a shadow of what they used to present, whereas this DRG team, I think we both came off of the cast against JDG just thinking that this is a team that certainly got themselves back on a path, right? They'd looked slightly lost from before, like kickoff, they didn't quite look like themselves, and in this stage we were just saying in the green room that they've absolutely stomped their way through this lower run that they've done, apart from the game against EDG, who we've just seen will be waiting in the grand final for whoever is able to overcome this one and the next match. But they've really looked like a solid unit.
Yeah, I mean, like, DRG, like you said, looked like a solid unit, and even the game that they did lose against EDG wasn't a complete stomp. It was a game that looked relatively close, so this is definitely a top team, and I would say this matchup, DRG favoured all in all. And one thing we kind of have to talk about that was highlighted on the stats there, this team has an insane pistol win rate, which is how they get such a good start to most of their games.
Yeah, the start is absolutely crucial, especially in this kind of current meta where we're at. It's all about getting those power ults online and then working off the back of them. If you're looking at the big buy that tends to come through in round 4, if you've got something like a Nightfall, a Hunter's Fury, a Phoenix ult, depending on obviously what compositions you're running, if you have that ready to go and waiting in that point, you're almost just setting yourself up to win the half regardless, and that's something that this team certainly have been doing.
And looking at the key performance players here, Spirits versus Fangier, two very high performing players. Spirits kind of been a bit of a core on this squad, playing these duelists, helping get this team onto site. I personally, we spoke about it before in the Green Room Veggie, I want to highlight how good Flexen has been for DRG in that captain spot.
It's so good. The calling against JDG in particular was just, it was perfect, right? It was like the highest level of reading possible. Every single time JDG tried to do something different, it felt like Flexen had that read on it, was kind of aware of what the game circumstances were going to be, how the game flow was going to be, and was able to react to it accordingly. If it wasn't a set play right off the very start, it was that mid-rounding that kind of allowed for DRG to flex their way back in and just really crunch up.
And looking over now towards our initiators, Nick and Shrimp, two key parts to both these teams, I feel like. I feel like Nick on that Sky has been really impressive with that utility, enabling all these other players. While they're not quite the standout performer when it comes to fragging themselves, the utility that they offer really helps this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if we're wanting to spin a little bit of positivity for all gamers, Fangear is that person, right? It's that agent that, I mean, there was about 60 kills dropped in that last best of 3. It was someone that was really able to stand up and be counted, and they have to do it again today. This is the most high pressure match that they're going to really have this stage to get themselves qualified for London back to back. We've already seen EDG and XLG confirm their attendance back to back. AG want to do it again, and on the other side, DRG want to kind of right those wrongs of the previous where they haven't quite been able to reach those heights again.
And look at our cheeky little 1v1 right now. A bit of a battle to see kind of who can take momentum into this. I don't know if it really has much scope into it, but maybe the confidence can come through. The knife battles are definitely an interesting prospect. It's like the old Counter-Strike days where your warm-up used to be 1v1s, and that's kind of how you got your ego before you got into the lobby.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one. I'm not too sure how much we pay attention to them, especially when it is like a boxing match coming in through to see who's going to be having that map veto. But when we kind of look and consider the map veto, obviously there has been some changes. Ascent coming into the map pool instead of Bind. We haven't quite seen all gamers play into Ascent yet, so we're not too sure how confident they're going to be on that. But when I look at what Bind offered for both of these teams, it was a 25% win rate for AG, a 50% win rate for DRG. So both of them, you'd have to expect will be happy with that. And then now we actually do get to see the map split. We're coming in to Lotus, Split, and Haven at the very end.
And Lotus, a map that we saw DRG just decimate JDG on. And while we think maybe part of that might have been due to JDG's lack of confidence on that map, obviously getting 13-0'd by EDG and then a weaker performance against DRG, but still flexing. Person to highlight again, we're holding an absolute IGLing masterclass. There were so many different set plays and set pieces that they had that really dismantled the JDG squad in their last game.
Yeah, it's a really tough matchup to call with these 3-1s. 83% win rate on Lotus for all gamers, 71% for that DRG side. So first map is certainly going to be setting the tone, and what does set the tone is these insane productions from the China coming in on these walkouts. Players getting hyped. The crowd is always at the next level. When you look at how packed out this arena is, the energy levels absolutely through the roof, ecstatic coming in. For any player that wants to be involved in it, this is where you want to be.
The stakes are never higher for these teams. The nerves are going to start to be affecting them here as the pressure mounts. Win this game, you're on your way to London, but lose this game and you're going home.
Yeah, I don't know what one's the worst scenario, have to go to London or stay at home.
When you highlight it that like that, seems like a bit of a lose-lose situation, but for most of these teams, they care more about the competitive spirit rather than the town that they're visiting, so they'll be happy to go to that Masters tournament all in all. But there's a player in the middle right there, Vukashu, a player that has been a star. We spoke about how they were experimenting with different agents towards the start of the split, and then now sticking that tried and true Cypher.
Yeah, and talking about experimenting, we get over to this AG side. Quite a few roster changes, chopping and changing in one particular spot that seem to have found some stability when it's come to the end of this stage. Vangear, the frag leader for this team, multiple behind them. GRQ, a staple for a lot of those results at kickoff. And as they walk out, they'll be feeling confident that they can do it once again. One of the underdogs of the region from before, certainly stepping up to be the big dogs just now. And if they want to be able to prove it again, they need to be able to do it here. They need to be able to get it over the line. And Snow, one thing we've not really highlighted is this is the last hope for Group Alpha. It's Group Omega, one-way traffic so far for who's made it into London, who's dominated the playoffs. All gamers, the last Alpha, how fitting that it's AA looking to recover the breakdown service to get Group Alpha back online.
Yeah, just hoping to give some kind of respite to the rest of the teams in the fact that maybe Group Alpha wasn't that easy group that people named it out to be. So far, evidence has shown us otherwise. But Veggie, I do want to get a little bit of your opinion on this AG squad in terms of all of the roster changes. Do you think it's a good move to constantly be swapping these players around like this?
No, obviously not. I think no. Look, I've been quite openly outspoken about the changes. Obviously, we don't have all the inside information from the region about why the first change coming in. AU1 was someone who I thought was a really good player, had a lot of really good moments. It looked like they'd made that switch into Septem 7 just to be a little bit more confined in their play, to be a little bit more strategic. For I think it was a coach almost that was slotting in for them to have that sort of glue factor to keep them together. It obviously didn't work, so they brought in News, who's then now been swapped for Bai. Straight switch on terms of who's picking up Neon and playing that. Whether that continues to be the same going forward with the new Neon sort of announcements coming in for the next stage, we'll have to wait and see. But I think they've finally, like I said, stabilised for now, which has to be that key point. They need to just keep doing what they're doing. Apart from, we can't allow a 1 versus 5 ace on Haven. Flashing back to Tyler. We can't allow that. I will not allow that to happen today. If it happens today, I'm walking off and I'm not coming back.
Well, I think most our audience might be happy with that, Veg. They'll one, get to see a 1v5 ace, and two, they won't have to hear your voice anymore. So it's going to be a benefit to us either way. But I mean, in terms of AG as a squad, like you said, hoping to find a little bit of normality now. The roster changes, the roster chaos, I should say, has kind of subsided. They're now sticking with a little bit more of a set roster, and you spoke about it mainly being the Neon changes. Maybe this is the final piece of the puzzle that works. And Veggie, what's your opinion on these mascots? Who you favouring based on the mascot matchup?
I'm so biased, man. I'm always going to be AG. You can't call me out like this. I'm always going to be here, one step at a time. I think that who doesn't love a panda, right? That's ultimately what it also comes down to. But so far we head into this matchup 1-0 for AG as the mascots fight leads them into the next round. But no, we will be settling the score here on Lotus as Life stands up looking for one of those games today. They kick off this lower bracket round 3, looking to punch their names into the plane tickets to guarantee a spot at Masters London. Seeding still to be determined, but that is yet to be dealt with. The most important part is getting into that stage, and the work has to start here.
We've already highlighted before, pistol rounds, a great strength, kind of for both these teams. I think AG was 4th in the league in pistol rounds, DRG leading it with a 59% win rate on those pistol rounds, and I feel like the momentum that you can get from getting that opening round can really set the pace for the rest of the series.
Yep, and this map will be, of course, the one to set the tone. Mentioned it briefly before, all gamers coming in with an 83% win rate on this map. Looking at the map pool in total, has to be on the favoured, but as we start to look at the agent selects coming in here, there can't be any surprises. Vukashu picking up that Cypher as always. The Neon Whaley double dash on for both sides. The only real difference is that Shrimp is picking up Fade and Nick picking up the Sky, but both tried and tested compositions that they're used to.
Yeah, but we saw the difference between the Sky and the Fade in DRG's last matchup, because that Sky just offers that extra little bit of utility for when you want to make a few of these trap plays, a few of these set pieces. That having that flash and the ability to take some of these skirmish fights is what DRG really relied on to get a lot of first bloods and really
against
cement
JDG.
themselves. Yeah, against JDG to really cement
Let's
themselves.
just let that thought simmer for just a second. Against JDG. Let's not read into too much here, Snow, right? Okay, it was a great performance from them, but AG and JDG, there's a difference in the letters in the names for a reason. AG are just a class above, okay?
Okay, if you truly believe so, but wow, the disrespect to JDG, they're not even here. They gotta watch this from home, and you're already throwing shade on them. They don't even get a chance to fight back today, but AG are gonna get that chance to fight back, and we do kind of get to highlight that difference between Fade and Sky, because one's obviously going to offer a bit more information, a bit more mid-rounding potential to maybe swap between what you want to do, whereas the Sky, a lot more ability to fight.
Yep, fight is what they will do. DRG, somewhat veterans on the stage. All gamers, the group of young free-flowing rookies that have been called up and have found some immediate success. Set to fight for the long term. This would be their second qualification to a Masters event since forming. Would be an absolute huge for the organisation who struggled from the offset. DRG versus AG in the lower bracket round 3 for the Masters London third place for VCT China starts right now.
Start. Not too much going on now, just a bit of information. Game towards middle. It's that dog being used early on to kind of cement where these AG players could be, and just deciding to reset a bit of pressure established on the map and moving over towards C.
Yeah, broke through Hobbit door so that DRG can focus on that A control, but like you said, AG wanting to probe over towards C. Get spotted out by that camera for now, which will give some early information across to Vukashu's face. But it's got his Cypher setups here as well. The cage just to deny a little bit of slow time coming in. But AG don't want any of that smoke. They know Vukashu could be one of these crucial players, so instead they opt to walk towards A, which is where DRG are set up in such a crunch.
Here these players towards B though, it would be a very chaotic fight. Flexing. The IGL we highlighted and spoke about. The first player to get contact, as I say, that Spirits is taken out. And it's a counter play. The Sky Flash come through, and within this chaos, AG tries to move forwards, but they are stopped by the wall that is Nick. As the spike will go down. But it's going to be a retake scenario with numbers advantage for DRG. Trying to find the angle to peek. Nothing to be found there, and Shrimp all alone. Trying to make something work for this pistol round. Isolating some fights. Has already found one. And still has a few bullets in the chamber to make this one work. As now a 1 versus 1. They've done very well to get themselves this situation, but the flash is perfect. And if you wanted a bigger highlight of the difference between that fade and sky, you got it right there.
Yeah, round 1 potential on show. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. Shrimp 3v1 at peak. Does so much to get it down to that situation, but ultimately the flood of bodies would be too much. And it was that crunch that came through from Hobbit, right, that just overwhelmed this AG side squad. Not able to handle the pressure. But you just have to highlight onto Flexen, keeping the players around that scenario, knowing the situation it could come into, the stack over towards A and B, meaning that when it came to that fast flood, they were there and ready to do it. And AG forced onto the first eco of the game, want to just probe over towards C. 2 players and an outlaw is what will stand here, and Spirits has a lot of slow potential.
I doesn't seem to care about this utility, just making their way through onto site. The space has been gained. It is going to be another retake situation for DRG, but it's not too unfamiliar for them. There's an aggressive play now by Peaks out. Fukashi gets one but can't convert the other. Now 1 for 1, but no weapon gained for AG.
Yeah, they're hoping to get a little bit more space, but they do get that space taken back from Spirits with the Stinger. Really struggling to hold on to this site.
Vangear now taken down, and the numbers start to dwindle. DRG not in the best position for a retake. They will find themselves in a potential crossfire here, but as the flashes come through and Spirits dashes in, it should just be an easy cleanup for the rest of DRG, and a clean round for them.
And that will be all she wrote. 2-0 for DRG. Not flawless, but not too costly on the flip side either. An outlaw being dropped. And that's about the damage that could be done. Tried to pull a flank in from AG, but ultimately nothing to come from it. DRG's value pretty much picking up so far. Full shields on the boards for all gamers, knowing that that outlaw is still a possibility, so they can't afford to start to play the economy game just about yet. You can see DRG's setup remains quite similar to round number 1. Play for Fukashi to have some success, but there will only be nothing as he finds an early grave. That opens up C space, but how do all gamers react?
That opens up the map completely for them, as now it's all question marks for DRG, and in a desperate play to re-establish some control, they've decided to fight towards B, but it's the pixel headshot angle which Vangear will net a kill from. And they know that now that C will be wide open for pickings.
Yeah, buy on site. Just clearing out some angles, get set up for this post plant. Spike, of course, will go down. DRG trying to decide how to do it. Only 3 members left, so the pinch isn't going to be too strong. Smoke goes on to Spike. Now they'll start to scale onto site.
Flexen, decent weapon with these close angles to maybe make something work with this judge. They know that there's nobody on site, but Spirit's kind of walking in alone. Flexen, looking for this hero play. Moving through with that judge now, but there's just too many players to battle into. It's now Nick, the sole member left alive. Not really much hope here, just maybe take someone with them. Force somebody to die to the spike, but with that kill, will mean nothing. Only 1 death for the side of AG, and they'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, and it's the Bubba Gump Shrimp boat that comes to collect the win at the end. AG answering back quickly. Felt like they were going to aggress onto C really fast after getting that opening pick, but the previous round, having 2 players posted up there, maybe a little bit concerned of what possibilities could be there. Having not really probed too much with how early on in the game we are, they haven't quite established that this setup over towards A just continues to be a numbers game for DRG, wanting to make sure that they have control on that A side, whereas C is incredibly weak in comparison. However, having Vukashi, you might argue different.
Because you're playing safe though, playing to give up that space and let the retake happen. Obviously AG seeing all that utility over towards A, knows that C should be an easy site to take, and looking to take space off of that as well, pushing forwards in towards spawn. They forced DRG back just a little bit, and the retake gets a bit dicey now. Trap play potentially set up. The paranoia gets 2 and AG capitalizes perfectly as now DRG members falling to the wayside. And while it was a pistol round into the second round conversion like we expected, it's AG turning the tides here.
Yeah, and there we see those power ults coming in like we'd spoke on. Nightfall proving huge in what is a big buy round. Forces DRG back into a disadvantage, having looked quite comfortable at the start of the stage today. All gamers comfortably in cruise control now. That Nightfall just denies so much space. Obviously lowering the health pools as well makes it a little bit easier pickings. Ducks at the carnival play park, so to speak. The DRG relentless on this A pressure, will just keep fighting for it. Meaning that if AG ever want to go on to here, there's going to have to be a util dump of themselves to get back on. But AG ever so patient, waiting for a move to be made from DRG.
A very risky peek out the smoke from Fangir lets them know that it was all a fake pressure. There's no one actually here towards this side of the map, and they might be wrong because there's 2 people waiting in Hobbit, but it's not the worst situation they've found themselves in.
Clears it so fast. Obviously the dog will back up for now, but like you said, that pressure was instantly question mark cleared. The fog of war disappeared on AG sides. DRG not willing to hold on to it for much longer. Bodies starting to make their way over towards C, fearing that that's where the site hit will come in, but all gamers reading into that perfectly. We'll just transport the remainder over towards A and take this isolated fight.
Patience that AG have is just giving DRG so many question marks. They have no idea where they could be, and with a gamble towards C, they're completely wrong. Now Flexen, the IGL of this team, the leader with the bookies, gonna have to go big. Has only managed to find 1 though. And that will be some damage done and a bit of time wasted. Spike definitely going down, but it's not a terrible situation for DRG to be in, as they've already found themselves forwards. Heading now towards drop. The Sheriffs would have to go huge, but they have a bit of utility to work with. The flash is perfect, but Fangir finds themselves in relative safety. As now AG just cleaning up the mess that was created earlier on in this round.
Yeah, swept by the wayside. DRG. That retake had 1 dangerous angle, and it was the flank that was coming in. Didn't look like AG were ever going to address it ultimately, but by the time that it's activated, the rest of DRG are on the floor to be swept up. Janitor duty called in. AG 3 back-to-back rounds as soon as the rifles have came in their back pocket. Showing why this is one of their favourite maps. Showing why you would have to think this map Veto that has come through definitely favours this AG side. Yes, it's an attacking sided map. Yes, AG find a lot of results on that offensive side. But DRG really haven't shown us too much since that pistol.
And it's kind of concerning because we were talking about Flexen, but so far all the reads have been wrong. It's AG running DRG around the map. Every time we see Flexen go towards a stack, there was that 1 round where they had to hold towards B and it worked out for them. But since then, AG's done the very simple play of pressure one side of the map, cut noise, slowly walk back to the other, and it's just been so successful for them.
This time out, maybe addressing that, wanting to hold on to the space maybe a little bit more if you're going to continue to push up on that A angle, or try and fight stronger over towards C mound. Not quite looking like we've got a real adaptation, if we're being honest. Yes, Vukashu has moved over towards A, Flexen and Spirits, I should say, playing over on C. But it looks like it's going to be the same kind of idea of early aggression on A, sit back, hold C. But once again, they're not holding on to the space. They tap the door, but they immediately give it up. And AG seem to be more than aware that this is the reoccurring situation without having to expend any real util into the fight. They can just take this space back. Yes, a Prowler now goes out to clear it, but instantly it's answered.
Only a single trip there, meaning that any potential push from Tree will not be noticed other than the door opening. Just pivoting back towards C, and there are 2 members here holding a crossfire, which could be great for DRG if they can find some kills within the chaos. See no real flashes outside that paranoia for them, and Vi is going to be the first person entering in. Paranoia slows down the rest of the team as DRG finally manages to find a bit of success, but Life caught out on the trip, going to be taken down, and while it was looking so good for DRG, it's now AG that are on the front foot again.
Yeah, you say that, Vukashu equalises it up 1-0, Spike isolated site, ultimate thrown down to get the information. Fangir in a 1 versus 1.
Spike tapped, not committed to. Now looking to commit, but the timing from Vukashu's perfect! Caught them with their knife out and their pants down as Vukashu stands up proud, managing to finally get their team back in the game.
Baby brother type moments. The two Russians head to head in the 1 versus 1. And it's the more experienced on this stage that comes out on top.
Did you see that kill, Veggie? Kira tried to spam a player towards Mound and hit a headshot over the shoulder. That was
all skill.
insane.
All skill. All skill. Intentional.
Yeah, again, we see that pressure towards A, towards Rubble, and this time actually looking to maybe have a player stay here and hold that space, make sure that AG doesn't commit any resources back to it, or at least if they do, it becomes a bit more costly for them.
Yeah, they're not burrowing so far back into Hobbit this time. Willing to fight for it. Double swing as well, which could net deadly for the likes of Fangir if they want to peak this. But 5 ultimates close to being online. 4 of them actually are for all gamers. You'd have to feel that if they start to progress some space, we'll start to see some investments of them. Spike, it's the same routine every single round, so you could watch it on repeat side by side. Think about going C, then ultimately end over towards A.
Now, there was just a sky flash over towards Mound that saw nobody, so Flexen has an idea of this, and rotates are starting to be pulled over, but it's all about the timing now. As Flexen caught alone in the corner, Convergent pass used to slow them down, but DRG's already here. The backup squad trying to reinforce the numbers, and they are managing to do so. As AG kind of caught in the wayside, Fangir now gonna have to try find a way to escape as they're all alone, but 2 kills forces yet another 1v1. The Russian on Russian again. The battle through, but it's Vukashu that is in their head, already waiting, 1 step ahead of them every time.
Yeah, I had to just not realise that Vukashu had already made their way to site. Thought they would have been fighting heavier from door or something, but it felt like there was loads of time on the clock for Fangir to play around rather than trying to make that fast site hit at the very end. We talk about these moments of impact from Vukashu. Well, that's 2 rounds that they've been able to rescue back to back ever since those pistols. DRG have been out of it, but Vukashu digs deep and digs them out. Stronger fight over towards A this time, though, Snow.
A lot of players towards Rubble. Flash going in as well. It's a counter-attack from DRG. Spirits has already found the 1, and hitting that waylay gives you all of that security to just back away. AG thriving in the chaos yet again. And it's Kira now forcing the 1v1. Not quite the same nationals battling it out. It's going to be Cypher on Cypher. Vukashu looking to diff someone in a 1 versus 1 yet again. And once again, Vukashu with the perfect read. Knows this player is heading towards C. Just looking to play it a little bit safer. Play for that information.
Kira's ultimate meant that they knew Vukashu was posted up on B. It's just about when Vukashu activates. Door now open. Position alerted.
Running in as well, trying to clear this space as much as they can, but the cam is perfect, but Vukashu does not miss. Oh my gosh, what a situation to be in. Kira played that one as perfect as you could, but still, there's not much you can do when Vukashu's on the other side of it.
3 rounds in a row, Vukashu in 1 versus 1s. Every single time the same outcome. What more can you ask for from this player? Refusing to let Lotus be gone. You were starting to really think that they were going to be out of it, but no, they are here to stay. And it's Vukashu who wants to play. Incredible impact from the player. Really is. How do all gamers kind of adapt to this, right? It almost feels like they're not doing that much wrong. They just can't kill Cypher.
Throwing up the hand signs 3 rounds in a row. Almost single-handedly won by Vukashu in those 1v1s. And, you know, that's what this player's on this team for, to get to those high-impact moments and convert. But you got to feel like part of it is AG just kind of committing to the chaos. All those rounds we've seen have been absolute brawls where AG has moved away from that slower style and committed to just fighting DRG on that space, and it's not gone well for them.
It's hard because you feel like they are probing at the right points. We were praising them at the start for how they were dragging DRG around the map. They were cutting noise at the right time. They were picking the right site for the majority of the time. But this time out has to just reignite the players. I wouldn't mind seeing a little fast B hit depending on what the economy's looking like. You'd have to fancy 3 back-to-back rounds. It's not going to look too great. And not great it will be. It's a really odd, interesting buy. It's probably something you'd expect to see round 2 or 3 if we're being honest, rather than coming into round 9. 3 rifles. DRG want to fight out for C-Mound instead.
DRG just looking to push forwards off of this as well. Spirit's found the angle, but it's just shut down by Fangir, who manages to net 2 kills for AG, and they are not going to stop there. Flexing has to be the hero now. A little pixel in the gap of the smoke, but they're spotted out and traded out almost instantly. You'll take a haunt for a life any day of the week if you are this AG squad. As the pressure not stopping there, but Vukashu, the raid boss, can't find any success on this one, and now Nick all alone. Every single player on the map knows where they are. It's an easy round for AG.
Yeah, I was worried when it came to that 5 versus 2 and Vukashu was still alive and was so close. It looked a little bit like maybe history was going to repeat itself for the 4th time. But maybe Vukashu just thrives in these 1 versus 1s rather than 5 versus 1s on site.
Yeah, they're a little bit harder, the 5 versus 1s.
Considerably, yeah, you might say 5 times harder. But
oh my gosh,
DRG at least trying to do something differently, reading into the timeout what the call might be, just for AG to hit a little bit harder onto that C site. And they were there to fight it, but now we kind of go back to this stalemate of who wants to control A space the most. DRG holding on to it this time firmly, just based off the back of that flash. And it's going to be Life who just progresses up and is pinching really quickly, which allows the whole of DRG to get to C on time.
It's like you say, very fast. But AG not committed yet. Still have a minute on the clock. They don't have to go here if they don't want to, but now they'll know that somebody is behind. Life has been spotted out. A trip gonna stop their advance as the rest of AG looks to move forward. Flexing. Always a mastermind with these shotguns, playing these close angles, looking to find any potential ratty angle they could. There's a lot of players in this smoke, and that's not where you want to peek into. The movement not quite good enough. DRG hoping for some kind of miracle. Vukashu and Life, the 2 left alive. Life looking to do the opposite and bring death right here. But it's a 1 versus 3 situation. Low health on GRQ. 2 members watching the angle makes this one so much harder to win. Peek out, a jiggle, and nothing to be found. It's AG pulling this game ever closer.
Snow, it was an eco round that caused quite a considerable amount of damage. And yes, a lot of that is just flexing, using the bucky for what could be the last time given the patches coming up. But this is a player that, I mean, the read just in general by DRG there was really nice to get Life set up into the position so they knew exactly where AG were going to be hit and where they was going to come from. You'd have to fancy a better weaponry. Maybe they would have held on to it a little bit longer. And DRG continuing to 4-probe onto A. This time AG pivot into A, into B I should say, quite quickly. They want to fight for more space.
pushing straight through with the convergent paths, but Spirits doesn't care if they're slowed. Just easily able to pick up 2 kills, and while the spike goes down, it's at what cost? And that's the cost of 2 members. Make that 3. Spirits on an absolute masterclass of aiming right here, trying to find every kill themselves, but Vukashu's going to be part of that supporting squad. With the hat going down, Bold Man mode is activated, and all the information has been gained. Kira, no hope in this round. Spirits take a bow right there because they have put DRG on their back and won them around in a very unlikely situation.
Spirit's been a little bit quieter for the 3-time MVP this stage. Finally showing that he is also in this lobby. It's not just Vukashu that you have to worry about. And it does all just come down to this aggressive space take on Hobbit. AG knowing that you can't just sort of hold into this tiny little bit of B space. You need to go more aggressive and take everything away from DRG, given they were in full control of the map. Not quite going to be there. Could be a really positive half for DRG, given what we were looking like at the start. 6-5 is the score now into this final round. Could be all tied up, or we could have DRG with a 2-point lead. Fighting here on A once again.
Seekers, convergent paths, able to be used. They have all the utility they could ever want for a fight, and they're looking to take it. Dashing in his Spirits yet again. The flash is perfect, and it's just an absolute masterclass of a set piece. Seekers following it up as well, and that spike, no real way to grab it at all. They're gonna have to throw their bodies on the line if they want to make it work, and Bankier maybe looking to jump in and dash out, but it's definitely a risk to take. Smoke nets nothing. It's Kira all alone, doesn't have their death note on them. That would make it a lot more useful for this round right here, but it's looking like it's going to be a 7-5 half for DRG at the break.
Don't know what gave you that impression, so 5 versus 1. DRG taking the fight to all gamers. Incredible turnaround, but you cannot help but keep harping back to those 3 1 versus 1s that Vukashu was able to win. Really taking the wind out of the sails of this AG side. They were looking in full control. 3 rounds to the contrary, you're talking about an incredible half for all gamers, but instead, it's DRG who walk away with the 2, heading into this second half. Could build up a gap of 4 if the pistols are being converted. You mentioned that they come into this with a much stronger pistol percentage. Showed that already in round number 1. As we go into round 13, can they repeat it once again?
Edgy, I don't want to highlight it again, but Sky versus Fade. The Sky looking really useful on some of these set pieces. I mean, that play right at the end there, the flash, almost perfect to hit every player that wasn't already slowed by the convergent paths, and quite a few of these set pieces from DRG working out based on that Sky's utility. Yeah,
and I think the playstyle that they have kind of it works perfectly for that, right? It's not really prodding and probing to try and get information, which is what the Fade allows for. It is just fast set hits and trying to execute in those exact prime moments that you see them. They fight off of A, and instead of then slowly trying to reclear it, it's just another fight if they want to go back into it, which allows that Sky pop. You'd kind of get the similar effect if a KO was maybe brought into it. Obviously you have the heals alongside Sky as well, maybe the flash they feel more comfortable utilising them, but a KO would certainly have the same effect for the way it's been used just now.
I will say that 4 out of the 7 rounds that DRG won were 1 versus 1s in the end of it. Even that pistol round was a 1 versus 1, so this game could have been flipped either way. It's not DRG favoured completely. It's very much Vukashu pulling them out of a hole that they have dug themselves into on a few rounds, and if AG can find a way to convert these clutches, this game's going to flip on its head.
Yeah, and that's the thing ultimately that's going to come back and bite AG as we look at this second half. 53% in the favour of all gamers. They have a really strong defensive performance, but already B has been capitalised by DRG.
Spirits has found that opening kill already, and this is the difference between these two squads. DRG, unrelenting aggression, looking to push forward constantly, and even now, on this post plant, they don't want to give up any space. They want to fight it forward as much as they can, waiting for that utility, for the Flood retake to come in and flexing. You've got to imagine they're going to jump this corner as soon as they can. 1 kill found already. A bit of damage onto GRQ, but it's instantly followed up by Nick. And DRG just looks like an absolute complete team in these pistol rounds.
Yeah, 1 for 1 on B. Only seen AG try and hit into B1 out of the whole 12 before. Maybe bucking a new trend for DRG. Knowing that a pistol round can show that you can explode onto this site. Something to worry about for AG as the rest of the game goes on. Be interesting to see how AG want to play this one out, if they allow for the 4-round lead or if they want to try and fight heavy into it. They will just opt to play those classics, feeling like they can find some momentum later down the line. Stacking more over towards A, but DRG, once again, seeming to read this perfectly, with multiple bodies stacked over towards C.
DRG pausing now for just a second. Wanting to take this free orb, see if they can bait out any little piece of utility. Here are in a position to spot them out, but with only a classic in hand, you can't expect they're going to do much damage.
No, glitch pop fitting. It's going to have to be a glitch or a pop to secure this round for them. Avoids the dog, but it will come back. Pushing into it, can find something, but no. Life takes what life away. And C-site is open like a can of worms.
4 members left alive. Not really much, though, because classics are all they have. No money invested into this round. Just a little bit of utility. Hoping to maybe make something happen through the door, but it's kind of... This first 2 rounds right now are highlighting the difference between these two teams. We saw AG playing so slowly, so passive, waiting for any opportunity to maybe find the cracks in the armor, but DRG very willing to go aggressive when they feel like they've got the right read.
Yeah, you almost feel like AG just want to die to spike, but DRG trying to get some more ult orbs online to start their roly-poly as it goes. Mikashu, probably not the ultimate that you're wanting to set up, but you'll take it regardless. Minimal damage, rebuys coming in. Nobody falling by the wayside. Flexing with that ghost will be allowed to set up to bring in a higher standard of rifle going into the next. The drone finding some success. Maybe it was swapped across to Agilist to set them up stronger.
Coming in for AG, important round for them. They found themselves in this situation last half as well. Maybe see if they can turn it around. Obviously not really much money to try get that operator online, which we didn't see much of from DRG last half. They picked up the Outlaw a few times, but never really opted towards the big sniper.
No, they will just head over towards B once again. Nobody here to contest it. Contemplating a pinch from door, but not fully committing into it, just happy to continue to make the noise so Spike can't fully send themselves through it. And DRG, off the back of that, starting to feel a little bit nervous with how that one will play out, so consider the space that Vikashu is taking. We'll try and wander up towards A, but with some tripwires, some information will be gained early. But they've managed to pull all these bodies of AG off, and Spirits with this shotgun really could be a momentous amount of damage.
AG sniffing something wrong, though. Don't really want to go towards that side of the map just yet. Avoiding Hobbit. DRG hasn't committed the spike over. Yeah, they know that B is going to be completely free based off the information gained. It's just such effective play.
Yeah, Spirit's just holding in towards Hobbit. Heard all those footsteps. Then you get a little bit of noise made over towards A, instantly a pivot in towards B, and AG, who were getting ready to hit back into B, now have to redo it all again.
Opening pick is good for them though, but a Bucky in this smoke is a very worrying prospect. Dash through, gets the information, Kira moves in as well. As life now has been left to the wayside. The only player not on site is going to be the only player that survived. Gonna have to find a moment to peek out, or this fight's just going to be diffused, but too many angles to clear, too many fights to take. No real solution for them right there.
Yeah, really well handled from AG on that push. It's hard to not praise DRG on how they played that round, but ultimately, all gamers on that retake flooded in perfectly, picking up the right angles, not allowing Spirits to control that space with the shotgun was huge and crucial to get an avenue back into the side. But they need to keep up this momentum, right? We've seen them on that first half really start to run away with it, and then only to be shut down by the sides of Vikashu. They need to do that again, but this time not let Vikashu win those 3-1 versus 1s. If you can do that again, you find yourself back into this matchup. Space over by A contested. Kira now has to be the controller.
Paranoia prepped for a potential counter-attack. It's used to slow DRG down just for a moment. They would be heading towards a stack if they commit here, but knowing that that's a possibility, Flexing just calling the pause right now.
A temporary respite in this one. Silence of the lambs. Yeah, that's a stack right there. To see who will be the sheep that moves first. Whoever that will be, you'd have to think will be quickly sheared back to existence. Trouty steps to try and get some information, doesn't see anything. And this slow movement from DRG should eventually think about finding its way to side.
DRQ splitting the site in half. It gives the space for DRG to move forwards, but it's the same play as last round. Pressure towards A, pivot towards B, and I've said it before and we'll say it again, it's a masterclass of calling right now.
Yeah, AG not really taking any space away from DRG, so it just allows them to call into what they do. Spirit's being left behind will find some value, not at all, so it's a 4 versus 4 on this retake.
4 versus 4, an equal number situation, but not an equal numbers opportunity. As DRG just so quick. These protocols activating, the crossfires coming through. These teams so good, but DRG is just that one step ahead.
Yeah, you feel like AG need to start trying to take a little bit of space away from DRG. You can't allow them to have free-flowing control of the map. You need to be at least controlling one of these lanes rather than just hobbiting in towards your own site and letting DRG play for a 5 versus 5 retake. Yes, it's worked on some occasions, but ultimately the calling on this team is exceptional from Flexing and coaching team. Whether it's set plays right off the bat or some mid-calling throughout the round, they're so comfortable with that dynamic. And 4 rounds is what separates them. We wanted all gamers to find some momentum if they were to try and steal this map away. They're confident on this map. It's not like this is a map that they're not favoured in, that's for sure. Having to use 2 timeouts without DRG really feeling too stressed.
I think DRG is doing a really good job of baiting out the retake utility from all gamers. We see it quite often that they'll heavy pressure towards one side of the map, and then instantly AG in response has to throw out the paranoia, has to throw out the neon stun as well, and then when it gets to retaking, even though it is that B site, which is traditionally a bit easier to get onto, when you have no utility, you're just having to force bodies through choke points, and it's so difficult for them.
Yeah, all gamers playing to DRG's match style. Not been able to match up to it either. Call coming in to apply a lot more pressure on towards this A side. Replication of DRG's map plan, potentially. But based off the back of the information, AG will retreat bodies, leave 1 stacked right up. The rest of DRG site heading over towards C. Seekers deployed, bodies found.
Dash straight in from Spirits. Finds an easy kill. The utility we spoke about before, it's near perfect for DRG. These set pieces are so good and they just make them look so clean. Life now in a perfect situation to look to crossfire, create a little bit of chaos. Doesn't even need to break the trip, doesn't feel the need to. They don't want to push forwards at all, and everybody's coming through this choke point, and we spoke about Life before, just a bit of chip damage and backing away. But when you've got teammates to back you up, you don't really need to do much, and as I say that, they get 2 kills themselves, and GRQ going on a little bit of a rampage there, but not quite enough to make any significant damage towards this DRG economy.
Yeah, GRQ fighting in those shadows, but ultimately It's DRG who triumph after the timeout, not providing the right value. And it's just, you're absolutely spot on. It's DRG playing to their strengths. The utility usage to set each player up just means that when they are sight hitting, it's always going to net that 100% success rate. Paranoia into Waterfall for a fast dash in, setting Spirits up. Just means it's so harder. They want to fight over towards A this time. AG opt not to. Fast lane to try and create some space, an illusion of a threat, but DRG are so fast onto it, they're not worried at all.
They're already going B again. They've already found the space forwards. They say, we don't even need the A fake this time. Let's just go towards B. Screw the pause. We've got places to be after this game. And Shrimp's going to spot them out now. Spike is going to go down. And while there is that Fade ultimate online for AG, they're not really set up to use it just yet.
There it comes. Retake thinking about coming in. Prowler's identified, but positions are so good, it's not going to matter anyway. AG cleaning up a little bit. Spirits is answering right back. And now a 2 versus 3.
2 versus 3. Smokes are down though, so it's DRG that has to get aggressive. The paranoia is good, and Flex has found one. And Flex is taken out through the smoke? Hold on a second.
The spray, man. The spray.
Hold on just a second here. That's
crazy.
That wasn't in the script, but I think one thing that kind of needs to be highlighted is DRG's attack side. They've stepped it up massively, because we spoke about in the first half, a few of those rounds very reliant on Vukashu winning these 1 versus 1s, but it's not been the case for this second half.
Yeah, no, I 1000% agree. It was a very tight, close affair that you would have felt should have swung a lot more favourably into Allgamer's side, but ultimately this offensive display from DRG, a lot more convincing. They seem to have a much stronger game plan and are committed to it. That game plan once again looks like it's just going to be a nice attempt at a B hit. Some space being taken over by A, bodies probing towards B, Spike now resettling into a different journey, trying to take this space that's already been garnered by Spirits on A.
Allgamer's doing exactly what you asked, holding more of this B space, holding that lane so that if it does become that B pivot yet again, they can always swap it around, look to play the crossfires themselves. But the RG currently set up to go towards A. That is where the spike is. They don't have to commit just yet, but they want to. Vukashu's found that opening pick already, and that is the go button for DRG to find their way onto site. And Allgamers has to retreat. There's too much pressure on them right now. It's a spike, not yet been planted. They feel like they can flood in. The flash is good to slow them down for a second. Life wants to be greedy, wants to find that pick, and it will net them a kill. Make that 2, not quite the 3rd. And Fangir now, waiting just a little bit on where they could be. There's only 2 potential outcomes for this round. Fangir not in quite a good position to do it. Has the convergent paths, but you feel like it will be a waste if they used it this round. Trying to isolate some fights. They found one, but could not find the other, as Nick cleans that one up for this DRG squad and brings them onto map point.
A really tough ask for Fangir to win that one. So many positions unnoted. You can see he was scared of that walk up through stairs for so long. But really a lot of this comes down to Allgamers all trying to retake from that one drop side, right? Not really causing any cause for concern to DRG from it elsewhere. Just coming in from drop or ropes. It's such a dangerous place to come from. You kind of really get trapped in. And AG all but looking out to lose this first map. DRG ready for this aggression as well.
Well, this is going to be a chaotic round from Allgamers. They've got a few ultimates online that they can really look to use to take some of these fights. But most likely going to be a retake situation with how spread out they are right now. And DRG expecting some of that aggression. Like you said, just going to sit back.
Sit back and wait. Into the shadows to get some information. That's A space cleared back out. DRG hear that and want to now try and fight over towards C. Kira set up, Cam spotted and dealt with. But DRG once again make a little bit of noise and back off. This B side looks very open to them. It feels like that's been their bread and butter throughout this attacking half, so why not try and finish it? where you found most success. Dog followed Paranoia, fast lane up, hit coming in.
Convergent Path still available to be used, and Hobbit Door hasn't even been broken yet. Convergent Path's going to be used now. The slow is perfect to just counter the ultimate, but they're still going to move through with it. The damage is being done, and DRG being taken out bit by bit as All Gamers, a much needed round, goes their way.
Yeah, that overdrive saying bye, bye, bye to the members of DRG, dropping them to the floor. Much smoother of a retake for the All Gamers. One more chance to stay in this one. It's only going to take one mistake for DRG to take this first map, and I keep harping back onto AG where I felt really strongly about this map Veto coming in for. The Lotus is a map that they've had so much success on historically, and to lose this with how tight it was to be starting with, it'd be really painful, but it's a fast, explosive hit on A here.
Chaos for both these teams now. Flexin managing to trade out and pick themselves up a rifle, and they're going to know that every player on the map is for this part right here. Rubble is in contention, and Rubble is what we will find at the end of this fight as everything is being thrown. Make that the kitchen sink too. Shrimp in a perfect position. The Paranoia is great, but they've run out of bullets, and now Vukashu looking to spam through the box. And managing to win this round out. Vukashu finishes it how they started it, pulling DRG through into a map 1 victory.
I think that was an eco to start with. I'm pretty sure DRG came in with an eco to start that. They pick up the lost gun from the early aggression, and they managed to come away with it. And AG need to pick the spirits up off the floor. 3 rounds lost to 1 versus 1s is really the difference maker come the end of this map. Could have definitely been a different way. Spirits is definitely raised on DRG as he puts bodies on the floor for All Gamers.
I feel like it's so fitting. The round differential pretty much coming through just from Vukashu's big plays.
Yep.
What a performance from this DRG squad. I mean, they just look so good on attack. Defense was a little bit sketchy, but the attack side was so clean.
Yeah, it's more of what we expected to see. We highlighted how successful the Colin was against JDG. Wondered if they could replicate it here again today. And that they have done, making a really clean showing of this attacking-sided Lotus. But as we head over towards Split, could be a different story. Not really a successful map historically for DRG on that 0% win rate, but you only need one.
Through 1 map win now gets DRG into London, closer towards those finals where they'll be looking for revenge, looking to beat XLG and find EDG in those finals. But All Gamers going to be that one stop before they can get there. And you know, to reiterate as well, this was DRG's map pick, and All Gamers did make it close. You got to think that maybe if Vukashu didn't win a few of those 1v1 clutches towards the early half, this map could have been 100%. All Gamers' way.
他就已经到 A 了是吧？对，他封印的封。要不要给他压力？你给那个赛弗一点压力。对，来，准备开门，人很多，人很多。来，好了吗？没，来，要等尼克。我开门，可以了。OK 换。
太慢了，爆能器落在 C 区。
80回来。走。有个半线，门口有个半线 ，Hyper Trap。回来 AT。
我方还一名。
乱闪一点。
你们都藏哪
？This guy AT。你看我解决了。Left side。
自输用尽。剩余30秒。
去，回来去，看哪儿？回来引赛去，看我 Rubble 一个 ，Rubble 被回来去。
还剩1名敌人，我方剩1名敌人，爆能器落在 A 区，爆能器在我这儿。
来，这地方。爆能器部署。了解。
spirit.
How fitting that it's the 1v1s that we get to see. Vukashu, biggest of impacts, but ultimately not enough to walk away with the MVP. Snow, it's Spirits again that claims that top point.
And you got it. We've highlighted it again and again and again, but it's so surprising how good DRG can be when having to communicate in multiple languages. Like you heard it there in the comms. Anytime they're looking to give Vukashu info, they need to swap to English for a couple sentences. And the fact that this team looks so coordinated, so in sync, while having to deal with those, I wouldn't really say communication issues at this point, but definitely barriers.
Yeah, barriers is probably the right word, right? It's something that they have to either get over, under, or past it, and certainly proven that they're capable of doing that. AG pretty much on the same boat with Fangear, managing to navigate it. Maybe not quite so successfully. The boat's getting a little bit rocky with the performance, but the best thing about rocky is it's not about how hard you get hit, Snow. It's about how hard you get back up, and we're about to see if AG can do that on Split.
Yeah, you've thrown me off with the reference there, but 10 out of 10, love that from you. But yeah, Spirits, key performer, someone we spoke about before as well, and this is a lot more of an even game than we saw compared to DRG's last matchup against JDG, which was a little bit less even, but only classing as one clutch. I guess a 1 versus 1 isn't really a clutch since both teams are clutching at that moment.
Criminal.
Yeah, but you know, Fangear, big performance from them for all gamers, wasn't quite able to pull it over the line, but I think at the end of the day it did just come down to that first half, those 1 versus 1s, 3 back-to-back 1 versus 1s that Vukashu was able to win that just gave them that edge that they needed.
Yeah, it does kind of feel a little bit ridiculous to be sat here saying that those 1 versus 1s decided the map, given that the scoreline was 13-8, but ultimately it reset the tone for DRG. It brought them away back into the matchup. If those 3 results go into all gamers' favour, I think you were looking at like a 6-2 scoreline or something that would have been such a drastically different half for all gamers. They would have felt so much better going into the rest of the round. Maybe it finishes 10-2. I don't know. I think I'm obviously not going to travel back into the past and fix that, but I mean, you can only speculate, right? And that's the way it felt like it was going. But when it comes to trying to accomplish something such as getting into Masters London, it's going to take a big play from a big player, and it's Vukashu that was that big player right there and then that really rescued everything for DRG.
Yeah, and that's what Vukashu's here for, right? It's the big play moments. Even though a bit of a lower end performance in terms of what we've seen from them, the fact that they can still not really get many kills, but always show up when you need them is a highlight to how good this player is.
Yeah, and thankfully they're back on Cypher, so they're able to watch everything go by, and it's going to be a watch that we're going to do on Split, but don't go anywhere because we're taking a break and we'll come right back.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, from your mind, hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burn like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burn like a wildfire. Dynamizer.
Welcome back to Project Horizon, bringing you the lower bracket game between DRG versus All Gamers. 1-0 stands the scoreline. DRG winning Lotus 13-8. Their map pick, of course. Split heading up next. Snow, what's your opinion on what's going to be happening up here?
I mean, we highlighted it before, but DRG no wins on Split just yet, so it's not looking favoured towards them, but they've definitely got momentum coming in from that first map. I feel like a lot of it can come down to flexing yet again. We saw on attack side how good that calling was. DRG's defense is looking a little bit weak, though. We saw it against JDG as well. The points where they weren't quite dominating were on their defensive side.
Yeah, and I think for the side of AG, they're going to have to kind of quickly dust down that last map. We spoke about the strengths that they had on Lotus, ultimately not able to get that one over the line. Split feels like it's been a home ground for AG recently, but only a 50% win rate kind of coming into this stage as well. Feels a little bit different to what Kickoff showed from them, but ultimately this is do or die, right? You talk about these huge moments for teams, usually in grand finals, whether it's a massive comeback, but it needs to be a reverse sweep right here, right now, if they want to do the unthinkable and go back to back at Masters.
And the benefit is that Vangear is looking like they're on form today. Like Vangear in that first map, frying. A few of their round wins were multi-kills off of that player. So if you're looking at positive points for All Gamers right now, we're heading over to Split, which should be a stronger map for them. And Vangear is feeling himself today. Yeah,
back onto that point as well, is GRQ kind of felt like he had a bit of a quieter map, so to speak, on Lotus. Didn't have as much of an impact as we know GRQ can be. And any time I think of Split, I'm just thinking about how much GRQ can dominate it and really be that dominant prowess, mostly on Omen. So many clutch potentials that he's had previously, really can highlight it. But on the other side, Snow, DRG have Vukashu, who showed what they can do in these high pressure moments, who showed the value, the impact that they can have. And if AG don't deal with Vukashu pretty early on, to be honest, it could be the end of disaster for them.
And the question is, like, how good Vukashu is going to be on Split, right? We know that DRG as a team doesn't have that much success, but if we see a Benji Fishy-esque performance where Vukashu can just lock down sites single-handedly, it becomes really difficult for All Gamers to do anything.
Yeah, and I mean, we are kind of expecting a double duelist from both teams. It has been slightly different, and it will be slightly different with Raze and Jet coming in. This is another operator for Vangear that they've been able to find some real success with. Kira always feels a lot stronger on that Raze than Cypher of previous. And I mean, it's not a Cypher pick for Vukashu. No. It is going to be this Vice, which is a change up. We have seen, and you highlighted earlier on, that this is a little bit of a different stage for Vukashu, experimenting on different agents, and it's the first time that we kind of get to see Vice come out for him here on Split.
Yeah, no, you know, backs against the wall, a map that you're not really, well, sorry, not backs against the wall, one map up and one map away from getting yourself in towards Masters. And is this the time to really experiment with comps like this, especially when Vukashu's been so good on Cypher?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to say, right? Because I feel like Vice is finding a lot of value recently, kind of across the estate, on Split in particular, has proven why she is a very valuable pick here instead of someone like Cypher. Obviously, you've got the wall for delay. Steel Garden on that retake is absolutely massive. Just even holding on to Heaven, Vice can provide a lot more value. So we kind of get to answer those questions quite quickly. if this Vice pick is going to be detrimental to DRG, or is it going to be pivotal to their success?
Most importantly, Veggie, to point out, no Viper on the side of DRG. Only going to be rocking with that single controller Astra.
Yeah, I mean, that is another absolutely huge thing, right? We talk about staple agents on here on Split, and Viper is also very much one of them. It's crucial when it comes to this double duelist setup. You feel like the Astra is going to have a huge job on their hand to not only navigate the pace of play for this DRG side, but to set them up for success, whether it's in the post plant or whether you're looking for a lurk kind of specifically on towards B or into A when you're trying to hit that heaven side really late on.
We are going to find out here. This is the moment for all gamers. Are they going to find themselves heading home, or do they give themselves another chance for greatness? Another chance to take themselves to an international? As it's DRG that are one map up, one step away from London. And it's all gamers that have to find a way to battle back, as it's going to be a 5-person push. Both these teams just scrapping it out in the opening round. And it's going to be all gamers getting the advantage.
Yeah, Vukashu taken care of. Don't need to worry about a 1 versus 1 moment right off the back of it. All gamers with 3 people left will get the plant down, and we'll try and find out and locate this last remaining player. It is Flexen who's on the complete opposite side, and it's almost mouse down moments as by the time Flexen gets over here, this triple stack that is set up over by boxes is going to be really difficult to deal with. Maybe just want to avoid a lineup as the Ghost has picked up, but you'd have to feel that with some stars online as well, it is a genuine possibility for Flexen that this gets pulled off. Will just smoke themselves off on the cross. Dog will spot it out. How do AG react?
They react with a triple swing, and they are just sprinting themselves into the smoke. Flexen has already found one, but there's the time dwindles. They need to get onto the spike, and just not enough time to work with, sadly. Very aggressive opening round from both these teams, but AG taking it their way.
First pistol on the board for them. DRG winning both in the previous, and it was just a fight in this red carpet that can become the middle of Split. Both teams wanting just to take control early on, showing that they're happy to fight for it as well. But ultimately, AG come out on top, sets himself up better for this attacking phase of play. Want to head over towards B, but once again, DRG gamble the bodies in the right space.
Crossfire would be set up perfectly if all gamers commits to this, but they're giving Bai a little bit of time to poke around towards A and see what they can find.
It's an interesting pick, the third duelist on the squad picking up that Viper. No longer on Neon. Neon will find the first body, but a warning shot is all that comes out from it. But notice DRG, nobody moves. Stalemate.
So confident that the players are here, but with that dog spotting out 2 members, makes all gamers question themselves as Bai's now activated, trying to Wild West their way through towards Heaven. But it's forced this DRG squad to hesitate for just a moment, and that's given the time to get onto site. But they're split right now. Not everybody could push through. The utility near perfect for DRG as they now look to battle, but it's the weapon disadvantage that will be their downfall.
2 players fall, 1 on the Sheriff, you don't mind that. Could have been a lot more dangerous if the probe up towards Heaven allowed for a gun to be rescued. Looked almost like it was a self-flash that stopped all gamers really managing to scale onto site when the threat of an A hit was what DRG were worried about. Could have been a lot more costly, but they were blessed to manage to come out with that result. Stinger buy-in and a Guardian buy is what will be amassed. DRG, 2 players to hold on to B, 2 contesting into mid. It's a 4-stack heading heavy over here.
The game is just looking to keep this pressure up, push the tempo again. They've got the lurk activated again if they should need it, but it's going to be late from Bai. As now Spirit's just dashing forward into sight, trying to find some fights, and they are caught perfectly by Bai. The lurk is activated. And you spoke about GRQ before. Kill there is going to give them the advantage they need, but Vukashu has found the timing, has found an angle, but in the 1 versus 1 just can't convert.
Yeah, a little bit tense, a little bit sneaky, a little bit wobbly. But the pace of all gamers on this attack cannot be matched from DRG just about yet. Explosive in nature is just about setting up for the explosion. The tempo, the fire that all gamers need to get a chance to go back to London. We mentioned the disappointment that they'd have been feeling off the back of Lotus. Well, this is how you deal with that.
One rifle available for DRG, and if there's any player that you want that rifle to be on, it is Vukashu.
Outlaw for Fangir though, able to eco hunt with this gun. Half shields or no shields, so everyone's a one shot. Just about if he can find the angles. Spirit's tucked up so closely, the jump peak will bait him across, and now just has to escape.
Just like that, gonna back away both these teams, not wanting to lose a life early on in this round, and uncommon, but a lurking raise isn't what you expect to see. It is going to be gathering information at the very least, but at the cost of their life. That has baited some members of DRG over towards this B site now and left Vukashu all alone with a lot to do right here. No real utility to work with either. Position hasn't been spotted out. The peak is perfect, but it's just a 1-for-1. They've given DRG a chance though.
Yeah, but gun picked up from the other side as well. Means that Life's able to do it. Fangir quickly realising the danger of the gun left from Vukashu. So that won't be available for DRG on this retake. The eco is still very much doable, but all wanting to come from this choke point. Astra Wall put into this as well. DRG feeling a chance.
They've split the site in half, looking to make the move now. Life dashing out, baiting and switching, moving into the space. But it's just a spray from GRQ. A 4K, a monstrous round from a player that you highlighted before this map even started.
We'll say it before. I am GR8. He steps up. The moment of madness on Split. This player can always be counted on. This is his playground, and you are only invited to be punished. GRQ, what a moment to put AG into a 4-0 lead. A map that they constantly find success in, constantly snowball their way through results. DRG have been here at the butt of the joke from AG before. They've found themselves getting swept to the wayside. And right now it looks like that could be the equal fate for them. DRG having to use the first timeout of the series to address these problems. But what an answer back from AG.
There was a timeout used in that first map, a single timeout by DRG, and that was the turning point for them. When they were 4-2 down, they managed to flip the game on its head and find advantages. So the coaching staff from DRG now going to be looking at this and maybe seeing what they can shift into. It was a save round at the end of the day for them, so not the biggest loss, and this will be the important one for them to win to try get some footing in the game.
What do you think they've sent for Vukashu? Can you please get us another 1 versus 1? Three more 1 versus 1s, please. Please, for begging. But the problem is, no, they need to be in those situations. So far, it's been a 1 versus 3 that Vukashu's found himself in. It's been a 1 versus 3 for Flexen. And that time, it was a 4 versus 4 on the retake with no weapons. So, not the highest of odds for them to swing this one around. All gamers continuing to play this map the way they like to. One defaulting over by A to cause a distraction, to bring some noise. Spike still not 100% committed over towards B, but this probe should find some success given the deep hold by these defenders. But Spirits wants to get PK and could find their demise if their angle is just right.
Oh, just misses the shot, but the backup is here. Vukashu, the player that we highlighted, not quite able to find a 1 versus 1, but the Mori kill is as good as that. 3 already, looking for more as well. And you said, Vukashu, can you win us a 1 versus 1? The coaching staff said, Vukashu, a 3K will do.
Yeah, save grace for all gamers of Spike had it been dedicated to site, but they just continue to feed this monster that is Vukashu. 5 1 versus 1s in one single round. The saving grace on Lotus answers back once again, and all gamers feed the ego of this monster that is Vukashu on the other side.
I think you're right, Veggie. I think the coaching staff said, Vukashu, bud, you need to step up here, get us some more kills. And Vukashu said, all right, coach, I got you. What about 5 in a single round? Absolutely crazy play from this player right here. And, you know, the Vice looking good. The flash utility was good as well to help support them. And now DRG has got a bit of a footing in this game, but you can't expect Vukashu to kill all 5 every round.
Can you? Maybe you can, but Spirits wants a little bit of the action as well with that operator in tow. Will clear out towards Garage, try and just control that to deny anyone coming through. You can see the stars put down for a quick escape, but all gamers navigating past it, fighting up in towards mid. They will find that first kill over towards Flexen. That's your escape plan gone for B. Now it's about how all gamers pivot. Where they choose to assault onto next is up to them.
Really greedy from Flexen as well, which losing the smoke so early in the round makes it so difficult for DRG to stop any of these pushes now. Yop holding for a potential lurk play, and if GRQ gets a bit greedy for information, it could be just what they need.
It's a difficult one, right? Because all gamers do probably need to probe into here. It's just they don't have anything to force Spirits off the angle. Are they going to be aware that someone would have pushed up? Well, they are now, and they get the punish off the back of that as well by sending Spirits into the Shadow Realm alongside Nick. All gamers thoroughly in control of this round.
Vukashu not being sent in as the raid boss this time, just saving the rifle. They've got an op as well, so trying to save that one through. And gotta say, I'm a little bit disappointed. Those past 2 rounds, 2 whiffed op shots from Spirits, not what we're expecting to see.
No, I mean, the biggest saving grace is that obviously this was a double op round, right? Whereas Life had one that goes unnoted over towards A, so you potentially start looking at all gamers not clearing out the angles as tightly as possible that you kind of often see when an op is in play. You know, a lot of these jump peaks to try and bait the shot out, thinking that that op has been dealt with. Might just create an opening for Life to creep into. But so far from what we've seen on this Alpha Seed 1 from AG has been nothing shy of perfection from Split. The standard that we're used to being set from this team, certainly on display. Just need to keep applying further pressure.
Got the opportunity to do that now to potentially break the economy of DRG yet again. I feel like it's going to be a half buy from them, just that operator and 1 Vandal. We'll see what the money situation is like, but good round from buy right there. It is a full buy from DRG, but if they were to lose this one, they're looking a little bit precarious in terms of the money situation.
A crucial round in the swing of things. Could be a roundabout way of settling out this game so early on. Thoughts about ascending in towards mid instead? We'll just wrap round in towards sewers. Head over towards A for the first time in a little while. 2 players set to hold this, being Vukashu and Life. Obviously that operator in the hands of Spirits being avoided. Walking into Vukashu's hands is always a dangerous prospect. The dog will clear out close. Razors to delay some time. The warning shots from Life will make AG ascend to heaven. And now it's a pause bite.
No mid control though, so it's going to be a slow wraparound if they decide to try and move. Vukashu looking for a spam right there, not able to find anything, and the showstopper is good. It finds a kill, and with a flash in tow, a bit more information gained. The Steel Garden to try win these fights. Flexing just can't hit the shot. He's managed to find one through the box, and it's Spirits now quick scoping onto a player there, but it's ran down. And it's just a rotate now from these all-gamers side. It's a foot race as Flexen has found their way here already, trying to slow this push down, but all-gamers knows that they can just pause and go back. But Life on that Neon, just that little bit faster, has found their way back site now. Looking to find a fight, looking to find a kill, but the 1v1 is won by Shrimp. And Flexen, the IGL now has to go huge, but Shrimp finds the shot. And all gamers in complete control of this game.
Yeah, Live had the possibilities to destroy the outplay from All Gamers. A swing onto the right player to deny the plant would have sealed the deal, but ultimately being held from Shrimp. Shrimply fantastic, Shrimply spectacular. Picks up the 2k at the end, keeping All Gamers thoroughly entertained. DRG really struggling to find a way on this map. We highlighted it was a 0% win rate for them so far this stage. Starting to see why.
Oh, and that's a big risk from Spirits that will not go unpunished. All Gamers just has complete mid control and they can run the map however they want to.
Yep, Dog to clear out Garage. Will get shot from Nick, so they're not fully aware that Flexen's close by with this Bucky. Wants to take a more aggressive angle, a deeper position. But All Gamers have time on their hands. 1 minute to go. Space to be cleared. And as a smoke drops down, another one will have to be used. Fangear activating now up top.
Oh, there's a player in the smoke now. The Sky Flash was used to get that information. Nick has already found one, but Flexen's toes are seen through the smoke. And it's an absolute horror for DRG as a whole that looked like it could have been good. It's now completely dismantled as Kira is on for an ace.
Yeah, really starting to see the value that the Rays can bring on Split. The elevated situations only favouring it. And ironic, it's Vukashu that can deny this ace. The only player to have one so far this series. Will just run away knowing exactly what's happening. Playing on the ropes. Ring around the roses. It will be granted. The name was in the book. Kira stands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught Vukashu alive, he was dead. Round point, All Gamers.
Oh, what an unlucky, fortunate event from Flexen to just be spotted out the leg, just peeking through. What a round from Kira. Perfect entry. You spoke about the usefulness of the Rays. It feels like we're transported back a couple years, seeing Rays and Jet paired together for a map like this, but working out well, and DRG having to use their second time out because they are really down in the dumps.
Yeah. Not able to find any success. Been granted it was an eco round that they're coming off the back of, but All Gamers just played around it perfectly. They were aware of the threat that could have been lurking in those smokes, so instead waited for Fangear and Kira to cause the distraction up onto Heaven. And then Kira just descends like an eagle, picking up the prey for the rest of it. Really just tearing apart the sight hold to allow for safety to be taken by the rest of the team. We knew Split was going to kind of favour this way, but I think we both really weren't prepared for how one-sided this was going to look.
Yeah, I was expecting AG to be ahead, but not be this dominant, and maybe looks like a little bit of underprep from DRG. They trying out a little bit of a different comp to what we've seen before. Vukashu on the voice hasn't been the worst, but they've not really. I mean, they haven't got the same set pieces as they've had before.
8 and 6, and 5 of those kills come in one round.
Yeah,
it's a kind of inflated stat line when you look at it. They have had some slowing potential. I wouldn't say they've overly made too many mistakes individually. It just seems as a team we're using the Vice as a cipher rather than the kind of advantages that Vice plays in with. But instead, All Gamers have once again took control of mid, fighting up, and all the gunfights just seem to go in their advantage. But DRG quickly answering this one back.
Such a big map like this, it's so difficult for the two players to be able to hold everything. Spirits has been spotted and has been taken out. Vukashu asked to do the impossible. 1 versus 3 now. Can isolate some fights. Has found 2 actually, and it's Vukashu in another 1 versus 1 situation. But no idea where this final player could be. Is going to hear the spike be tapped. But can Vukashu pull off yet another miracle? Leaping around now, looking for this player, and GRQ maybe thinking they've left it enough time Cashew is here, ready and waiting. Just looking for the peek out, and they will find it, but no! GRQ stands tall right when they're needed.
GRQ saying, my name's not Fangear. Not Kira, you will not win the 1 versus 1 against me. This is my home, this is my city. This is my playground. Just when you wanted to see some more value out of Cassius, no upsteps with a potential ace once again. Not to be found, sorry, a 4K it would have been, but not to be found. 8 on the board for all gamers. Looking very comfortable. And the Outlaw purchase once again, knowing the farming potential on board. Some big ultimates for DRG to play around. Overdrive if they start feeling confident. Nightfall not expected to be used in this round, but always a possibility if the odds favour towards DRG. First contact comes in and forces life off the angle.
Into a corner where they're currently stuck. And maybe could have given the information. Smoke comes down as well. They can rotate if they want to. And all gamers not committed, but with no pressure anywhere else on the map. It feels like they have to go towards this A side.
Yeah, Bukashu. 1 kill would set up the Steel Garden. It just about equalise the playing field. But not wanting to use it, instead just bait out the wall for now. A little bit of information you can play with later on. Instantly cleared by Nick, but now the push comes from all gamers. Heaven's in their control. On the skies they will fall.
No kills found just yet for this AG squad as DRG dismantling this push. They've managed to find some kind of way to hold the site, and with the amount of utility used, it feels like it's a very costly round for them, but if it's a round 1, they're going to be very happy with it.
Overdrive we mentioned could be a possibility. Nightfall invested off the back of the success. And they managed to make it a success at the end. Doubling the scoreline, getting another round onto the board. Such value being found. But it's so much cost, so a lot is into that to make that work. And as we head into the final 2 rounds, you feel like those ultimates, you can't really replicate the success that you had. Now all you've got is that Steel Garden. AG have the Showstopper, have the Into the Shadows. Quite far off that Viper's Pit and Seekers, so wouldn't fancy seeing them in the next 2 rounds either.
DRG, I feel like, have been rather passive on their defense. They haven't really looked to push out and get much information. They've been sitting back and seeing what AG offers them, and so far AG is offering a little bit of mid pressure. A push forwards, a showstopper that's dashed away from. Very good mechanical skill from this DRG squad right now as they're starting to find these kills and starting to make a little bit of a comeback. It's looking like a favoured round for them, but with 2 members in the corner, Life finds that headshot mid-slide. Pulling out a bit of the FaZe Clan shots right there as Flexin finishes another one off. And GRQ, we've highlighted how good this player can be on this map, but Veggie, are they 1 versus 5 good?
I mean, we've seen it before. Just not sure in this situation the odds favour them. Into the Shadows available, but that'll be about it. Smoke online, no paranoia to be used. Set up far too strong for DRG. 3 members watching down towards mid, and that's a little bit of a better push. But it's a lot of work being done by Nick to get those 2 kills in mid as well. Obviously helps the Showstopper doesn't find any success. And as soon as they come back down to fight it, so much success being found.
Oh, that's what the, what the, that's illegal. That's not allowed. You can't just be doing that, man. Yeah, not my VCT, but either way, DRG 3 rounds now, looking at potentially a 9-3 half unless they can convert this one to make it 8-4. AG very favoured though, and they've been doing really well. That opening pick, make it 2 from Fangear, just looking to decimate this DRG squad pretty much single-handedly. Already found a numbers advantage, and that wasn't even the side of the map that AG was playing towards.
Yeah, deleting Fangear makes this a little bit more doable for DRG. They did just instantly worry about a fast pop hit over towards A, given the previous history of how this map's played out between these two squads. But AG are not wanting to overreact. They don't want to slip up, and a 4-8-4 scoreline feels vastly different to what a 9-3 would be given the circumstances that we've been navigating around. So they'll be methodical, they'll be crucial, they'll make sure they make the right call, trying to make their way onto this B side. Spirits is in a huge position to deny this.
Very dangerous position though. There's members coming from multiple angles. Would have to go huge here. The nade knocks them out of their spot. Has managed to kill Bai and Kira trying to make it a third, but they've made this round winnable. Vukashu running in now, and GRQ looking to be that hero, looking to make it 8-4. TPing forwards to find an angle, but Vukashu just one step ahead. A key performance from this player, pretty much pulling them through multiple rounds, keeping this game alive.
And 8-4 feels so much different to what this possibility could have been. I want to say it's rescued from DRG, but I don't even know if that's the case. Spirit's doing a fantastic job on site to hold it down, making that retake possible from Vukashu. And as we head into the half-time at 8-4, AG would have felt that that would have been a lot smoother of an affair. I feel like this pistol round coming up sets the tone for the rest of the map. If DRG can resume normality for them, then the gap gets ever so closer. If all gamers walk away with it, then quite quickly they look to seal this map out.
The difference is that DRG, I feel like whenever they go onto their attack sides, even when they're rounds down, just look like a different beast. Quite sure if maybe Split will be the same. You've got to think based on historic performance. We saw even against JDG, they were down at the half. On their defense, they looked a little bit weak, and then as soon as they swapped to attack, it's like a switch turned and they knew exactly what they had to do.
Yeah, I mean, for AG, the composition that they rock in with favours the attacking side, that's for sure. A little bit spicy as this series heats up. You can see both teams reacting to each other to sit down. You know, reminding them of what he's capable of. Blowing smoke out the water. Blowing DRG out the water on this map. But with the attacking phase of play swapping into DRG's favour, we'll be looking for them to activate once again. Focus here on towards mid. Similar style to how the map started, but no one here from All Gamers to fall that death ball, apart from Bai, who you kind of have to feel has a really tough situation about to unfold.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult hold if DRG opts to go towards this side, and not the same chaos as the first round. 4 members towards mid, and they get information that Heaven could be clear. The molly to slow them down. Spirit's just dashing in to get that space. Backs away. The pressure has been created, but look at All Gamers. 3 players coming through sewers looking for the wraparound, and if their timing is good, this could completely blow up DRG's plans.
Yeah, have the vice wall, so Vukashu will at least be aware of it as early as possible, but never mind. They take the fight early in the engagement. A slight mistake. GRQ deals with the Astra for the post plant as well, and all of a sudden, All Gamers are in the driving seat once again.
It's definitely a good situation to be in. Prefer to be the driver than the passenger when it's a decision on whether you go to Masters or not.
Yep.
And All Gamers just cleanly cleaning up this pistol round. And it was DRG favoured in terms of the pistols when we looked at that last map, but now it's all Gamers who are completely driving away with this one.
Yep, all the gamers at the wheel. DRG slightly asleep at the wheel. Could have been at Masters London already with a 2-0, but instead, All Gamers, a very dominant display here on Split. The standard that we expect of them is so high, and this is exactly why. Showing what they're capable of, wanting to go back-to-back. A reminder, the only team to actually win at Masters before in this year. Want to go back and right the wrongs, feel like they didn't have a full display of what they're capable of. But DRG are the side that missed out last time, want to put themselves, but Fangear with this outlaw continuing to purchase the Eco Hunter, the third round damager will find value.
Now a push from Heaven, a split push actually. Fangear is getting attacked from multiple angles. Can't quite find the kill there, and the Outlaw's going to be picked up. It's DRG with the numbers advantage here, but Spike isn't even near sight just yet.
Yeah, but there's so much time to collect this. And all gamers are not aware of that the case, so they'll just be collecting together up onto Heaven, waiting to see what DRG's next move are. Problem is, his life has to get across this choke point, right? And if Kira manages to look out from it, might just catch the cross, but instead, sprint past, safe plant coming in. Does that anticipate a flood?
Maybe a flood coming, but no flashes available. They've got a paranoia, actually, from GRQ, so that could be the difference maker in this round here, if they can aim that one well. Goes towards backside, but the pillar players are still available. But it's a dash in, a beautiful push forwards, but actually in the chaos, DRG numbers advantage. No, don't let him get away with it. Someone has to peek. No, Shrimp, how have you done this? In their faces. DRG has somehow managed to throw away a round from the jaws of victory.
Shrimp has boiled the opposition, peeled the skin from DRG in a round that started AG favoured, finished DRG favoured, but all gamers snatching at the victory.
Oh my God.
Pros don't fake, goes the scream. Shrimp doesn't fake, comes the play. All gamers up to 10. Defensive precision started off not quite excellently, but 100% on the start. Flash to deny B space. Kira to keep an eye on mid. Oh my God.
If this game wasn't already bad enough for DRG, that one is a tilter. To lose to your own hubris, not believing that Shrimp would stick the spike. And at what cost? Double digits now for AG. And while it is a weaker buy for them, so far, DRG hasn't really shown us anything on Split so far that would give us confidence in their ability to win out this map.
6 rounds of difference. I feel like a lot of the rounds have come off of individual heroism so far, and they'll need to elevate that some more, but they are walking into the shotgun minefield. Kira from above will not find anything as life takes what he will make. 3 players still here though on this A side.
And another shotgun to deal with. I don't know if they're anticipating buy on this close angle. Bit of a bait from Fangear as well. Could be just what they need. The Bucky in the corner manages to get one, and his trades out so far. Can't get anything else. DRG can at least breathe a sigh of relief. And surely Veggie, there's no way they lose this one.
It feels like an unlosable position, especially with Spirits aware of the possibility. Catches GRQ on the timing, coming up on ropes, not allowing for a weapon to be elevated, to be grabbed up onto. Now it's 5, but the weaker buy from all gamers was always going to present an opportunity for success in the round. And I mean, 2 players still dying, shields having to be reinvested, I think, for all 3 players that are left alive there as well. Not the smoothest of opportunities. Bit criminal on the outset, but DRG looking to moonwalk their way back into this game.
Fangear now peeking off of a flash, forcing DRG away, and no real pressure just yet. They don't really need to panic, as a lot of time left on the clock. Not committing the spike to anywhere, just trying to get a little bit of mid pressure.
Pressure relieved. All gamers want to clear it. Kira has to respect the space. Peeks back up though and does take away life. That's a big kill in the scheme of things. Very aggressive on that angle to be pushed. And DRG, with all this happening, haven't really taken anything else. Starting to pivot over towards A. Spike now grabbed up as well. And all gamers just hold their positions in a really prime way to answer this. But DRG just so split apart, Snow.
But like the difference we've seen from DRG this game is they obviously don't have the same amount of set pieces, but it always feels like it's isolated fights. It's people going for these hero moments and situations like that where it's a 1 versus 1. If they don't win out, it's only a negative.
Yeah, but this bait over towards A does seem to have caused a distraction, allowed B to be opened up. Fangir here early enough will hear that tap down, but decides and opts to wait for the rest of the team before giving an opportunity. Knows what danger Spirits and Vikashu can do, so not wanting to leave the window open just yet. 5 players all heading down this one angle. Could be absolutely massive. A retreat, the showstopper invested, the kills traded out. And Vikashu here early picks up 2 kills, looks for more, but Shrimp stabilises for now. And a 1 versus 2 with Flexen at the wheel.
Flexen's been given a chance, has been given an opportunity in a 1 versus 1. No. No way. Not again. Flexen checks it this time. The time dwindling down, and Vukashu, take a bow because you have just won that round for your team.
Danger Alley is what we will call it. Vukashu continues to provide the value. Everything relied on this battle. Unlucky not to get the 3rd there as well. And ultimately the 1 versus 1 time favouring the DRG side. They're just starting to get a peek back into this game, Snow. It was 6 rounds not mere moments ago. And now you're looking like it could fall in towards 3.
A worrying prospect for all gamers. On another save. Pressuring towards B heavily though, pushing out a garage. The Spirit sniffs it, but with the paranoia, it's now a lot of members moving forwards, and in the chaos, DRG looking to fight back. Kira's managed to find one though with the bookie, and a mechanical misplay from Fangir there will lead to their death, but it's a 2 for 2 in the end of it. And Flexen, just being that brain, that mastermind, manages to find a player on the back foot, but with no space for DRG just yet. All Gamers has a little bit of space to work with, and they have the mental advantage and the ability to pick up these weapons.
Yeah, that's the biggest part, is that both these members will pick up members. Kill on the Astra while stuck in the util as well. Reposition to come through, both members will fade in towards heaven. The wall at least goes up, so it'll allow safe haven for DRG to get the plant down. Steel Garden available as well. Nothing particular for AG, but they will start to come through now the Seeker's invested in.
Health pool's lower for DRG, a single bullet to take out Vukashu, who's looking for an opportunity. They run around from this position before, but they just can't find the kill. Bye, though! Will do just that and say bye-bye to their life. A Shrimp gonna defuse this one, and a very tense moment leads to AG's 11th round.
Yeah, and it's Shrimp, the IGL, who makes the difference. A huge call to go so aggressive out of B main is ultimately what continues this. DRG wanted to stay and fight for so long that the remaining members of AG were able to catch up. It's a master equal round to pull it on through. Huge set play, huge call for AG to get to 11. Stop the rot. Force DRG onto a bit of a narrow buy, overdrive having to be invested this round. And they will just quickly pace over towards B. Paranoia goes huge.
Smoke as well to cut them off, life going in, but here's the combination that we wanted to see this whole game. This is what DRG can do if they play towards these set pieces. And it's Flexen, not able to find the kill, but has gathered information on where both these players are. And from that, they're going to split up, back away, and look to save these rifles.
3 versus 2. Has to be the play you feel for all gamers that would have been a bit confident coming into this round, giving off the back, but DRG make that set play work, make the fast pop, commit. Not afraid of that paranoia, not going to let it seep into their game plan today. Continue pushing off and pushing forward. Onwards on the route to round 7 for them. Felt like that was a big swing moment, so it was, if that round collapses, AG obviously go to 12, DRG invested so much into it that it would have been pretty much game over. They would have had nothing but pistols to come in, but I mean, we've seen pistols go both ways. You wouldn't like to necessarily guarantee that it's going to be match over, but it felt like that was the flight moment for DRG. Now we just need to see if they're able to find a bit of cruise control themselves and stabilise the rest of this map, and how AG react to it once again.
It's now going to be all gamers that are on the back foot in terms of the economy. Probably pushed down onto a Savior again, but that didn't hold them back from winning the round just before. It's not the worst situation to be in, and a timeout used as well. Still another one available after this. All gamers, everything in their favour. Worst case scenario, you got to think maybe they can just let the ults stack up and look to play for that one big round.
Yeah, but they need to get onto 12 first, right? This is the thing. We know DRG's attacking prowess from Lotus can be extraordinary once it gets going. All gamers have done a really good job of limiting it so far, but DRG in the madness have still managed to find 7 rounds. It doesn't feel like they're deserving of those 7 rounds. Somehow they've managed to get them over the line, but ultimately if you can win and steal away this map, it doesn't matter how you get the rounds as long as you get them. We keep mentioning there's so much at stake here. The third team from China to be sent towards London gets decided here today. All gamers want to do it back to back. DRG haven't been at an international in so long. They want to get that taste of the flights once again. And it looks like it could be headed towards Haven, but there is still a long way to go here on Split.
Few rifles in this round for all gamers, so definitely a couple angles to play around. No ultimates just yet, but they can get themselves to that map point, that number 12. They can, like we said, look to stack them up. On the flip side, DRG, 3 very powerful ultimates online that they could look to use to keep snowballing this game and keep it in their favour, but so far, a slow play from them.
Yeah, it almost feels like they want to set Fangir up to get the Bladestorm one away, but instead of trying to play for the orb, just play for a cheeky kill on the exec on towards B and then maybe pop them aggressively afterwards. But DRG aware of what the possibilities could be, so being really slow, focus once again on towards mid, backs off Kira for now, and now Body's pivoting towards A. We've seen this storybook before where DRG can cause a distraction on A and then pivot themselves slowly in towards that B side. AG, the victims of it before, will they fall for it again? Starting to look like it.
Life already taken out, and it is a fake that is going to lead this spike over towards B at the perfect call from Flexen at the perfect moment. But if they lose too many members, the post plant becomes so difficult. 3 versus 5 yet again. We saw them win in this situation before, but this time they have a bit more space to work with.
A bit surprised GRQ hasn't gone for a weapon upgrade there, granted that Nick had fallen down on ramps. It was very gettable, but instead just trying to be here on time, and it'll afford Spirits to pick up a kill, throw the ultimate in line as well. Steel Garden invested. This feels like a massive moment in the tie. Fangir picks up a kill, Bladestorm's now activated.
So much use. Vukashu back in pillar. We've seen them do bits here. It's a crossfire that's set up. DRG, these members have to play perfectly, but the smoke comes in at the absolute opportune moment. And Flexin, yet again, proving their worth as not only a tactical mastermind, but also a mechanical one as well.
The pressure starting to pile up on all gamers. The flight has just hit turbulence. They thought they were on cruise control to Haven, but DRG had something else to say. A round win here would have felt spectacular for AG given the investment from DRG, but once again, when the chips are down, DRG come out with success. They hit on the gamble, they found blackjack for them, results paying off. AG yet to answer back.
Surely they just... You can't win a map with just relying on these clutches over and over again. There needs to be a little bit more from DRG. Feels like it's only a matter of time before these all-gamers ults get stacked up and they just They just play for getting that round over the line, getting themselves towards that 12. But so far, DRG are looking a lot better on their attack side.
There's been some sloppy moments, that's for sure. AG still controlling out B main. DRG thoroughly in control of mid. No one really here to contest it. Shrimp will be that first point of contention. Fast lane goes up. I reveals the spot. Shrimp picks up 2 kills. GRQ another. Finally, AG seem to have an answer back, but it's Nick and Flexen who say no, you do not, and it's a 2 versus 2 in a moment of madness.
I mean, this started as a 2 versus 5. There's no way this round has won again. Nick looking for the kills now, is managing to isolate some fights, but with only 15 seconds left now.
2 bullets.
He's going to have to pause the pressure. Reload coming through, but not expecting Fangir in that elevated position. And now 4 chances for all gamers to close this one out.
4 chances to wade through the mud. Just have to get it over the line, and you have to say this DRG squad showing the firepower that they have on this roster. As soon as AG, you feel like you're about to close it over. It's swinging back in the odds, and these rounds ever so close. AG have the win for the Sky Motor match point, but having to invest 2 buckies in a bandit isn't really what you would imagine closes out a game.
Fangir being forced away. A lot of utility used on this single player, trying to now find them in backside, but they found the timing. Spirits of a Bucky moving forwards with this run out. Gets a little bit panicked by their own teammate, but not anything gonna happen off that. Vukashu, the rifle is spotted, and all gamers trying to clean this game up, finish this one with what could be a flawless round. Only 2 more players to take out, but they are the players with rifles. Nick has been spotted out. Grenade used. Paranoia as well. Kira taken down. Nick trying to be the hero, but it's Flexen that's left alive. Spike got really planted for them, and the pull will just net them a little bit of time before this map is over. And all gamers bringing us onto a map 3.
I think that round kind of epitomises what we've seen from the whole of DRG's attack. So much inconsistencies from both squads, only brought to life by the fact that it's a scratch by both teams in the final to send us over towards Haven. This will be the final showdown in stage 1 for both of these teams to get to London. Seeding matches to follow afterwards. But when push comes to shove, all gamers win their own map pick. Would have felt slightly disheartened that they weren't able to steal away Lotus, but the main thing is for both of these sides, they are still well within a chance of booking that flight. Now it's only one map that decides the fate.
One map, both these teams. Feels like it's as even a match it could be. This one, a little bit of chaos as we can see in some of these rounds, but all gamers were able to thrive in that a little bit more. DRG, you gotta think, maybe it's just a defensive side that's not working for them. When they're on attack, they look like a lot better team, but still, a lot of these rounds having to be won through clutches, which isn't a promising sign for them going into map number 3.
No, managed to make it work on Lotus. But eventually, you have to feel like the odds catch up against you. Haven, as we've said, will be that 3rd and final map. 67% win rate for both teams this stage. A very fitting finish, given they can't be separated out over 2. Different play styles for sure on Haven. Let's see what they want to pull out. They've picked up that chamber on the most recent times, but unsure what to expect. We'll have to wait for that to come through. But as we see how this map unfolded, it was untimely chaos from both.
Just some clean mechanical play from both these teams, and what is going to be most interesting to me, which you're going to see in just a moment here, is how these teams look to communicate.
要去不用进，断后。我是爆，那爆，
我要开
我进杨友
我
up 我 up。
3、2、1起，
抬走，抽烟，
这枪4秒，
到你口，
没别人。
我要
side。
过来。
进来一个，2个爆点。
Can be you know? Or go city.
Go side, yeah. We can go city. No. I use ulti side. Okay. 哎，我来走我。3、2、1。
不去，没事我。
有了吧？等下面压人哦。
过上，
帮他开。赛，往赛，你加一个。
Chill，we need to chill, yeah.
Can we go city?
Suicide.
I need help.
Yeah. Go back.
哎，被偷了，好像。隔壁。
One
more. Nice. Be clear.
有奶。
One CT kill. 有人在追我，你能追吗？我追，先往。We go, guys. 没事，跑吧。One CT, one B. 有个人过去了。CT, one B.
冲。
Yes, 你用 CT.
CT 很快。
几家啥？哎，
爆点。
杀了。
下去，我帮你。
Nice. 一起玩。二楼。
Welcome back. The team's quite clearly composed, showing what all gamers are able to pull together. Bai is the top of the scoreboard this time, the MVP on Viper. Clearly a switch off of Neon proved some success, no, but it was a scary map.
Yeah, I think the main thing for me to look away from this is Bai only 71% cast, which means that there are a lot of times in this map where there were just isolated fights and kind of chaotic situations where the teams weren't really able to pull off their set pieces with great success, which isn't a great sign for either team, but the fact that AG were able to pull it out, they're going to be very happy about heading over into Haven. And the only question is how locked in Flexen is going to be, because we've seen that when Flexen is on point with their reads, the IGL diff can be so huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as we highlighted before, AG have been trying out a different composition. We've seen them pull out the chamber against Tyloo that was ultimately, I'm going to say it was unsuccessful because they lost the map. It looked like it was going to prove fruitful, but then that 1 versus 5 ace down by C kind of was the thorn in their spikes. DRG have played a pretty stable composition throughout any time they've went on to it, so they'll be feeling pretty comfortable with their chances as well. Obviously this one finishes out 13-8. Lotus was a very similar scoreline. Different players at the top, but Vikashu is always going to be the talking point for DRG as he keeps on providing massive value in massive moments.
It feels like it was a bit of... You pointed out at one point before that obviously like 5 of those kills came from that 1 round ace, which was an amazing performance, but it felt like DRG needed that second player to step up. We didn't see much from Spirits that game, who we're normally expecting to see do quite a lot, and first kills on the side of DRG lacking a lot in this map, and it's difficult because I feel like DRG's playstyle often relies a bit around getting these opening picks and then playing the map.
We had 6 multi-kills still. I think that tells you everything you need to know about how good this player is. Like, the moments that they're able to come through, the fact that, the 8 rounds that they had, and Vikashu has 6 multi-kills, most likely all in those rounds that were won, maybe 1 or 2 without. It just tells you everything that you needed to know about how DRG's playstyle was on that map. That was overly reliant on plays from Vikashu, and ultimately it's not fully sustainable. However, does switch back to Cypher on Haven, so maybe it is sustainable for now.
I'm just expecting Vikashu to go big in this one. This is a do or die game, and this player loves pressure.
Yeah, 1 more map to decide who's going to go towards London. Everything is on the line, so don't go anywhere because we're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, 1 team has success and 1 doesn't.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the red is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. can set the world on fire, fire.
All Gamers versus DRG has gone the distance. No surprise to anyone keeping up with how these two teams go back to back. DRG taking away Lotus, All Gamers winning on split. Haven will be the final battleground for both of these teams. 5 teams sent to London today. 2 have already been made. The 3rd will be found out right here and right now. The question remains, All Gamers or DRG, who will be the names on those flight tickets?
Question I have for you, Veggies. Obviously, we've seen one map win for each of them, and I'd say both of them were kind of dominating from the team that won. But who do you think is more favoured going into this one? Like, there's obviously the argument that AG has more momentum, but DRG look decent on a map that historically they've looked quite bad on.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, both of them kind of come in with that 67% win rate over the map series. I think the biggest part really comes down to what AG want to play into it. They tested out that chamber on the last map against Tyloo, obviously now feeling that it wasn't the right decision, which is why you're switching back to Jet and Neon. I think that probably swings thing into my favour ever so slightly. There was a lot of criticism thrown by our casters at Fangear on the last map where he did play chamber and was really ineffective for the most part, so putting him back onto a comfort agent that we've just seen him find so much success on certainly has a really good outlook. So my stacks are down pretty much into this AG squad.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're the AG fanboy, but I can't throw away the fact that on the 3-site map on Lotus, DRG just looked like a dominant force. It felt like Flexin was able to run All Gamers around the map constantly, and I mean, I'm going to go against you, Veggie. I feel like this one's DRG favoured, being yet another 3-site map where these IGLs can really shine.
Yeah, I absolutely believe if Flexin can find that value that we've seen back to back over on Lotus from both times we've seen this squad recently, then sure, that is one of the star powers for it. There's no denying the value that the IGL can bring to the difference and really tide their favour. Vikashu, another one that we keep harping on about, has found so much value in both of these maps so far. We'd expect nothing but the same here on Haven. Getting back to that comfort pick on Cypher as well will only make things a little bit trickier. The biggest difference we're starting to see here is it's All Gamers starting on their defence. It's been an offensive start for them on both maps so far, so into that weaker side historically today, at least when DRG starting on their favoured side, will look to maybe go into the half with a much stronger outlook.
Yeah, but it also could be their detriment if they can't get a really big lead here on this attacking side. Then it might be a bit of a struggle when they go over onto defense. But it's all come down to this moment now. Forget the last 2 maps that happened. This map is the final decider for who will be going to London and who's just going to be watching at home.
Yeah, this is all that matters. All Gamers deciding to push out of B early on will take so much damage down to Kira as he has to run away, but the remainder of the squad has progressed up to window, looking to make an order. The problem for them is Vikashu is right into it and more than aware who will find that kill onto Fangear.
To find another one here as well, but there's pressure from both of these sides. Vikashu just trying to run away, trying to find themselves in some relative safety, and they've caused such a time delay for the rest of this squad that the site has been left completely open. No numbers advantage just yet for either team. A lot of utility has been burned. DRG looking to hold at this choke point, actually looking to push forward. Spirits can only find one. but it's delaying. It's costing valuable time for this all-gamer squad in which they need to use to get in. GRQ has managed to find a kill. Nick in a 1 versus 2 now, but Kira finding that final shot to do what was the unexpected and win that pistol round.
Yeah, coming in with what, a 36% pistol rate. It's been pretty even so far. Here as we find ourselves on map number 2. Both teams winning on their favoured maps. Maybe that gives you a glance into what might follow throughout the rest. And once again, it's close between both of the teams as well, right? It's 1 versus 1s right at the very end, which has been the trend throughout the series. Maybe setting all gamers up to snowball a little bit faster by into the shotgun will sit close by, and Fangear on that favoured outlaw.
Very aggressive play from DRG, just trying to get as much control over towards A. They are moving forwards towards Kira. They found the information, push them back in towards the smoke, but the cam will give them everything they need. But flexing, you can't be doing that. You can't just be hitting that shot through the smoke. They know Bai has this judge now and is most likely going to look to dash in. Has the fast lane as well to close these angles and try find a position in the chaos to get themselves some kills.
Oh, no.
They are going to be taken down by Vukashu, who now low on bullets. Fangear on this flank. Gonna have all the information they need to find these 2 kills. Give AG a clean round, but at the cost of 3 bodies.
Yeah, the outlaw providing the value at the end. But like you said, some danger done to the all gamers economy. Happy to get the result over the line, but ultimately DRG getting a spike plant and a lot of damage. We'll be fairly happy with that as well. They'll be able to buy and invest into this next round, making it a lot less dangerous for Fangear. Only 2 half shields being brought in, obviously flexing with that regeneration, and Nick with the half shield. So only really 2 targets that can be one-shot by this outlaw, and they're all heading in a completely different direction. Over towards A once again, where Kira wants to wait them with this Guardian. Some warning shots to hold them at bay, but backs up and respects the space.
Not quite the same play, but it has forced the same result. Kira had to back away from the site, expecting that it's maybe a potential fake. DRG right now, no real information on the rest of the map. They have that cam towards mid, but it has been taken down. Now Vukashu's going to go in a little bit of a hunt, but it is Fangear they're going to find. Luckily, the shot through the wood means that they are going to stay alive, but they are going to limp away to the rest of their team.
Interesting FBX spray. Haven't seen them in playoffs in a while. Benefit of DRG's comp with Nick is that Vukashu can get back up to full HP. Obviously, just have the shield, but that'll do for now. DRG exploded onto site, trying to just find some damage, but it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Hey, that 2-for-1, which GRQ's here as well. Just like that, all members pretty much from AG, barring Fangear, have moved over towards A, which has forced DRG to rotate. They are going to go towards open site, but as I say that, pivoting towards B now. The timing might just be perfect, as Fangear had an inkling of a doubt that it could be a C hit. It's going to be a difficult one to hold.
And they have the weaponry advantage. They know the angles to worry about. 2 of those players on the half shield means it's 3 one-shots for flexing if he connects. Having to reposition through garage, and Nick is reading it. Just gets the timing right about now, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. DRG flexing, picking up the next one. Spike being halved, will now be stuck once again. Have they learned the lesson? No, they have not. Shrimp with a 3k and Spike diffused. AG start the jet plane to London.
They can't keep getting away with this, Veggie. They can't keep getting away with this. Oh, another round where AG just gets onto the spike and DRG doesn't really contest them much at all, just expecting it to only be a tap or a half, and it's costing them here. As site take good, decision making good towards B. They got the space as well, but at the end of the day, that's one way to celebrate a round.
A little bit of overexcitement, but an overexcitement that puts DRG in the disadvantage. Prodding the way over towards C. The smoke will just retaliate. Some back and forth spray transfers. Really weak buy invested in for DRG. Loads of sheriffs and a rifle to tow. No space being quite taken yet. All gamers want to explore what might have happened, and they'll see nothing. The dog in retaliation down long spots out Fangear. Wants to stick around for now, but knowing that's the outlaw, DRG choose to opt elsewhere.
A slow play from them right now. They're all pressure created, but still got time in the round. 50 seconds left. Deciding to potentially make their hit go over towards this C site, but there's multiple members ready and waiting. Crossfire set up. Kira not able to find the shots, but GRQ is there to support. And then as the rest of AG moves over, this site take is looking more and more dicey. Flexing trying to be the hero. Manages to find one, but it's not quite enough. Life now, only 25 seconds to work with, and a rifle. Very risky position. We know DRG, they like to take that risk.
4 bullets, 2 heads is what will need to be found with 15 seconds left. AG find themselves now on site, waiting for the tap.
Oh, and the timing from Fangear is just perfect. It could have been a make or break moment if that was the wrong timing. Would have forced another 1 versus 1, but alas, it will not be so. It's AG fully in the driver's seat, 4 rounds up again, and this is looking a little bit like Split right now.
Yeah, this is the benefit that AG had at kickoff. They were a real momentum-based team that when they got going, and I felt like a lot of that did come down to Fangear using the Outlaw and finding a lot of success to it. Clearly the change off of Chamber back onto Jet, setting them up for a lot more success. Both very much scoped agents, right? But feeling a little bit more comfortable on this Jet, forces this early timeout from DRG. Attacking prowess is what we'd known to expect from DRG. It's what's kept them in both of these maps so far. So 4-0 down right off the bat isn't where they would have hoped to have found themselves so early on.
It's looking like a almost exact repeat of Split. The only difference is now that DRG on their attacking side, in which I was saying they should be favoured. It's a 3-site map. It's Flexing's playground. Going to be able to move around the map and pull and fake out defenders. But so far, all gamers have done a really good job of just reading the play and staying patient.
Yeah, they're keeping the dogs at bay, or the dragons at bay, from this DRG side. How they react based off of this timeout looks like it could be a much faster hit over towards A. Fangear upgrading into the operator, won't get the right sight once again, continuing to peek wrong, but still found value in every single round anyway. Deep smoke allows for some passage, but just a threat detained in towards mid. Into the shadows to get on site. Maybe looking for a plant and escape. 2 kills favouring towards DRG, make that 3.
How on earth have we found ourselves in this situation? Bukashu now looking for buy as well, and while there's a bit of chip damage done, that's an easy kill for a player of this caliber. 1 versus 5 now, and I don't think Fangear is going to fancy their chances with just an operator in hand.
No, maybe 2 kills to pick up the Blade Storm, but the fortune favours the save. Typically that's what you would see. Great answer back from DRG, exploding on towards B, catching off AG unguarded, able to get themselves a notch on the bed, get this kick started for what was supposed to be an exciting matchup 3. If this had fell towards AG, you might have started to just really worry about what DRG's chances might have been going into it, but this keeps them alive for now. AG still have money to buy into the next, and DRG with a flawless will only start to bank up their own economy.
I believe DRG now has access to the Seekers, so potential play to come through there, using that ultimate to try snowball a couple more rounds. But like you said, it's just that B-pop coming in super fast, super aggressive, committing into the shadows right off the bat, knowing that they're heading towards B. It's that confidence from DRG that's been missing at the moment in this map, and could be looking to pull it out here again. Maybe an A-pop this time, a fast play. They've definitely gained pressure here. This time, all gamers staying up a bit more, not just backing away straight away.
Yeah, but so have DRG. Both teams respecting the smoke, waiting for the time to go through. But now that dissipates down, with a minute 15 on the clock, DRG just pause, invest the Seekers, fast lane goes up, try and find a way out.
3 players there, ready and waiting. And it's a crossfire from AG that's just decimating these DRG players. But Vukashu's just a player that finds kills when they need to. And Spirits supporting them as well, being one of these main carries. And if you're Kira, this is not a 1 versus 2 you ever want to find yourself in. Convergent paths used as well to just slow them down. A double hold is all that they need. DRG has found themselves 2.
2 quick back-to-back rounds to start to get this half online for DRG. Finding some real value off the back of that timeout. It's a strong side take, but they need to just keep it going. AG already on 4 will be pretty happy with this half. If they can keep adding to the misery, if they can find a way to get back into it, it'll be even stronger. Couple outs online, but no real value. Faster push out of Wards A, trying to take this battle to DRG.
All members committed towards the A site. DRG going to be reading that and contacting up through C. Not going to lead in the charge, getting the information. Nick finds out that it is backside. Spirit stashes in, has to back away as well. Now off the back of this, all gamers trying to activate their flank. Not only able to get 1 off the back of that. Map so split apart for them, but they've got a lot of information, which is to their benefit. If Kira can find a kill or 2 here, this could be huge, but they are spotted out and taken down with clean efficiency. And now this round so DRG favoured.
Yeah, Kira really stuck in a hard position. AG trying to now clear out A once again, but DRG have the pick of the map. They can go wherever they want to go. It looks like that decision will be made to go over towards C. Benefit for AG is that 2 rifles are in tow, so a lot of damage can be that possibility. And as DRG have to slowly clear everything out, given the positions are unnoted, a little bit of time will now favour the Bolds.
C hit, relatively easy, not a single player here. You're not expecting too much from these all gamers players, most likely just a save if they can pick themselves up some rifles. As economy not looking the greatest, the loss bonus is going to be in their favour now. You should be able to buy up into the next round, but we're going to need to start seeing some rounds on the board for all gamers if they want to keep this momentum up.
Yeah, Bladestorm available for Fan Gear, so potentially drop that Vandal into the hands of Bai and play off the back of the knives. But a little bit concerning considering AG had the full run of the tracks. They were controlling the tempo on this map, and all of a sudden 3 unanswered rounds for DRG that have looked fairly flawless as well, we have to say. It's not been these 1 versus 1s close rounds that we got used to on Split. It's 4 left alive, 5 left alive, really looking confident, like that timeout has just pushed them into the right direction. All gamers wouldn't really mind a timeout here myself.
Yeah, it feels like DRG's changed up their game plan. Now all gamers that has to match that. And as
there we go.
expected, you are the prophet, Veggie. You predicted a timeout and you get a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I really don't mind for AG on this defense. It's still pretty competent. The more you can kind of add up, the easier you're going to make your attack in half, right? So you're looking at 5, 6 as ecstatic. So to win those 4 first rounds, you're already in a really strong position. But it just felt like the way the map was going, they should have already been in those much stronger, valuable positions. Heading into round 8, the Bai, like you said, a little bit scratchy. Can just about muster up what's needed to be done. They've tried going aggressive to take extra space on the ecos before. Didn't quite work out that round. They've tried just holding down. I think the biggest thing is DRG just seem to keep avoiding the operator anytime it's in Fangir's hands. Have not really allowed Fangir to scale up and hit the peak that we know Fangir can be. It's mostly just going to be about putting this boy right here into the right position.
Didn't see much success come out of that operator so far. Has been picked up a couple of rounds, and now it's Vukashu on that op, the lurk player, potentially maybe going to look to set them up on a deep angle towards A, as the numbers would suggest. Maybe see if they can find themselves a pick, but actually no, it's Vukashu moving towards mid now. A probe, see what they can find. Catch maybe an unsuspecting player that wants a bit of information.
Yeah, Bai settling in here with the judge to see if anyone wants to travel down sewers, but no one quite fallen into that rat trap yet. Vukashu, the option is noted with the sniper in hand. Now the dash to pinch in will catch Bai out in a really tough spot. Noted now. A-site under control of DRG, and there you go. Bye-bye to you. Fast flank for AG, all coming in from this reverse angle now.
They're going to know there's at least two with the Seekers coming from that way as well. It's going to give them the information they need, and they are set up. This op could do absolute work. 3 players here as well. Kira, this is pretty much just a death sentence for you right now. An easy pickup for a player the caliber of Vukashu. With the paranoia coming in too, All Gamers tries to make this their push. Make it their opportunity to win this round. Fake TP nets nothing, and they know exactly where these players are. And it's All Gamers that are starting to fall to the wayside as DRG has evened up the round score.
4-4 is not where it would have been 4 rounds ago. Really well put together attack from DRG now. Getting themselves on site, dealing with that flank in fruition. Ultimately felt a little bit toothless from All Gamers. I think as they tried to get themselves onto site, the paranoia just held them back by the rest. And now DRG switch it up once again. Look to hit over towards C, just as All Gamers have gamble stacked to this common site hit of A. Kira just has to back up and retreat and respect it.
Now we calling this one another flexing masterclass, Veg.
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to the coach, to be honest with you. This wasn't the outlook that we've seen before the timeout. It's only really come out afterwards, so praise definitely favouring on towards those spots. We'll see how the rest of the series goes before we start making those calls. But flexing on a 3K hears you right there and then, and just about makes this impossible for Shrimp.
Paranoia, near perfect. It was flexing on the top of there, able to just pick up a 3K very easily. A good sight hold from them, and it's looking a bit worrying for All Gamers now. They already used their timeout. It didn't net anything for them. You did say 4 rounds was enough, but they lose 8 back-to-back rounds on the back half of their defensive side. It's got to feel bad.
Yeah, just looking back to Haven, it was 4 rounds on the defense they got against Tai Lu. The attack looked a lot stronger, apart from that 1 versus 5 that really just stopped them floating in. I feel like a 5th for AG really does put them in a really strong position. But right about now, you can't really see where that 5th is going to come from. DRG want to do this site hit on B that really kick-started their campaign again. Held off by the paranoia, some spray back and forth to keep them at bay. But ultimately, a lot of util drawn out from this All Gamers squad.
Very fast reaction from them as well. They had 3 members ready to counter. Vukashu spots an elbow, but not able to find the kill. Still just trying to look for a little bit more. A Spirit spamming through the smoke, not netting anything there, and still time on the clock. They could look to move if they want.
But what they want to do is cut noise, hold position, and re-aggress up towards B. The flash will go out and connect. The slow will be committed. The pace thoroughly increased.
GRQ in the back of sight though, and undetected at the moment. Life has an idea that they're there. Just can't find the angle to peek. GRQ going to go a little bit aggressive now. Has members here to support. The smoke's going to be used to cut them in half, and the TP will just be their death. As now DRG just slowly dismantling the entire hold of All Gamers. And Fangir left as the last person alive with this operator. A story that I think we've told on multiple rounds already this half.
Yeah, really just not finding the value. Not even going to manage to get away with it. As Nick pinches from one side, the rest of the squad have enhanced, and you can see what it means to DRG as they inch closer to being that third team to seal a passage towards London. Cannot stress enough how much AG were in cruise control. Almost too comfortable, it felt like. But now, so many back-to-back rounds for DRG. They're the ones who are looking to be in the supremacy. 6 for them before half-time. They'll be looking to make this a 7th, given what buy All Gamers come in with. And as they gamble stack over towards C, it's the A side that comes in. They just don't get any of these calls right, so.
Just unlucky at this point, but I think I want to highlight how good DRG has been in these skirmishes. You look at that round, All Gamers read it perfectly. They knew exactly what DRG was doing, but when you're playing to DRG's game, they're just that little bit better than you at it.
Yep, this is the flexing masterclass that you had highlighted. Playing out the map to success, dictating the pace, understanding how the opposition likes to go around it, and navigating through smooth waters. Full pause, expecting All Gamers to be the aggressors with this poor weapons, and will find that first kill from GRQ, getting a little bit over-ego to find something.
Okay, Vukashu, just take this game into your own hands, I guess. Just decide that it's over. He's saying no. You're not getting a chance to play. This is gonna be my ace! As Vukashu just takes complete control of the game. That's basically a 1 versus 5 right there.
It's not a DRG map without one of those moments from Vukashu, right? We were probably slightly overdue it. Seeing the moments of brilliance on Lotus, moments of mastery on Split, and now from the skies above on Haven, Vukashu will reign supreme once again. Listening to the doubters, well, surely there are none anymore. All Gamers tried to adapt and take out some A space early, but once again, DRG a step ahead of the game. Find themselves fighting over towards C. Oh, flexing.
Yeah, a little bit of over-eagerness from DRG to get the job done right now. They've found a lot of space. There's a lot of angles for All Gamers to clear out now if they are to hope to get back into sight. Seeker's going to be used. Just get that information. The retake is going to activate very soon, but Life in such a power position. Turning forwards, backwards, fighting on every single angle, but just winning all of them. All Gamers, the cards are in their hand. They had the aces up their sleeve, but DRG just pulled out the Joker and said, no, thank you. We'll be taking this round home with us. Still, an opportunity for Shrimp. It's Vukashu just finding that ending kill, and when you have any doubt about DRG and their proficiency, they find a way to shut you up.
Just look what it means to them. Absolutely giving it across the stage. All Gamers, their energy looks depleted. They just don't seem to be that same team that we've seen right at the start. I think that's a stealth flash on the side to buy as well. Just not a well cohesive unit finding their way through, and 8 unanswered rounds for DRG to close off the half. The coaches have to work on picking this squad back up and picking it up fast. The pistol once again becomes a crucial talking point. DRG well within the favoured odds for how they've played out this one. You have to think that right about now the only thing getting ghosted is AG's chance at getting to London, because the Sheriffs of DRG are in full control.
There was a poll for which player will get less than 15 kills before halftime. You picked anyone on All Gamers, you would be correct.
Which is nuts given what it was at round 4, right?
Yeah, it is pretty crazy considering how favoured they looked. It looked like this was going to be, oh, map 3, they've activated, they've got the confidence, they've got the momentum, game's done. And then DRG just took one time out, just completely flipped it on its head.
Yeah, the star man right there, Vikashu.
He's saying bye. He's waving him away.
Yeah.
He's saying that you're going to be watching the rest from home, but the key talking point, Veggie, is now we head onto the flip side. DRG been looking a bit weak on defense. You said before, all gamers looked really strong on their attack side of Haven.
I did, but if I find it hard to invest any stocks into this all gamers squad right about now. 8 unanswered rounds, including a timeout, 6 to 8%, favouring apparently the attacking side on pistol here. I think this really sets the tone. They're going to try and explode onto A. Shrimp causing maybe an inkling of damage over towards C, but DRG not buying it. Instead, also opting for this mid-aggression that we've seen from AG round 1. The dog collects so much information that DRG just get to resettle and find the strategy.
Spirits very far up here. Kira spotted out and just backs away. Knows that the dog can re-clear. Lexian looking to support now as well. This could be very dangerous for all gamers if they don't take this one carefully. DRG just backing away now. Going into a bit more of a passive hold, just looking to regroup on these sites. And it's up to all gamers now to choose their opportunity of attack.
Less than a minute snow on the clock. AG haven't really cleared out much space. They tried to hit off A early on. Got held in mid. Vikashu's set up over towards C means there's no access towards there. Deciding that A will be that final battle place for this round, and DRG thoroughly in a spot to combat it.
You say that, but they haven't quite made it onto site yet. It is going to be a retake. They're waiting on Vikashu on this flank to give them the information of where these players are, and it is going to be a thorn in their side. Guns having to be pointed towards the flank, but with Kira getting that kill, it means all these crosshairs can be trained on window, which is where DRG are trying to jump out from. Kills going to the wayside, and it's all gamers that are favoured right now, looking to win this pistol round, looking to pull momentum back in their favour and get a streak going. It will be favoured towards them as Fangia, a 3K, a player that they needed to step up and has done so in this pistol round.
Yeah, the 3K will only set him up to buy an outlaw into this next one. You would have to imagine to find some even more value. And it's off the back of that they're going to have to find the snowball. Done it at the start of the first half. They're going to need to repeat. And no, it's the Marshall coming in instead. Just as good on the eco statistically, but it's the third round that it doesn't provide as much value. Kira opting to go for that ghost purchase, remaining the same. To be a human drone on the opposite side. We'll find some aggression has been taken from DRG, whereas the C side only been held down by 1.
It's a little bit dangerous flexing. You sure you want to be in here? Pops out of it with all the bullets flying to the wayside, narrowly missing their head. And all the chip damage that's done will just be healed up, and it's going to be all gamers resetting now. We saw a bit of this slower pace on Lotus, and it did work out for them in some rounds, but that was a DRG masterclass. They seemed one step ahead, and if this is where all gamers commits to, they'll be one step ahead yet again.
Seems to be the story of the day, story of the week for DRG. Reading things correctly. Literacy skills through the roof for how they read this series playing out. Bangier walking into potential danger, finds the first kill, but will activate the pop, and it's a swing through the net's a 2 for 1, a 3 for 1 for all gamers.
Why stop there? Make it a 5 for 2. Win yourself the round, get yourself that momentum. Only 2 members died during that bonus round, so they're going to have a little bit of a pick in terms of what weaponry they want, and if I recall correctly, it was quite a low buy, so there could be a potential angle for some rifles being forced here, and all gamers just trying to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, like you said, 2 members falling, so only really 1 weapon being lost, opting to drop the Marshall and pick out the... Yeah, that was about to say. Not sure what he was thinking. Does pick up the Outlaw. At least the bonus is that DRG weren't aware that that's a possibility, really. So 3 players on half shields, 3 players capable of one shot falling to it. Picked the wrong side to try and progress down. Only 1 player here for DRG. Nick will have to respect the space and back up as all gamers quickly progress their way onto side.
Utility still available for Nick. Still have that dog available to scout out some of these angles. Help lead their duelists in. Both duelists still alive as well, so they have that potential to close this space with all 5 members here looking to just burst onto site. It's a difficult position to be in. A lot of angles to clear, a lot of places to watch. They drop out. The paranoia is perfect, but GRQ has found the one opportunity to get themselves some kills. This DRG slowly pushing these All Gamers members back. And Fangir, a player we highlighted before, they picked up this Outlaw. And now no opportunity to stop the defuse. DRG converting this round with 3 members still alive.
Yeah, really impressive, fluid retake from them. The drop down from the Whaley just bakes out members to try and peek and combat the fight. The paranoia on that typical spot as well just meant that all gamers in a really tough spot. This is the danger of 5 versus 5 retakes, where you're not taking any extra space off the back of it. There's so much util for DRG to use to fight back in. And yes, all gamers get a bite of the apple once again with the rifles in tow. But with DRG slowly creeping towards double digits, the chances slip away, the options starting to fade down.
The all-important swing round for all gamers right here. Win this one, you get yourself a little bit of momentum. Lose, and you're back on a save. And a DRG victory becomes even more likely.
Yeah, you feel if this round heads in towards DRG's favour, you can almost call the series. It's going to be an exploring mission for Fangir, who finds one, gets quickly traded out, and as AD look to aggress back on it instead, there will be supporting casts from DRG to hold in tow. Lexon's position huge with this paranoia.
Paranoia and the judge happy to just sit in this corner and wait. Something they've done in this series so far before. Has already managed to find 1 kill, and with Vukashu supporting, there's no way to get through this choke. Shrimp just has to push it, has to swing the angle. Has managed to find the kill and get into a safe angle. Vukashu, 20 kills already, looking to make that 2 more. This player is such a monster when it comes to these high pressure games, these high pressure moments. And it does not stop right here, but Kira not able to find anything there, and Vukashu standing up again, pointing at themselves. They know what this game means to the team, and they are willing to step up and be that hero.
So scared of someone coming from garage for some reason right there at the end in the clutch. But you knew Spirits was back site, you knew Vukashu was on site as well. But getting lost in the heat of battle is always a possibility, especially when the stakes are so high. And all gamers, like we said, will now be popped down to an eco. Worryingly close for DRG to get to 11. A massive round in the swing of things that fell DRG's favour. Can all gamers recover? It's going to be a tough ask as they want to explode to A, but the dog reveals the information. The pause, temporarily the solution. And a backup and a retreat can only be towed.
DRG heavy towards A, and that's the benefit of that Cypher. You can still get that information, that passive info with the cam and the trip towards C.
Look how much they've cleared out A as well. 3 members just swinging into it. Takes away the choke points and opens up the possibilities for DRG.
Lexin ready and waiting, knows the buy could be here. Just looking to swing through the smoke. A little bit overzealous, a little bit greedy. It's put DRG in a little bit of disarray. They're not quite sure where to go. Just in spawn, potentially looking to fast rotate. But with smokes going over towards A, convergent pass going to be used now to stop this push. Spirits looking to find some kills, has managed to get one, and here is the supporting cast. As Bai, the only rifle in this round, not able to get anything done. 11 rounds for DRG, and you spoke about it before. When it gets this close, it's got to feel like DRG so heavily favored. Veggie, you got any idea what all gamers can do to stop the bleeding?
I mean, I want to see them kind of try and probe a little bit elsewhere. You're really allowing DRG to have full control of the map, and we spoke about this on Lotus with flexing in particular. If you're going to open up the possibilities for the whole map to be in control, this is an IGL that's more than happy to push all these extremities and control the series, and right now you're really just playing into his favour. He was trying to deal with a little bit of garage control early on, show presence elsewhere, and make DRG be the ones to use some util to clear out elsewhere. It's just looking really disorganised for all gamers. They have one plan at the start, and then that kind of fades out, and then they just almost go back to that same plan without trying to create diversions and issues and problems elsewhere.
I feel like the name of the game is going to be First Bloods again. At least in these rounds that we're seeing DRG win, it's these opening picks that are coming through that are kind of breaking the plan apart for all gamers. It feels like as soon as one member gets picked off, they're not quite sure what to do, and it's never really a plan B or a plan C.
You can say that again. Coaches once again having to be called upon for all gamers to find this solution. Looks like the answer will be to make some noise by A. Not really investing much utility though to try and sell it across is a problem. The one blinding light isn't going to do a whole load. Silence over by C. Spike now just slowly catching up, but I just don't get this idea. What are you trying to cause with one blinding light? It's not the most util heavy side, you know?
It's worked. It managed to pull members off of the C site, and it's given them a free site, so maybe slight error from DRG's side. And Kira, a very good position to spot these potential flankers, playing a bit more passive. The side of DRG there, very happy to just leave that position alone. Decide to flank through garage. A little bit of utility left now. Smoke already been used. Nick has found one as well. And it's all gamers getting picked off again. Spirits drops down behind two of them. Manages to get one but not the other. And it's now one of these chaotic situations where normally DRG thrives. And it is by the skin of their teeth that they managed to pull this round out.
It's like banging your head against a wall, man. When you want to see something from AG, they start to do it. Kira, you pointed out, in a really great position to hold off at the end. Just decides to activate and just sprints through garage with a knife to get caught. Leaves Fangir in a pretty much impossible position on site, fighting off the resurgent side of DRG, and now they find themselves on series point, London point, it must be said. And give it a 4-0 start towards AG. To finish on 6 is nothing short of a disaster.
You can say that again. This is not the way that they wanted to find themselves going home. Last chance saloon. Last opportunity. Spirits being greedy, wanting to end this game right here, right now. Peeking through again, and has managed to do more than was asked of them. 2 kills now. Numbers advantage. GRQ wanted to be that hero, pulling it back slightly, making this round just that little bit more tense. All 3 members of DRG banking on a potential B push, moving as a complete unit, wanting to cause that chaos. Paranoia has been used. They're just pushing forwards. Nick's already found another, and we're getting even closer to London, and DRG just needs one more kill to qualify. Kira fighting back, but no! Flexing, the leader, will be the last final push that DRG needs to cement their way to London.
DRG back at the international stage. celebrating in joy. AG falling apart once again. They will not go back to back. It'll be DRG who represent this nation on the biggest stage of them all. Bukashu, one of the biggest chess pieces on the board, but ultimately a whole squad performance that sends them through. With more matches to play, they could still have a higher seed, with XLG awaiting tomorrow to see who will be finishing off at third.
You mentioned Vukashu. Can you name a player that just thrives under pressure more? Qualification match. This is the match, the difference between going to Masters, going to London, going home, and in the final game of the series, Vukashu pulls out all the stops. Almost single-handedly won them a lot of rounds there.
Yeah, and I mean, what I like to see here at the end as well is, as much as you've seen both of these teams absolutely giving it to each other throughout the series, it's nothing but a show of respect as they cross by, knowing that everything was put into this series, knowing that it was a do or die. It meant so much for both sides, but ultimately when Haven came through, it was not a safe haven for all gamers. It was a false prophecy from the start. DRG, having been 0-4 down, seal out the series 13-6 on a 2-1.
Crazy final performance. An interview will be happening shortly. We'll get right over to that now.
Hello Spirit C1， 那先从你开始吧。之前采访的时候听到你说，你经常有一种信念感，是每时每刻我都要赢。但相信在这种信念感的背后，一定是你对自己的自信，包括很高的要求，加上大家观众可能对你有比较高的期待。想知道你是怎么去看待这些压力
Yeah, how do you like face that like pressure of you telling yourself that you're the best, and also like all the pressure that the audience gives you?
然后别忘了，这也是 DRG 的主场。
It's just that all of that is just because I believe in our team. I really do. And anything to say to the fans right now?
感谢一直支持到现在的每位粉丝吧，我觉得每把背后。
And he says thank you everyone for supporting us all this way.
可以让我重新振作起来的勇气，谢谢你们。
It's like you guys are the people who like give me the bravery to rise up again.
福乐星此时此刻头顶也正在播放你们赛前写下的出征宣言。那你写下的是接下来我要去月球，能带我们解读一下这句话吗
So the screen right now says, "Oh, next up I want to go to the moon." What did you mean by that?
催我让我快写，没办法。
好的，其实通过这句话
And he says that he didn't really put much thought into it.
赛是有一些期待的，相信你也一定有属于自己的期待。那能不能和我们分享一下，你有什么目标想在伦敦去完成吗？
Yeah, what are your like goals and expectations for Masters
再
London?
和兄弟们冲一把，完成去年没有做到的事情，对吗？也是加油，希望你们能够在。
And he says that I hope that all three of the CN teams just make a rush for it, try our best.
来福，刚刚我看到你也是长舒了一口气。其实这是你加入到DRG的第一个赛季，那现在你已经拿到了久违的返回到国际赛的门票。想问一下，回看这段经历，回看这个赛季，对于你来说是一种什么样的体验？
没听清，不好意思。
这个赛段对于你来说是一种什么样的体验？和我们分享一下，因为这是你加入。
Yeah, how's the experience been like this stage, like newly joining DRG, and then now making a way back onto another international?
DRG 的第一个赛段，我们就进入到大陆赛，我真的很开心。 非常感谢我的队友们，还有教练组，太棒了，这种感觉真的太棒了。
是的，今天在比赛的过程当中。
And he says that I'm really happy, really thankful for my teammates to making it like all this way. First time like joining DRG, first time on the stage.
你的前队友 Autumn 也是刚刚拿到了吞往伦敦大师赛的门票，有什么想对他说的话呢
See me at London, Autumn.
让我们在。
And then,
期待你们在伦敦精彩的故事。
yeah, those are his words to Autumn, G Autumn, who also made Masters London today.
一定会 觉得你们是一支很和谐、很活泼的队伍。当然，你也作为队内的粘合剂一般的存在。想问一下，你觉得目前DRG很活泼的这个状态，会怎么样帮助你们更好的去备战伦敦大师赛？
我觉得现在就是活泼的状态。 更体现在逆风的时候吧。
Yeah, how do you think DRG's energy is going to help you with your journey at Master London?
这就是为什么我们能赢下图3。
是的，今天在图3我们都看到了你们的韧性。当然，也想小小的打听一下。
And he says that our energy, our communication is just it helps us in like stressful situations.
也是听到现场非常多的欢呼声，今天他的表现非常亮眼，大家再次把掌声给到 Walkout 好吗 ？The whole arena is cheering for you. Like， 时隔许久，我们再次看到 Walkout 奔赴世界赛的国际赛场，想问一下他现在的感受是什么样的 ？So Walkout, after a relatively long absence from the international stage, now you made it once again. So how do you feel at this moment?
I'm really happy because I go out and finally with my team. Last international did not attend because of visa issue, but this time I'm gonna fight along with my teammates, and I wanna show international who we are.
他说这次是非常非常开心的，因为去年因为一些原因没有陪到DRG去到巴黎的冠军赛，但这一次他会始终陪伴在DRG队友们的身边，并且向世界展示DRG真正的实力，我们是谁。Thank you so much.
Thank you guys, everybody.
接下来雷登蒂教练。
And last coach.
同样在头顶也看到了你写下的文字“天命所归”。那这一次应该不是有人催你的吧？是有人催你写下了“天命所归”吗
？Yeah, what did you write? What does it mean?
我记得我上次写这句话的时候是24年的上海大师赛。我为什么今天还是写了这句话？因为我感觉我们的队伍。 就是让我找到了一种很强的感觉，可以夺冠，可以往世界赛去冲击。
And he says that the last time I wrote what I wrote was 2024 when we went to Master Shanghai, and I think that I wrote it again this time because like I truly believe that DRG is like the strongest right now.
视角来看，这个赛段 DRG 都做出了怎么样的改变？大家都收获了什么样的进步呢？
Yeah, how has everyone like grown? How has everyone changed the stage?
在逆风的时候，我们不会一蹶不振。 像我们上一场比赛，其实我们也是这张图落后，然后翻盘，然后今天其实。
And he says that the changes that right now, when we encounter like stressful, difficult situations, we don't back down. We try for it.
大家的交流超级清晰。 弗勒辛就今天也是超级清晰，他完全是我们大佬，知道对面。
And he says that like a few times when we were like behind, we could like still manage to make those comebacks. And everyone's communication during those times is just impeccable.
这就是为你们送上的最好的鼓励，也是再次感谢 DRG 的各位选手，包括教练接受我们的赛后采访。
And that's it for the interview. Huge congratulations to DRG for securing Masters London.
随机抽选幸运的观众获赠游戏资产，本次抽奖会抽出一整区的观众。
A flawless showing from DRG there on the end, taking away the pistol. It was almost 13 unanswered rounds for them to seal out map number 3. They make their way to London and they look to be in prime form. 2 more checkpoints await them should they want to pass. XLG in the lower bracket final, EDG in the upper to determine the seedings. And a huge seedings that could be, we've seen how it paid off at last Masters with AG taking the 1 seed, being the ones to walk away with the only win. But you would have to say it's a more confident outlook for VCT China heading into this Masters. 3 teams firing in all cylinders without any hiccups. This could be their best showing to date.
We spoke about the implications of this game beforehand. It was not only the implication of who goes to Masters, but we spoke about Group Alpha versus Group Omega, and Group Omega just really cementing themselves as the much harder group. Some convincing victories from their side, and DRG being that last team to qualify means that all of Group Alpha is out.
The strongest showing in Group Omega, threatened to be the group of death. Well, all it done was spring to life. The Giants, that would be hold it. EDG, XLG and DRG are your Chinese representatives for Masters London. They'll make their way across to have a much better showing than before.
You got to wish them luck. And, I mean, what do you think are the chances of this team making finals, Veggie? I know before they obviously lost to EDG, but it was a close match. It was 2-1. It's not like they were just down in the dumpster. They have the chance to beat these top teams on any given day.
Yeah, I mean, Shilai had looked like the most dominant force in China for sure this stage as well. But a little bit of an upset in the upper bracket for EDG meant that it's Shilai that waits for them in the lower bracket. So if your question becomes, do I think this DRG squad can beat Shilai? Well, if it's the same Shilai that turned up today, then absolutely, I believe that's the case. A little bit of wizardry will be needed from the Cypher, flexing to flex his IGL skills across the lobby as well, but it's certainly one that they're capable of. Do I see them being able to cause an upset against DDG? I think on any given day, this squad could probably pull off whatever they fancied.
It's great getting to watch a couple of these highlights now, just really showcasing how good this team can be. Feels like they thrive in the chaos and they do such a good job of creating that chaos. This round from Vukashu was monstrous. This was the moment when you knew their confidence was high. Vukashu just runs through mid, kills all 5 people, and then from that point, there was not really anything that All Gamers could do.
The All Gamers genuinely after round 5 looked fresh out of ideas, fresh out of confidence. No real direction. The turbulence on the plane caused for an early landing, and all of a sudden the pilot was switched out. The DRG team swapped in and they take the series once again, just showing the joy that it brings together them. But what's important is how they got there.
好 ，OK， 有机要开，开，我给墙，我黑了，
射，右边我们，有了，右边我们，
拿闪，等闪，左边，
爆能器落在
backside，
好打一两位，喂，VG TD 的 ，I got this way，OK， 哎，我 pick，got pick， 喂，有大，哎，我 OT， 不着急追啊。 Yeah, I fake plan. Okay, 1, 2.
Ready.
该换。小心眼底，兄弟们。
有半线，这里有半线。
好，等一下我打了。K 个，
我紧张，open plan，OK。
把枪架了，别混了，把枪架了。
截得残的，我 CT 给个阵。
小心闪光跟黑，小门没有，闪光。
截到 CT。
石凯
CT I watch。
微弯能，位置接入。好，开吧。
给点压力，先看一下。
三个，
等大，都等大。慢 ，OK。哎，打 B， 来 B，
一个 A， 一个 B， 一个 A， 一个 C， 一个 A， 一个 C， 一个 A， 一个 C， 一个 A， 一个 C， 一个 C，
不要下包。
Vukashu, no surprise to anyone. If it was going to be his day, we'd seen the highlights from map 1 and 2, the completed project put together on map number 3. The demon that he can become, slaying the side of AG, and what an absolute monstrous performance.
I mean, yeah, who else could you even expect to be MVP for this one? It was just such a masterclass, and I feel like as soon as Vukashu got that confidence, as soon as they had the momentum behind them, DRG was just unstoppable. Vukashu was absolutely fine taking 1v2s, 1v3s. You look at the stats, it was just completely filled. That entire, I don't even know what that was, an octagon, a hexagon, it was just completely filled.
It was a Vukashagon.
Vukashu gone. Well, Vukashu won't be gone because they're going to be moving forward to the next round.
AG stands for all gone.
Yeah, all gone. I mean, it's a sad prospect, but it's a realistic one, and it's just I can't get over this round. no utility, no nothing, just full confidence, running forwards and just finding those kills. And Vikash was just consistently doing this, just constantly taking these 1 versus 1s in any situation they could and always winning them.
Do you know what's scary to me, right? Is that like you put that package together with like a duelist and you maybe kind of like expect it. But Vikash does this every single time on Sentinel. Like it doesn't have utility that's there to set him up for success. It's literally just raw mechanics that just manage to navigate past all these situations. And I think this guy's put together a whole montage just from today. Like, not even the rest of the stage, just today you've been able to put together a half-an-hour Vikash montage, including a map where they got systematically torn apart, but somehow managed to bring it together. Here you can see all the squads put together. I think we had a poll for who would get under 15 in the first half for AG. Well, pretty much the whole lobby under 15 in the whole game. Only Fangear on 15. Just highlights, I don't want to say how bad, but how awful they were on this map.
you got to also remember, right, to be the positive Percy to your negative Nancy. DRG played a really good game, and I feel like as soon as their confidence was high, they were so aggressive. I mean, AG looked like they had their number in the first few rounds, but it just started to fall apart after that timeout. And I mean, you got to remember, AG took this to map number 3, so it wasn't all just done for DRG.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a positive spin again for AG, as they did look like they were also potentially going to win map number 1 as well, right? Having those 3 magical moments from Vikash might have been a completely different outlook. Maybe you were going to be looking at All Gamers 2-0. It felt, I said it at the start, the map Veto heavily favoured in towards All Gamers, in my opinion at least, but clearly that's of zero value given how the land lay at the end of the day. But you have to say, DRG do really look like they're hitting their peak at the right time. We have people saying that maybe they're a slight shadow of what they used to be. Well, if this is a shadow of what DRG are used to be, well, I don't want to be anywhere near in that darkness.
Yeah, that is a very big shadow that is colossally just overshadowing everybody else from Group Alpha, who they just decimated on their run here. And I mean, a lot more to look forward to. It feels like we're finally heading towards the end point where these teams are hitting peak form. And the issue is that DRG, looking forward, maybe lacking a little bit of that flexibility when it comes towards those compositions.
Yeah, but do they need to have that? Maybe not. I guess the other downside is that they go up against the 2 largest teams in China, being XLG at the next wave and EDG at the next. But I think the biggest task is just qualifying for Masters London, right? That has to be the overriding goal. Yes, seeding plays such a huge part in potentially how that tournament can be for you, but also sometimes just being that 3rd seed and getting to play games early on can also set you up for a much better run, because you're not going in kind of on that cold streak that the number 1 seeds can often have. You kind of go in, you get to experience the whole tournament as a bit together. And what we've seen from DRG is the longer they warm up, the better they get.
Yeah, not only that, championship points can mean everything. So, you know, while they might not mind going in 3rd seed, getting more higher up the table, climbing that ladder means that it makes it a lot easier for you to qualify to the next tournament.
Yeah, that's an absolute spot on point. That yes, it may not be seeding, but it is those champ points that these teams will want to be playing up for the end of the season. DRG obviously not heading to that last Masters, will be lacking a little bit of the champ points that the previous 2 teams who have already qualified have. So much to play for, but that'll be all that they have to play for today, as DRG sign off with a signatory win, sending themselves to London. XLG await them tomorrow, so you'll have to come back to see who is going to take the throne on that one and claim at least 2nd seed. So if you are watching, thank you for watching, but we are done for today, and we will be back with all the action tomorrow.